Well. Looks like we have ourselves a racing type of market today. Looks like the CPI is in, team, and we're ready to get out the gates. The question is, will the market continue on the rapid rise today as CPI coming in light? It's going to be a takeoff. We're going to have to wait and see. Here comes out the bell. Of course, we got my man, Lord Ryan Zunaid with us. Let's get right into the market action.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
Let's go. Let's get it going. Let's bring on the guys here, the boys. What's going on, guys?
What is up? Good morning to you.
Boy, Bulls got the report they needed, huh?
Definitely, without a doubt. I mean, if you were looking for a light report, you got one today. CPI coming in at 7.7 versus 8% estimate, and that definitely shaking up the market, getting a big push. And it didn't only move our market, it even moved crypto up. That's the surprising one there. Of course, as all the issues coming out of Binance and FTX, we were thinking that we were going to still continue to see probably a crypto disaster out there. Well, the truth is it got the bounce even with just CPI report. What does that show me? The correlation that's in the market overall with Bitcoin. Some people like to say that they're not correlated. Well, you're completely wrong if you take a look at the charts. That right there can show you that it's crazy to me that Bitcoin is so correlated with the markets. That's why when Bitcoin was coming down fast earlier in the week and the market was able to stay up, I was a little bit like, what is going on here? Is it actually separating the correlation here? Then, of course, yesterday happened and boom, correlation came back into play. We got that downward action in the SPY. And then, of course, today the SPY rockets up. And, of course, Bitcoin follows correlation back into play.
I mean, to me, this is easy, Mitch. Bitcoin is a speculative asset, and so are the stocks that we're trading. So, of course, they're correlated. It's really as simple as that. Like, I don't understand, like, the whole
I'll tell you right now.
Inflation.
I'll tell you right now. There's a lot of people that don't understand it. They don't understand it, Ryan. You're keeping it simple, and I agree with you. There's some people that are just making it more complicated than what it is. And it's a little bit confusing because essentially Bitcoin was supposed to be kind of more of an inflationary hedge. Hasn't been at all. But let's get into the market action. Who wants first today? Who's ready to take it?
I am. And real quick, NEAM3, sentiment is correlated. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah, exactly. Because it's a speculative asset, the same sentiment that exists in the stock market exists for Bitcoin. That's the exact point I'm making. Hopefully that's what you were making too. As far as the CPI number, like I was saying at the start here, this is the report the bulls were waiting for. Right? First of all, it's a softer number. On top of that, in fact, according to Benzinga Pro, we also got the jobless claims number, which was higher than expected. Remember, this is one of the data points Powell talked about. He wanted to see higher unemployment and shrinking inflation. We got both ends of that metric, at least today. One of the interesting things here, shelter was up. It's 6.92% year over year, up from 6.59%. And rent was 7.52% year over year, up from 7.21%. So even with the number coming in, even with the housing numbers up, the number still came in soft. So pretty good sign here. Like I said, this is what the bulls needed. And now, prior to this report, the percent or the odds of a 50 bips raise in December was like 60%. And now I think that's probably what we get. I think we're probably in the process of pricing in a 50 bips raise here at the December meeting. So that takes care of that. We're going to be watching this all day, I'm sure. If you take a look at the VIX got absolutely demolished, down huge here today. So I'm sure we're going to have opportunities to trade the ETFs, both to the long and the short side. I don't think it's just going to be stonks and go straight up here. I think we're going to see some oscillations back and forth, and we should be able to play the ETFs in order to capture some of that movement. Let me get over here to the movers tool. We'll take a look at what we see. I've actually been watching some of the larger market here. Do have some interesting moves happening here. So first of all, Rivian, we were asked yesterday about Rivian earnings, and I was kind of lukewarm on it. I cited the recall. It appears that they reported better than expected earnings and traded up, and now we're getting the next leg up because of the CPI print here today. So one of the things that I definitely want you to notice is that we're all the way back to where we were on Tuesday. We ripped all the way back to that spot. So this 32.85 spot definitely going to be in play today. Let's see if we can pop over that. Looking a little bit more to the left here, you can see that this area in here, in fact, I'm going to go ahead and mark the rest of this area off. This 32.85 to 33.75, let's just call it that dollar range in there, definitely some resistance here. So if we're going to go higher here on Rivian today, this entire area I feel like needs to get taken out. I'm going to skip over the ETFs here just because these are going to change throughout the course of the day. I would say if you had SOXL or TQQQ going into today, definitely trim and trail on that position, book some of those gains. You could easily see some of these come back in, even if they do end up resolving higher. Another one here is going to be XPEV. This is, of course, one of the Chinese autos. You can see here we really started to sell off into some of these lower levels here down in the 6 handle. Now we're bouncing right back to where we were before, but don't be fooled. I don't necessarily want to be faked out here. Honestly, we're really going to need to move above 8 for XPEV to be in play to the long side here for any type of day trade. Could easily happen, but we want to make sure that happens. We want to take low risk entries on a day like today. Next stock here on the list is going to be U. This is, of course, Unity. Now, this stock has been absolutely destroyed this year. They actually had earnings last night that sold off, and today they're ripping. So we're actually back above where we were prior to the start of the day when they reported earnings. So, and if we take a look here at the daily chart on Unity, you can see exactly what I mean. I mean, this stock from the highs on November 18th of 2021 to today, even with the pop, this stock is down 88.3%. So stocks that are down this much, they often bounce and they often have ferocious bounces. And that's what we're seeing today. So if you trade it, just make sure you have your levels identified in case this goes against you. That's one of the things and the same exists for the next 2 stocks that we're going to talk about here. Carvana, exactly the same way. Zunaid, I know you've been trading Carvana today. I can't wait to hear what your plan is for Carvana. I'm not going to spend too much time because I don't want to steal your thunder. And then Affirmed, which is a stock that we've talked about quite a bit. This is a stock that's also, buy now, pay later. Don't really understand that, especially going into a recession. Look at Affirmed. Same deal here as Unity, right? The high on November 5th to where we are today, even with the pop, this stock's down 90.5%, right? So these stocks took a huge beating, and it's no surprise these are the ones that are bouncing here today. Understand that dynamic. You can get trades off these stocks that are going to be moving around and putting in substantial moves, but be prepared because these are going to move back and forth here today. Next, we have VRAX popping here. Now, we popped a little bit at the open. We've bled back some of these gains. This is going to be one of those curl plays. We're going to need to continue to see elevated volume, and we're going to need to see some of these levels actually taken out. It does appear that it's kind of holding in here at that 150 level. So if it stays above 150 and we start to get some expanding volume, perhaps this is going to be a scalp on a range break here today. Let me add the high from the pre-market at 2. Not sure if we get up there today, but we'll find out. Saving Carvana for Zunaid. Hoodie, this one I'm not going to trade. I see that we're bouncing here today. I'm actually going to completely skip this. I feel like this is a trap for me. GOEV, this is Canoe. We've seen this make some really ridiculous moves. It's popping up here. Not really sure I believe it. Let's wait and see. And then Neo, this kind of goes along with XPEV. So they actually released earnings this morning. Let's see how they did. Missed on the EPS, sales beat. And looks like deliveries up both quarter over quarter and year over year. Okay. Neo looks pretty good. We'll see if we get some carry through for that. One more thing that I want to mention before I turn this over to Master Z, as I like to call him in private. Anyway, Veru here. This is a stock that we've been trading quite a bit recently, and we got some really, really terrible news. Massive gap, down 57% here. Again, this is the reason why we don't hold these overnight. These are why they're day trading vehicles. You can see what happened here. We gapped all the way down to this support level. Newsprint here today is that the FDA committed voted 8-5 that known potential benefits do not outweigh the known and potential risk of the drug that they're working on here. So input of the advisory committee as part of their review of the UAE and render a decision on the emergency use. So not good here. This and you can see here, this is give you a little bit more context here. Tanked 60% in the pre-market on Thursday that the advisory committee voted against granting EUA for this drug. So Veru, we'll see. We might get a bounce here to the long side. It is down at a support level. So let's wait and see how Veru trades before we decide if we're going to trade this today. Okay. You're up, Zunaid.
Appreciate it. Yeah, but I'm just reading this. I might have to say this for a bedtime story, but this SBF FTX CEO just tweeted about 5 minutes ago a 22 tweet thread. So
yeah,
that'll be a fun little read.
We were just alerted to that, weren't we? I want to go through that too.
Yeah,
I'll try to do that. To do that
I'll be honest, I don't really have that much, or at least I don't think I have that much. I know you brought up Carvana. I'm thinking about maybe letting this kind of see how it works. I do expect a $9 rejection, but if you want to go long Carvana, I think going long at around 850, you should be a-okay. You can see 850 went ahead and held on the 7th in the pre-market. We'll see if it wants to go ahead and hold here. I do think maybe the 838 break would be your actual stop right below that, because you can see, this is beautiful. Look, we always say look left, and look at that. Here you had support, which then turned into resistance yesterday. And now it's obviously up with the news and all that other good stuff. So if you're trying to go long, 850, I think is a decent entry point, but your stop loss may want to give it about at least 20 cents or so. That's what I've got on Carvana. Let's go to move on to SPY, because the only number that I particularly care about, I guess I lied, 2 numbers I care about are the 385s to go long, the 390s to go short. And if you go ahead and look left here on the 8th of November, which is Tuesday, a couple of days ago, the 385 was resistance. I believe we could test it and see if it acts as support. If the market says, screw you, I don't need no support on my own, man or woman, whatever you want to call the market, I believe we can possibly see a march up to the 390s. And you see rejection right here on October 28th and also on November 1st on the 390 level. So that's another thing that you can kind of keep an eye on. So those are my 2 levels. Here's the fire alarm set there, and here's a fire alarm set right there. We're ready to rock and roll. Tesla got saved by the market because holy cow, was this going to bleed off even more, in my opinion, if we got a CPI that the market did not like and appreciate. Tesla's now moving to the upside. I would not be surprised if we want to go ahead and test that 195 again. But keep in mind that 195 has been very, very troublesome for Tesla. So let's see how it wants to behave. If it wants to go above 195, I also have another level of resistance at 196.50s. So for me, it's a little tricky because it's like, man, I want to go short 195, but what if it goes to 196, right? So that's where I'm going to go ahead and enter in, maybe with like just one contract going all the way out to January. And then if it gets to 196, then I'll go ahead and grab another one. If it goes to 197, I'll say, you know what? I suck at trading. I should have maybe gone to med school. So that's what I've got on Tesla. Let's go ahead and take a look at Apple. I'm just saying, I mean, I wouldn't have made it. Don't get me wrong, right? I think trading is easier than med school, but whatever. Apparently my mom thinks that's what I was destined to do, but
you are a lock for some of these one-liners you made. I gotta say, I look forward to it every single time.
I appreciate it. Taking a look at Apple. See, here's the thing. Like a lot of these levels, man, we're up so much. I don't really have enough seat time to know how they behave when we're up so much, right? Like I don't really know, but it's fine. Here we are. Let's go ahead and check out Apple here. I think we're a bit ways away from the resistance lines that I have at 144. Yeah, you could have the 143 right there, but even that's a few bucks away. So I don't particularly have anything I necessarily like on Apple. I want to go ahead and keep it moving and keep it pushing. Let's go ahead and check out Meta. Now, this puppy was very, very strong. Let's go ahead and check out the let's check out the daily. We talked about the possible gap. Now, if you believe, where is it? So the market at the moment is right here with this yellow line. I don't like how TradingView doesn't give you that on the daily. But if you believe that we are going to continue to the upside on this, we've got a beautiful gap fill all the way to about the 122.42s. We talked about this yesterday. So we can now get a chance to see, hey, do we actually go ahead and fill the whole gap or not? But I think we've got plenty of space up here if the market participates with us in our favor to the upside. So I'm going to keep an eye on Meta. If we get call options to come in, I'd be very interested in them. This one just rode VWAP so beautifully yesterday. Let's go ahead and turn on the VWAP. Who just slacked me? All right, I'll deal with that later. I hate how I have to do this every single time. That's okay. We live. All right. Those colors are different. But anyway, you can see how I rode VWAP all the way till the afternoon when it finally broke, and then we came to the downside, right? So now I've got my support level. Oh, what do you know? That 105 area. Perfect rejection there. I really got to start paying attention to these. 105 is where I want to get a test. So we're up about a couple of bucks. I want it to come back to 105. Give me a little bit of a test, and then I'd be interested in going along. I'd probably give it about 30 to 40 cents, give or take. But 105 is where I'm looking to be at. Looks like quite a few folks on Twitland are talking about this stock here, DBGI, Digital Brands Group. I have no idea what they do. I have no idea whatsoever. However, if you're interested in this one, you can wait for a breakout above 6, which it looks like it's testing 6 at the moment. But if it doesn't go ahead and crack 6, you can find support at 550, which you can see right over here if you go ahead and look left. But it's not the cleanest because it's kind of been chopped around there on that level as well. So if it breaks 6 with a retest of 6, that's when you can go ahead and grab the entry. So wait for the pop above 6, then try to grab it at 604, nibble a little bit. 602, nibble a little bit. What's up?
And for DBGI here, so Digital Brands Group offers a variety of apparel through numerous brands on both a direct-to-consumer and wholesale basis. So I think you're seeing a pop here with the lower inflation number because inflation is coming in for things like apparel. And so DBGI is going to benefit from that. So the thing here on this one, Zunaid, with any of these plays that are going to be directly tied to this number is it going to keep running? Because I think that this report could have some legs, meaning that maybe this is a multi-day, trade back up or the start of at least some type of rally into the latter half of the year here. Are we out of the woods completely? Are we never going back to lows? No, I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying that this right here might be the turning point for some of these to produce a move to the upside here in the near term. And so we'll see if DBGI fits into that.
Amen to that. They're 100% would be dead people if I went to med school. No question about it. But
we're so glad that you ended up here, Zunaid. Good Lord.
I'm just saying,
I walk into that. That's the first thing I hear. I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. That's how things work out here.
Let's go and check. One more thing. Help from our chat here, Zunaid. DBGI has a stock offering plan sitting out there. Careful. I haven't confirmed this, but Jay's real sharp. He's on it, so I have no problem shouting it out here.
I appreciate the insight on that. Let's go ahead and check out real quick. Amazon, this $92 level is going to be one for me to go ahead and check out. You can see it's a little bit choppy here. Not choppy, but chopped through the 92. So it's not a clean support area that I have, but definitely one, though, that I want to keep in mind. However, if you're looking to go short Amazon, 94 with a stop loss of 25 cents above, then 95 with a stop loss of 25 cents above is what I'd be keeping an eye on. And then that's what I've got. Mitch, got a few minutes for yourself. It's all you.
Mitch has to explain that he buys jerseys
mind.
With gambling winnings, and that's why he has a Titans jersey on instead of a Fins jersey. So
the king. I feel like a king. I'm coming in. I'm ready to get hot, ready to get on the green side. Let's go. Ready to run through this market. Let's get it going. The king.
Yeah, while you share your charts here, Zunaid, you said you take January options because of theta, but you only trade for the day. Why do you think theta affects you on a single day? Why not just go out a few weeks? Okay, so it's more so it's more so the contracts don't change as dramatically with a move, right? So that's the reason for it. Even though I am only day trading, for me, it's just like, hey, I want to give the stock that I'm trading it off of, like the derivative for it, a little bit of a wiggle room so that I don't go ahead and just lose 20% just like that. You know what I mean? And then that ends up being a lot bigger.
The trade. I think that's what you're essentially doing there.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. So just basically making sure that, hey, the P&L doesn't look too crazy because the stock moved 20 cents and now I'm down 7% just like that on like $2,000 or whatever the case may be. That's all it is.
Yeah, we could call it velocity of the trade or something like that, but you're slowing it down. So it's not going to be so bang, bang. It could be more bang, and then you're out. You know what I mean? Which is a little bit better towards Zunaid. What he's realizing is, give me a second, right? Let me get a second before the stock just really turns towards that direction. And I feel like those YOLOs, they do that immediately.
The reason there are a lot of things that impact. Let me just answer this one. There are a lot of things that impact options contracts, right? All of the Greeks impacted, Delta, all of that stuff. The reason I say data is a part of it is because since the option has a lot more time for me to be correct, it doesn't move that crazily, right? So yes, Delta comes into play as well and all the other Greeks as well, but data is what I like to go ahead and have one of the reasons. I'm not saying it's the only reason. And I apologize if I did say that yesterday, but to me, it is one of the reasons. But regardless, sometimes I will go ahead and take weeklies and see how that plays out. But we've got less than a minute here. We'll see how the market behaves. But yeah, I am looking at 190s for a short on the SPY.
It's going to be hard to play longs, right? I'm looking for longs to play, but I'm also don't want to get caught up here at the top. I'm looking for a little bit of a pullback, at least in my eyes, to get into the party. What that pullback can be, that's going to be the hard part determining. So what I'll use is kind of just thinking about the SPY and kind of a 50% retracement of the recent move. And if I do that outlook, that's going to be somewhere around 381s. So that's a big pullback. I don't even think we'll get that. That would be actually a bigger pullback. So we'll see. I mean, 385 makes sense also. That's around 23% pullback from where we're at now, at least from the recent move. We're going to see here towards the bell. If you guys see some big moves, let us know. Let's get to it.
Unity first move here is up. I guess that's expected of going with the market.
Yeah, Unity. I like Unity today. Beaten down chart. It's already come higher than yesterday's close, even though it got beaten down on the earnings. It's crazy.
First move on that earnings was a huge dip too.
Yeah, it's crazy. Huge dip. Forget that dip.
Not chasing anything out of the gate here. Not going to chase this gap. Going to wait for setups.
Yeah, I feel like I'm waiting for setups too, but the SPY is going to be one of those things where it might play the games with us right now. Put a big wick in on the 1 minute. Just put a big wick towards 388.55, 388.50. Let's see if we get that next push here towards 388.50s, or does it just put in a wick here?
Herman is asking, why was the market up today? Market is up today because of a soft CPI print and higher jobless claims on the employment report.
Yes, yes. Inflation coming down.
Well, so that's really the question then, right? The larger question is, has inflation peaked? You guys got any thoughts on that?
Well, peaked, yes. Peaked, I would say yes now.
But you still think it's going to remain elevated then, I'm assuming.
You still have that wave towards it, right? Now, one of the waves that I'm calling out that it is a worry is the oil wave, right? There's SPY pulling back there. And it didn't get past that 388.50s. Kind of rejected that move again. But definitely what we're going to be looking for now is if oil prices remain as high as they are, and you can see it in this report already. It was already a spike in fuel oil. If you go into the labor statistics and actually look deeper into the report, that's what got a spike there. But what helped us was the piped gas service number coming down. So natural gas coming down. Electricity price coming down, used cars price coming down. And so those kind of things help the report kind of turn back over towards that sevens. And I think in the sevens is really where you wanted to see things if you were a bull today. So there you have it. Now it definitely gets some lift. One thing that I think you are going to see, though, is a little bit of FOMO action from, let's say, like money managers, because they have to be exposed. Even though if they're hanging out to the sidelines and have some cash, eventually their whole goal is to try to make some money towards a lot of them towards the upside. So I think in this point, they're going to probably put some money to work today.
And to that point, Mitch, to that exact point, it's been a rough year for a lot of these money managers, right? So you're going to try to get some of the strength that you have in your portfolio marked up by the end of the year.
All right, little pullbacks here. I'm still standing on the sideline right now. Starting to get interested in pullbacks.
Sorry. Peaches and cream. We saw it earlier, but we were doing the rundown. Great job on your trade on Veru. Said you were short into today. So great job there on Veru. That's not one that's one I've been trading, but warning to not hold overnight. Looks like you played it in the right direction. Congrats on that trade. That must be a big payday.
All right, so I'm looking for stocks that are making moves right now. Maybe didn't make the biggest move in the pre-market. Caesars Group, really nice move there in Caesars Group. I'm thinking maybe does this affect stocks like Wynn today? There you guys see the casino stocks getting some lift. These are stocks that are going up while the market is coming down right now. So that's why I'm calling these out for you guys. So I'm looking for stocks that are coming up and even on the pullback right now.
Meta rolling over after its high. Apple still remaining strong. Same with Square.
I'll read you off some names that are interesting. SEDG up from the open and up overall 9%. So solar is strong there. Maybe look to see if Run can keep pushing there. Looking at BlackRock, a more expensive stock, getting a lift today. That shows me financials, maybe getting a nice little boost today. Keep those on your radar.
And we're seeing that already. Goldman Sachs here at highs. I'd be willing to bet Morgan Stanley is the same story. It is.
Adobe, nice little push today. So maybe CRM also into play for the upside. CRM, there you go, pushing here out the gates. I'm looking for stocks that are going up on the pullback. And then as we get the rotation where these stocks that are going up start pulling back, we'll look for the stocks that got the little pullback here on the SPY to catch that lift. So we're going to be rotating in and out of here. Let's see what happens.
Waiting for NVIDIA to get to the 150s. I'm looking to go short 149.76 with a stop loss quickly above 150.17s. Probably should give it a little more wiggle room, but it's fine.
A lot of these stocks that you folks listed here in the chat, Upstart, this is like right back to where it was. November 8th. Was that Tuesday? Yeah. So these stocks right back to their levels on Tuesday. Really, the question is do we move higher or do they find resistance here? So keep that in mind. Remember to look to the left on these charts that you're mentioning. TTD was mentioned as well by Wellness Matters.
Yeah, firm trying to close that gap. So you can look at that.
TTD over its Tuesday level.
SPY bounced a little bit here. We'll see if it actually takes out 388.50 on the upside. I think that's the area to watch for. But I'm looking for like kind of like a first maybe 15 minutes in the market, 945 reversal to the upside. So I'm staying patient here. How's oil? Oil's coming down here. If you're looking for something in the red, well, there's two areas that are in the red right now, energy and utilities. So I would be looking, oil's actually dipping here. Drip could be in play today. Drip look interesting. It popped to 1245, now pulling back. Could have a VWAP bounce off of 1220s. Amazon finally pulling back a significant amount here. SPY doing the same. Where does it make sense for Amazon? All right, let's think.
To do what? Trade it?
Yeah, to find the dip.
94, 94, 92 are the levels that I personally have. 92 isn't as clean. 94 is a much better short area.
Oh, you want to get short today?
Well, no, but I'd like to have a game plan for both.
I hear you.
SQQQ actually not a bad attempt here at 52. We're just under 52. If you're going to play a move back to the mean here, I would do it SQQQ. Nice little 15-cent pop there right away on SQQQ. This is what I mean about trading these ETFs. Getting a little bit of a pop here. This went all the way down to 51 when it bottomed out.
What do you think about 90 for upside outlook on Amazon if it pulled back to that level?
Yeah, 92, 90. I think definitely. Yeah, absolutely. I'm waiting personally on this 385 to go ahead and get filled on the equity side. I'm also ready to post some. So here's my game plan. If SPY gets to about the 385.15s or so, I'm going to grab going all the way out to January, the 386 calls, or excuse me, the 387 calls. That spread's crazy. Sorry, hang on a sec. Man. I'm going to grab the 390 calls going all the way out to January on SPY. There's my game plan. It's a little too out the money, but that's the spread is just a little cleaner there than the others. And by the way, someone asked a question about, what I mean by the spread and what impacts it. Go ahead and look at those January call options on SPY and look at how the one that has 34,000 open interest, the spread is tighter than, say, the ones that have only 4,000, 2,000, 3,000, whatever the case may be.
I like that bounce there off the VWAP for drip.
I like the bounce going here in SQQQ. 25-cent move off that 52 buy. $1.25, $1.35 move now off the low.
Come on, SPY.
There's drip already back up to 12.26. Could have got 12.20 entry.
$52.40, the high on that bounce on SQQQ, coming back in a little bit here.
Come on, come on, come on. Two entries that I have waiting for. Facebook or Meta at 105.07 with a stop loss of 45 below, and then a SPY as well off of that 385.
SPY bouncing here. I'm liking drip on this pullback. Just needed to drip a little bit more into me. I'd already rejected that VWAP.
Nice
break.
short Ashfin on Tesla. You've been trading Tesla in both directions.
If you're looking to go long Tesla, I don't see a level besides maybe the 180s that I'd like.
Yeah, 180, maybe 182, but 180 seems better. SQQQ,
Yeah.
60 cents now from that 52 buy. I'd say you could take it here if that's a good enough day trade for you. I don't check the Discord, Beach Bum. I'm not active on there. Mitch, do you deal with Discord at all?
Yeah, I check it on occasion, but what's the question?
He's saying we're getting spammed.
Okay,
Pretty bad right now.
I'll get in it.
All right. 90 cents now on the bounce here on SQQQ. You guys all, it seems like everyone looked at shorts right at the same time. And of course, I played a synthetic short, buying a
Short
inverse ETF.
ExxonMobil. Short ExxonMobil. At a risk right above it here towards 109.25. Got in there at the 108.93s.
Full point bounce now from that 52 entry on SQQQ. Over a full point move now, SQQQ. Just
All right.
monster.
I was wrong on Meta. Took an L there. Now my focus goes to SPY. Oh, come on.
Let's see where the market holds now.
And of course, it stops me on and bounces. I love it.
All right, how's our SPY finally getting a little bit of a bounce here? We're almost to that 945. I'm just waiting for at least 945, really.
Yeah, Mark, SQQQ is levered to the downside. TQQQ would be the opposite of that.
Yeah, just think of S because short.
Yep. So after that big pop, we're definitely rolling over a little bit here. It'll be interesting to see where we actually end up. VIX climbing just a little bit, but nothing to really note. Now, Bitcoin retraced probably about 50% of this pop up off that off their low level. So we'll see, you know, if Bitcoin can keep getting the juice here. Haven't even looked at any of the Bitcoin stocks. I don't know. Are you guys trading?
Haven't
Mara
taken
and
a
Riot?
look. Haven't taken a
Not
look.
me personally, no.
I think it's on a big pullback with the overall market. I think you wait to see in Bitcoin if it spikes to the upside. Yeah, you can play those to the upside, but remember the amount of volatility that you're playing. You're playing as volatile as it probably gets on today.
In this Tesla at 180.11, stop loss is going to be 179.37. Looking to take profits at 181.70. It's a little more than a 2-to-1 trade, but let's see if I go to get the win. I am currently like 0 for 1 or something.
Ashvin saying, Ryan, why we cannot chat when you guys start the program? Ashvin, I'm not sure what you mean. We normally have people chatting before we even go live sometimes because our group here is so awesome. So I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe you're in the pre-market prep stream prior to this one starting. That's about the only thing I can think of. Mitch might be able to help you out too.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. I think you hit it right on the nail.
Okay, so market looks like it's trying to hold after this pullback here, which would be a good sign for higher.
I'm going to try a quick little scalp here on Tesla. Tesla calls 185 calls expiring this week. I got filled at 307.
All right. I'm liking this XOM dip here, adding to it.
Nice continued move to the upside in some of the pot names. We were looking at Grow Generation yesterday, which is GRWG. We were looking at CGC, Tilray, ACB. A little bit more carry through here on some of those names here today.
Yeah, I got stopped out actually in that. SPY coming back here a little bit earlier than that 945, but it looks like it's trying to come back here.
All right, the Tesla contracts that we purchased are up 16%. I went in and took profits on the long side. At 180 bounce, Ryan. We talked about it. We called it. We played it. We made some money. Tesla's now up 2.5 points. I'm going to go ahead and sell majority of my contracts that I purchased on Tesla, sold at 370, just holding on to one single contract now. Let's see if it goes ahead and tests 184s. If it does, I'll get out. And Meta, obviously, I got stopped out, but Meta did go ahead and bounce. Unfortunately, maybe I should have given it 50 cents. I don't know, but I played that one incorrectly. SPY, I don't think ever gave us a chance to, yeah. One as low as 385.65. I wasn't going to try to chase it there at all.
No way.
Huddy, nice little pop back to the highs there. I see you whistling.
Yeah. You talking about HUDI?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and try some here at 1033. Stop loss is going to be the crack at 10. So let's just call it 984 for me. It's looking to take profits around 1082. And I'm going to actually look to grab some more. Sorry. If I go ahead and get it around 10s.
I get stopped out of XOM right here. Unless it comes back immediately here. Yeah, out of XOM.
Alert sounds.
Oh, that's fine again.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, let me go ahead and where's my?
No, Zunaid, I'm just busting on you. It's not a big deal. You don't have to do anything.
Out of XOM, big loss on the first one. It was looking good. It really started even breaking down, but didn't get back below the VWAP. Held the push.
I might get stopped out here very quickly on HUDI. My stop loss is 979. Where is Tesla now? Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and get out of my last single contract here on Tesla at 460s. I'm out. Grabbed him at 307. Took majority out at 370. Last one out here in the 460s on Tesla, as that one looks to bounce right back up to VWAP.
And
And
Jay
again,
saying, retail's ripping here. Lulu, Crocs, Yeti, DDS, etc. Remember, apparel down in the inflation print. That's going to be good for all these companies here. Lululemon, interesting spot here. If we can get up to 360, I think maybe it turns around there. 360 would be an interesting battle. Not sure it's going to get that high, though.
let's see. No way.
Yeah, big move there on Fastly, BZB.
You've got some Tesla calls coming in. There's no way. Hang on. Where are they? Speculative flow, I guess, but Tesla $200 calls coming in are on the ask, about $40,000-$50,000 worth. Nothing too crazy, but
yep, I see the same thing. I see two print. Well, one's a put. Sorry, there's more. 220 calls, 58K.
yeah,
See the same thing, Zunaid.
Seeing, yeah. So I mean, you're seeing some upside buying here. Let's see how the SPY decides to react around this level. I'm going to try to do a quick little cheeky scalp on it. Yeah, I see another. All right, Tesla. Say so, bro.
DraftKings making a move towards 13 again, trying to take out that high. We have a high today on DraftKings of 1307. Currently at 13. Looking like they're going to try to take that high out here. The good old Donkey Kong. Remember, we do have that possible gap if we end up doing that. Let me throw this up on the throw this up here real quick after we mark some of these lines off. Take a look at DraftKings here. This is one of the things I'd be looking for. If we can break above that 1340 here, would be into this area. I think 14 first and then maybe 15 as the next stop. More calls coming in on Tesla, Zunaid.
Missed a lot of VWAP bounces there. AMD, Microsoft, bunch of stocks out there that are getting those VWAP bounces. So Google, bunch of stocks did that VWAP bounce. The key is that the SPY bounced there a little bit earlier than I expected there at 942 versus 945. So now it's just a question is, will this kind of hold now? You can see it on Amazon, bounce right. I have the VWAP right around here. But AMD, we can see it. VWAP's right at around 64. I gotta adjust this VWAP, kind of fix it to my other readings here. But definitely it's near 64. Caught the VWAP there. That's getting the nice little lift there. NVIDIA getting the nice little lift off of the VWAP also. So just need to see if this kind of hold, or are we going to get a kind of a little bit of a chop up move here where it comes back down. I'm going to wait for a chop up move down towards 10 a.m. and then look for that nice little rip back. We'll see what happens.
I went ahead and grabbed some SPY calls just so I can see if this is going to be like a double top situation. I went ahead and grabbed, where'd it go? I went and grabbed SPY puts. 388 puts going out to January. I got filled at 14.99. And then I had a couple other fills. My average is 14.98, it seems. All right. And then the equity short on that worked out very well.
Becca asking, have you looked at MGNI? Just now, Becca. This wasn't actually on the list going in here. Better than expected Q3 EPS results and next move higher here. 850 looks like the next spot on MGNI. It's extended up here 45%. This is another stock. This is down from the highs of what, $64. So again, didn't have my chart up again. I screwed up. When you're looking at charts like this, when you get any type of good news in this trend, you'll often have a huge bounce. That's what we're seeing here today. We look at some of these daily levels here. It looks like we are running into a former support that should now act as resistance at about 870. Next level after that, probably closer to 10. I wouldn't chase this here myself, but nice little breakout there. 850 next here, MGNI.
All right, I'm going to sell majority of the contracts that I bought on the put side here at 15. Their fifth is most of my fill. 1536. 1536. Only got one contract left. If it closes above 388.57 on the 5-minute, I'm out. But for now, it's a nice trade. And what was a nice trade that could have been a phenomenal trade is this Tesla. I mean, what a beautiful bounce off of the 180 that we went ahead and played for. What is that? $2 I think we got. Almost $2 out of it. But here we are $7 to $8 higher as Tesla is just gunning it to the upside.
Huge bounce. Super strong bounce there, Zunaid.
If you go ahead and believe the market should be coming down here soon, take a look at stocks that are not as strong, if you will. I think it's going to be tough to find tickers that are completely weak, but Disney is one that I'm kind of taking a look at here. But let's go back, and there's the Meta. What a beautiful trade that could have been, but it wasn't. I got stopped out, but maybe I should have given it 50 cents. That's on me. But I do expect this 107 here. Let's see if we can cutely go short here. 107s. And I'm going to have a stop loss right above. That's too big of a stop loss for me, though. Yeah,
SQQQ trying to bounce again off of 51. This was the initial spot where it reversed the last time when we had that $2 move up.
Big volume coming into the SPY here. Definitely a boost in volume there. See if they try to take it through the 388.50s.
Almost a doji over there with all that volume.
If they do that, SQQQ should break through 51 here.
You see that volume, right? Yeah, it's a big jump.
Getting a phone call.
Bought Disney at 87 yesterday. Got out at 90.02 this morning. Power to you, Tony. Power to you, Tony.
All right, there's that 94 break on Amazon. It broke, tested the downside, held. That's on me. I should have. Breathe. It's all right. It's all right.
All right. Cool. That was a scam call.
Nice, nice.
It didn't say scam likely, though, Zunaid, so I answered it. But
that's all right. That's how they get you sometimes, man.
No they get you.
Tesla here looking to test the 190s. I expect that to be a little bit of resistance area. I expected the 170 to be resistance here, but I wasn't about to give it that much. Or actually, it was oh, that's what it was. It was 107.50s, and that's what. Never mind. I take back what I said on Meta.
Long Disney here.
All right, here's the market session highs. Now, what I want is for this to go ahead and close, which is in about 4 minutes. So let's see how this. By the way, I'm going to get out of my last single put here at 1480s. I'm out. So we made 40 cents to the upside on majority of the contracts, and on one single contract, I lost 20 cents. Profitable trade. I will take it. Now I'm waiting for SPY to go ahead and close the 5-minute candle above this area, and then we can possibly go long to see if we can say high five to 390.
All right, got 88.62 there for Disney. We'll see if it gets a nice little lift or not.
Snow bouncing here, up 15%. Saw some calls come in for snow as well.
I'm going to cheat here a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and grab some calls before the close. I know. Man, why are these so spready, bro?
Volatility, my man.
It's just nuts.
Bitcoin curling back up here too as SPY pushes to new highs. That's that correlation that Mitch was talking about earlier.
I grabbed the 390 calls going out to January on SPY. I got filled at 1565. I am going to be a degenerate and play some lottos as well, depending on where this closes. So let me go back to SPY.
Bitcoin trading really technically today.
Sure is.
As an up one, down one, up two, down two, up three. Yeah, if it can hold the support right now on Bitcoin around 17, you could say 430s. That's looking good right now. So, boom. Let's see if it gets through 17,800 on the upside move. That would probably also drive SPY and drives maybe stocks like Mara coming back here. Just bounced off of the VWAP. Looking like it wants to get through 10.
Jay Wild mentioning Bumble here. Bumble, same situation as Unity, right? So sunk on earnings, got bought back up here in the pre-market. We're actually green now, so we're above yesterday's high. We're flirting with Tuesday's high at about 22.50. So 22.50 next spot here on Bumble.
Here we're going to get close towards that 390 on the SPY. I feel like that's the number that we're trying to get up to. And then there's going to be some daily resistance there at 390.39s. But let's see if we can even get through that. We can be out of this bearish trend overall. This was a bearish trend here, and now we're looking to get back out through it. Let's see what happens.
All right, the cheating calls that we purchased, they're up a couple of percent, so they're up about $30 per contract. Now I'm going to go ahead and wait for this pullback if we get it, but if we don't, at least I have one contract that I went ahead and bought that's working out for me right now. I'm going to look to buy some SPY at 388.71, and there's a beautiful 5-minute green candle still going, still marching. Come on, baby.
By the way, Jay Rice, another great shout here on DR Horton. You know, real quick, DHI, this is a daily chart here. You're looking at huge pop here today. We have on the happy hour show, Jay, we have a real estate agent who keeps her ear to the real estate beat. And she was listening to the DHI call, and she had said, you know, this is definitely when this too passes, DHI is going to be really, really set up well for housing. So she's interested in it. She's been a long-term holder, still holding, but had nice things to say. Nice to see it pop here this morning, up 11%, DR Horton.
All right, that single SPY contract that I cheated with, I'm going to sell here. So we got in at 15.65. I'm out at 16.15. So that's a cool little $50, nothing crazy as we go ahead and approach the 390s here on SPY.
Yes,
a part of me wants to flip short.
Not Bitcoin. Bumble was flirting. That exactly.
It was flirting.
I like that. We use that terminology. I like that.
Match was flirting too, man. Bumble and Match, they should get together.
All right, I'm going to try a cute little short here on SPY. 389 puts expiring this week. I got filled at 256. Stop loss for me is going to be above 390 50s. Come on, baby. Come on back down and test the breakout. Test the breakout, please.
Hey, buddy. You want to join the raging market right now?
390s resistance,
Let's
right?
look at Chewy because of Buddy. Hang on a sec.
I like it. I like it.
Chewy having a nice day here.
Choo-choo.
Not quite over Tuesday's high. Bitcoin at highs now.
Bitcoin, all right. Bitcoin at highs, SPY at highs. Wouldn't you know it?
Oh, Mitch.
All right, I'm going to try to be cute here on the equity side. I went in and sold some SPY. Stop loss is going to be 390 60s. I'm going to see if we can go ahead and get a test back here below. See if we can get a 2-to-1 trade to the downside. So I am in short equity 390.10 on SPY. Stop loss is 390.60. I'm looking to take profits at 389.12s. 2-to-1 trade. Let's see if it works out. And don't forget, I still have the puts as well.
Trying
down
to
at
get me
7%.
riding dirty.
VIX at lows not seen since September 12th.
There you go, right? When the VIX goes. Feeling bullish. It's looking
Risk
like it's
on.
holding.
I mean, you got the report that you needed here today. Sydney says, Lord Ryan, the 8-ball might help us. Sid, what do you need? What question should we ask the 8-ball today?
Come on, baby. Just reject. Come on. What the heck did you just fill on?
17K on Bitcoin futures now. Peloton up 15%. Oh, Piton. I want to talk about a beaten down stock. Good Lord.
All right, let's go, Disney. Get your ears back. I took them yesterday.
Where are we at? Come on. I am going to go ahead and add some January puts on SPY. I went ahead and added the 390 puts on SPY January. Got filled at 1509s.
Beans and rice for me. Ask the 8 ball if the Bitcoin bottom is in. That's not a bad one. I did. Okay, so but I did ask Sydney, so I'm gonna wait until she says. So will this be a prosperous day?
Covered
Pretty
my
general.
Disney.
Pretty general, but we'll go ahead and ask them, folks. If you need to interrupt me here, I'm gonna go ahead and 8 ball. But if you need to interrupt with a trade, go ahead. So 8 ball. Let's see if I can get this centered there. Boom. So Sydney wants to know, Magic 8 ball, will this be a prosperous day?
Skens are going to come in here and Bitcoin the hell out of things.
What is focus? Come on. Most likely. Sid, this is most likely going to be a prosperous day. Go out there and get it.
But every day's a prosperous day, right? Another day alive.
All right. So far, we met the 1-to-1 requirement on our SPY short. We're looking for a 2-to-1, though. Need that to get filled at 389s. The puts that we purchased are up a couple of percent. They're up about $40-$50 per contract. Do what you want to do if you got into the trade.
Mingo says the Magic 8 ball is a legit strategy for crypto. No lies detected.
Come on, man. Just fill me to the downside. Come on. Don't let my greed cause me pain. By the way, if you're interested in Tesla, that one's coming down near VWAP.
My boy said, don't let my greed cause me pain.
Just don't do it, man. Just don't do it.
I feel you on that. I feel you.
But I mean, to me, it'd be amazing if we didn't go ahead and test the breakout area of 388.57, right? And I've got my, come on. I do expect this market to go higher. No question. Well, no question, but I do expect it to go higher. However, let's come back down. Let's breathe, right?
Let's come back down first before it goes higher so Zunaid can get his entry.
Exactly.
I agree with that. I'm all for it.
These are requests that we make all the time, Zunaid. Nothing's
And
new.
I just want them to listen once. I just want them to listen once. That's all it is, man. I'm going to quickly go ahead and take a look here. Would I have been stopped out? Nope, I would not have been. That could have worked out really well. Dummy. All right, come on. I am happy, though, because it's like, all right, you know what? My 1-to-1 trade would have worked out. It's my 2-to-1 that I'm hoping works out. And, of course, I'm up about 3% on my SPY puts out to January. As a matter of fact, let me sell some right over here. All right, sell majority of them. The SPY puts that I had in January out at 15.54. We got in at 15.09. It's almost $50 per contract. My lottos are literally dead break even. The lottos are 389 puts. I'm actually going to go ahead and get out of that because there's no reason for me to have additional risk here. It didn't work out immediately, so I'm out. The lotto puts, I had gotten in at 256. I'm out at 259. Cute little 3 pennies to tell the homies about. But I'm still waiting for the SPY short to cover at 389.12. That's how you
Mitch
feel.
just throws the Chewbacca. Mitch, your entrance yesterday was just, it was too much for me. The flashing lights, the Chewbacca, the Galler.
You got it.
Rolled through all of the different assets.
What can I say, bro?
Mario now, we got it all.
It's because I'm trying to help out Zunaid's trade here, you know. I'm trying to give it the little life down on the SPY right now.
Well, we need that song you had.
You know, when you have the big Mario and it becomes little Mario? That's what we need right now. And then we're all good if you can grab the mushroom after that.
Hey, now. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Micro dose here, micro dose there.
Come on, bro. Just...
Yeti, cheery. Well, it had earnings. Stocks had good earnings, you know. It's definitely probably a good day for them. Even the bros. The bros is probably up, man. The bros. Where my bros at? Where my bros at?
Washroom BR.
Sounds good. Nice little bounce on Tesla from 185s as that moves $3 above. Noise.
Where my balls at? Will the SPY break here on this little pullback?
I'm just glad. See, this is why you want to go ahead and scale out and take profits, right? Because the profits that we took and our SPY puts are... All right, never mind. They're only like 20 cents, like 10 cents below where I sold them. I thought it'd be a lot more attractive than that. Don't. Bow. Come on, baby. Come on down. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the tickers while I just crazily stare at SPY. Unity with a shocking face. Well, let's see what Unity with a shocking face has. Unity to the upside. Let's see if we got any levels we like.
Upside.
Yeah, I expect 28 to go ahead and kind of act as resistance for a bit.
Woof.
Let's see if that seems to be the case. And then 95. Ooh, that one.
Little kicking myself. I should have listened to Zunaid 92 instead of the 90. That Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
Bad one. Wasn't a bad one given there.
Yes. Yeah. And it wasn't like
credit where it's due.
I appreciate it. And again, the 94s too, right? Look, we talked about two of the levels that we talked about were the 3, I guess, 90, 92, and 94. You can see how 94, it went ahead and broke out, retested the next 5 minute, and then continued its mark higher. Amazon, similar story, except unfortunately my stop loss was too tight. And I went ahead and took an L on it. But Meta, the 105 went ahead and held on this one, and it kind of moved to the upside there. Now we go ahead and see if my SPY, how's it behaving? I can't even type this morning. All right, SPY. We were up about $35 or so on this one, but I wanted to get 49. Ooh, am I still going to get a chance?
Good question here, Mitch. What would Dennis say? Sell the tech rip?
No, this would be one of those that I think Dennis finally got caught a little bit maybe on the wrong side. But I can tell you one thing I know about Dennis. He's as flexible as it gets. And that's why I love talking to Dennis all the time, giving him my perspective. What's his perspective? We bounce things off each other every morning. But I think that himself would be like, well, this is a rally that you don't want to miss out on. If this is any rally, you don't want to miss out on this one. So does it mean that the market's completely done? That there's no more bears out there? No, there's still headwinds, right? But in this day itself, what is the negative that can turn us back around? There's not probably going to be much that can turn us back around on the downside. The only thing that could be here is if you think that the FOMO mentality is not really going to come in.
Do we have Fed members speaking today?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we have them all.
Of course. We're 1 week away from. We're 1 week off of the FOMC meeting. It's time for the talking heads to come out.
Yeah, so let's see what they have to say. Daddy Backstrap says, I got to weather this hurricane now. Daddy Backstrap, be strong, man. You folks down there in Florida getting battered. Hopefully everything is okay.
Yeah, I got to hit up my boy,
we'll be pulling
Coco.
for you.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's a 1, right? From what I remember. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe it's a 1.
Yeah, a 1 is a good. A 1 is a good, it's a good house party in my eyes, but that's just my eyes.
Bro,
I mean, I grew up in Florida, so that would be a good house party in my eyes if it's a 1.
We were 13 cents away on the SPY to give us profits. Can we just because here's the thing. I expect SPY to come down to the 388.70s. Like this is where I'm expecting SPY to end up coming down to, right over here. So it's like my profit target is way above. Can I just get filled, please? Come on. Why is it stopping there? And now it wants to bounce. Okay.
All right. I'm going to take one more trade here in a second. It's looking like I'm going to try a drip again. Need to spike above 12 here.
Shelly, my hair is fluffy because I'm in dire need of a haircut, which I get today, but also because Buddy imparted his fluffiness to me. So that's what happened. He's sitting by the window, as you can see, by the bird cage, which is empty, kind of just looking at stuff. I got the window open today. It's 66 degrees here in Chicago.
I've never had a pet. I'm going to assume cats are easier to take care of than dogs. Would I be correct in that assumption?
100%.
I would agree with that. I would say that, with cats, you don't have to take them outside and walk them, but there's still plenty of work that you have to do. So it's not as if one is, work and the other is not.
Right.
Especially with a puppy, if you're going to train it, you really need to train it from a young age. You need to be there and all that. So
what I love is that, you can leave a cat. You can't always leave a dog. You got to train a dog to kind of just relax when you're gone. A cat, you just bounce out the door. It's going to be okay.
I don't bounce my cat out the door.
Well, no, not the cat. I bounce out the door. The cat stays.
Yeah.
We don't bounce the cat.
What are you talking about, Mitch? That's not what I meant at all. But
no, but I like cats in that sense. Like, let's say, like Zunaid, you leave sometimes for like a day to go do like your esports, or maybe 2 days to go do that. Well, it's going to be a lot cheaper probably to take care of your cat than it is going to be take care of a dog.
Brandon, Brandon with a key point here. Did you need something, Zunaid? You got a trade going?
No, dude. I'm fine. What is it?
Brandon with a key point here. Most people don't realize that with cats, you're not the owner. The cat is. That's true statement. And by the way, so as far as Buddy goes, Buddy has the personality of a dog in a cat's body. Did you just fill there, Zunaid?
I sure did. Got filled to the downside. And this is why you want to look left. And look, I told you, I believe it's going to come and test this area. And up a little bounce from there. But anyway, if you are planning to go long, right, I think your stop loss on SPY is going to be around 388.40. So around the closer you get to that, the better, in my opinion. But sweet. Love it. Great trade.
Sweet. Love it.
Hey, don't forget the great trade part.
Yeah, boy.
Where are your sound effects? I don't know. We'll get them later on.
I got cats and dogs. So
I would have both too. If I could. Can only have a cat at the moment. But
all right, here you go. You've got Tesla approaching this 190. Let's see how it behaves here. If you're looking to go short Tesla, I don't think this is a bad spot at all. The only thing that doesn't give me conviction enough to take the trade is the fact that SPY is around, not near, but it's around the support level. So it's kind of like if SPY bounces, Tesla could get that lift to go ahead and move to the upside. But to me, you're risking about $1.50 if you decide to go short Tesla.
What is going on here? Will the SPY just hang up here? It might. It might not even come down today. And that first pullback on Amazon. It's pretty. It was pretty. That was probably the stock that I was really trying to catch on the day. But it's already gone.
Charge point up to a resistance level here. I'd look for that to take a pause. Mitch, your favorite stock party under $1 now, 89 cents.
Johan saying that Triple D just tweeted time to unload bags. I would agree with that. So it's a really good moment to unload bags. If you got any.
I have one bag from 2018.
I got one bag too, but I can't get rid of it yet.
Oh, my bag is never going to get rid of it. It's just, I'm just hanging out there, hoping for somebody to pump it is what I'm doing, to be honest.
Which might happen at some point.
Yeah. Dude, it's okay. Let me, you know what? Here, I'm going to go ahead and share what it is. Where is it? CDTI. All right.
You got to say it's in the wife's account, even though you don't have one.
I don't have a wife. But look, here's a story on this ticker. All right. I used to work at Mattress Firm, right? So I used to tell people I sold sex and dreams for a living, but they took it the wrong way. I sold mattresses for a living. But I went ahead and left Mattress Firm. I think like the end of November, and then the next couple of days, there was a weekend, the market was closed. Then on December 1st or whatever, I decided to be a day trader. Went ahead and got into this stock here. So where's 20? Where is it? Right around here. This area was where I purchased it. And as you can see, it has been nothing but downside from, like, let's just say even this $1.40 area. And currently it's down about 71%. So my entry point on CDTI is $1.09, currently trading at 35 cents on the bid. And I had, at one point I was down like 20 something $1,000 on it. But then slowly I went ahead and sold it as it creeped right back up to this dollar area here. But that's my bag, is CDTI with an average price of 109. Currently unrealized losses of $13,000 just sitting there. Just sitting there.
You don't lose until you sell.
Fun times. Anyway, where's my trading view?
Amazon's
Can't
pulling
find my
back.
chart.
Can you
There
get
it
to
is.
the VWAP? Will SPY come back to the VWAP?
With the Dow being up 800 points right here, it seems like we're kind of slowing down in terms of the gains. So I would say that this might be another time to look for some reversals in some of these stocks.
Got a name like Oxy, they got hit hard yesterday. It's holding up right now.
I'm gonna try to go short Carvana at 997 if I can get the fill. Currently trading at 987s on CBNA. See if we get that $10 reject, please. All right, there's the entry. I'm gonna look to sell some more short at 10.05s and then 10.08s.
Zunaid, this is gappy up to 12 or 12.75, so be careful.
I wanted to get more fills here, but maybe it won't give me the opportunity.
And Apple's just been going sideways for like 10, 15 minutes.
All right, there's the fill on Carvana to the downside. Quick little scalp for lunch money, literally. I'm going to go ahead and cancel these trades now. I was hoping to get filled on the first one, but I didn't. But cool. Nice little 17-cent scalp on Carvana. $10 reject.
Melissa, yes, the very news was bad. Now we are bouncing here. We're actually pretty significantly off the lows. Lows of about 510. We're currently at 775 here. Real quick, as a reminder here on Veru, Veru tanks after the FDA snub for its COVID-19 therapy. So,
Veru, man.
it's been a great trader, but today is a tough day. Down 50% here
Ouch.
on that data.
Wow.
Do my lines hold is the question, Mitch. Do my lines hold? So far, the lines have been on point.
Hold the line.
So far, with the 388 worked out, the 390 reject worked out. Now let's go ahead and see.
Shield wall.
Sydney, it's going to be a prosperous day. Most likely, we were told. We were given the gospel early.
All right.
Actually, SPY looking like it's trying to curl up here, too.
SPY trying to start pushing again. Said, I don't want to turn around. I'm in the bullish sense today. I'm telling you, that first miss on that first pullback. It should have been a little bit braver at the beginning of the market today, because now it might be that you don't get the pullback. And the FOMO, schmomo starts rampant.
Yeah, you don't want to get trapped, right? You know, that's the one thing you want to avoid. Which is one of the reasons why, you know, trying to mention where we stop and where we top out and what key levels are, the whole 9 yards, it all plays into that.
Starbucks looks like an interesting stock, even to the upside today. And you guys know it's hard for me to say that.
Dun, 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 dun.
Riot puts coming in, about 200K worth.
Took the scalp there off
Maybe
of
that was a
Starbucks.
trading trade.
I'm in on Starbucks 94.27. Bullish. Can you believe it? Would you remember?
Do you remember when it was September?
Oh, it cracks me up every
Do
time.
you remember the bull market? Do you guys remember the bull market?
I do.
Well, looks like it's back, baby.
One day does not a bull market make.
I'm in my bull shoes. I got my blue shoes on today. Hey. Good times they were, right, Gary? I agree. It's been so long, I forgot what a bull market was like, said Brian. I know, man. It's tough. It's tough.
I miss the days catching 1,000% each week. Yeah.
Right?
You get
Right?
used to that. It's tough to break from it.
Right? 40% gains like it ain't no thing. All right, Starbucks, let's go a little higher. Let's get a little higher. The scams, they're trying to get me. Aha, it's Michigan. Let me find out.
All right, that 390 still acting tough for SPY. Down 50 cents now. Bum, 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 bum,
Did
bum,
somebody
bum.
earlier call that the SPY to 390 and then a reverse? Remind me. Someone said that earlier today, but I cannot remember who it was. I'm sorry about that.
From
Trying to give you
chat?
credit. Yeah, someone from the chat was like SPY to 390. It looks like that's really where we're stopping here.
Bum, 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 bum.
Now do you remember?
Watch out for the rule of 3 at 390.
Uh-oh. Called out by the chat. That's what I like to hear. I'm about to take a look myself.
What's up?
Is this so to you? Is this not the rule of 3 already, or like what time frame do you look at it for? I guess is a better question.
I got you. We can take a look, right? I mean,
Here,
that's probably
let
gonna
me
be the
put your
best.
charts up.
All right, so that's going to be an up one, down one, right? And so what you're trying to see is that action, right? And so I'm just going to draw the action here for us, right? So this is how the pattern went. And it already did the rule of 3 breakout, right? And so the breakout's always going to be above trend lines, right? And so you're getting that up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, up 3, down 3. Now you got a support level to really draw off to the left, and then you understand risk and return. Now you're looking for it to click above that trend line and really hold any pullback. It can even pull back into this area. So you got to be careful because the stocks can do what's called a throwback, where it does this, hits the trend line, and then goes up. But stocks can also just go straight up here. They don't have to pull back. And that's why some people do half sizing here, and then sell some at 390s, first resistance, sell some at second resistance. That's how some strategies are played out here on the flag or the rule of 3. Now, let me delete all these things so it doesn't look insane. And I got you.
Oh, Mitch.
I think the
music
drawing
is
tool
loud.
is just a
What
little.
music? Do Do you guys hear music? I don't hear music.
Weren't you singing?
That was
Oh,
no. This
yeah,
was a
you
late.
do
This was a
remember.
comment less than a minute ago.
I don't know, man. Maybe he has something else playing. He's on Twitch, so he's twitching out, you know?
390 calls heavy. Well,
Yes.
I don't
well,
have
not
the
the
courage.
width, the length.
I don't have the courage to go on Tesla puts here, so I'm just gonna short 10 shares for fun on this Tesla trade because I'm already up nice and green on E-Trade. What did Buddy do? I saw the ears.
What?
Oh, I didn't. I thought I saw ears on Buddy on your desk.
No, he just walked out of the room. He's looking for something to do. He's bored.
Yeah.
He woke me up really early to feed him, and then he went back to sleep. And so now he's got a bunch of energy where he normally takes a nap.
Man,
He said he
I
sold out of his Luna
now.
coin this morning, you know?
Dude, I've got money in USDC, and like for a
Oh, man, you're
millisecond-
never getting it back, bro.
Why would I not get USDC back?
Oh, USDC? Oh, I thought you had the Voyager coin one.
US data?
It's on.
No,
It's
that was
on.
my
Where's my
confusion.
phone? Oh, hold on, I'll be right back.
You got it?
Buddy, what's wrong?
Buddy,
He's just
Buddy.
screaming at a door.
he wants out. That's
He
what it
doesn't
is.
need to go into the hallway, Mitch. I mean, come on.
That's how my cat does. He yells
Yeah.
at me. He's like, I want out.
Yeah, me too. Sometimes I have a bathroom right by my door, and sometimes if he's really sneaky, he hides in the bathroom, and then when I open the door, he runs into the hallway and then
Yeah.
runs all the way down the hall so that I
A
have
little
to chase him.
sprinter. A little sprint.
Little-
All right,
little-
guys.
it's
I do
funny
think
looking.
that Shop and Tesla will be excellent choice due to QQQ is bull today. Let me see. My only concern is FOM members talking today. Okay. So the Fed talking, you're looking at Shop and Tesla. Yeah, those are not bad ones to think about. I mean, I think Tesla could get a little bit of a bull run. The only question on Tesla has always been, is Elon going to sell some more? But it is definitely getting a nice little pop today. So you're looking at beaten down names, getting a little bit of a push. Shop seems like a perfect chart to me. It seems a little bit better. It doesn't have the negative outlook that I think Elon has right now. So Shop would be my pick out of the ones that you're mentioning, William. That's just to run through it really quickly of what I like.
And this, as far as Shop goes, across through 40 would be really bullish for Shop because it looks like it is trying to base here. And a move through 40 might signal some more upside if you get a helpful market.
All right, just added a little bit there to the Starbucks. Close to 924s. Looking to see if it would view out bounce here and then get back to 94.50s. I'll show you guys that outlook. Shop looks a little toppy there. Is the SPY looking toppy? There you guys. We're pulling back towards that trend line outlook that we had. Now we're going to see if it's going to be able to hold that trend line outlook, then bounce back here. Definitely don't want to see it break through the support around here towards the right, and so it can draw it to the right. There you guys see it come right towards the support. We'll see if it bounces there. If it cuts through there, we could be coming back down towards kind of the VWAP. That's what I would look first. SPY could come to VWAP. VWAP is around for me at 387.08.
I love it. My take profit on Tesla is 186.66. The low is 186.70s. So we miss our profits by 4 cents.
Isn't that how it
on
goes, man?
Tesla, bro. Like, come on. Ah. And of course, that's also thanks to, oh, there it is. So look at support. Excuse me. Look at resistance turning into support here. So you saw resistance here at 388.57. You saw it again at 388.57. And here is the support and the bounce right on cue. So Mitch, you wanted your pullback. You got it to 388.57s. Now, will you get it to VWAP? I don't know. But you did go and get your first pullback to go to an entry for you longs. As, of course, I kind of just want to close this Tesla, but yeah, whatever. What's $3 going to do? Give me extra sauce. All right. I went ahead and closed my short on Tesla. So that's cute little lunch money there. I didn't have the courage to go puts on E-Trade. So I didn't take it on E-Trade. All I made is a solid $22. By the way, that
Solid.
$10 reject went all the way down 50 cents on Carvana.
Airlines doing well today. That's interesting. They got a lot of debt, so they do well. This mentality that maybe rates won't be so high.
NASDAQ looking a little toppy here, like it might want to reverse. Kind of watching SQQQ again. No position at the moment.
Some different stocks that we don't talk about often, like housing stocks doing well today. Lennar, Toll Brothers, those having a really nice little push. Yeah, the builders.
That's on the back of DR Horton.
Yep.
Strong earnings call.
Yep. And if you like a diversified play there, you can always look at the ITB. That's the U.S. Home Construction Index. Like looking at that if I'm thinking if these are moving.
All right, I'm going to go get ready for an interview that we've got coming up later on today. So I'm going to catch you guys on Monday. Might be a little late on Monday, but it was a pleasure trading with you guys. And I'm out of everything. Hope you guys enjoyed the sound effects and the nonsense. Hopefully you guys made some money with us, but more importantly, hopefully you understood why we take trades where we take them. Keep an eye on SPY. This is kind of like obviously in consolidation here. If it breaks below 388.50s, you could possibly go and get that test to VWAP. If it breaks above 390s,
gonna try scalping some SQQQ here.
I'm out.
Looking for a move through 51. Take care, Zunaid.
Bye.
All right, just keep an eye on here. I'm probably just gonna get cut out of Starbucks right now, but that's not holding on here. It is not my day today, that's for certain. Hasn't been my week really. Yeah, I'm out of that. I mean, I was able to bounce back with Disney for a second there, but right back into that kind of one trade down here. So we'll see what we can do. It hasn't been that good today, and I think that's all on execution, not nailing that Amazon 92 VWAP bounce. That's what I wanted to look for on Amazon, but it was hard to call the bounce. Either it was 92 or 90. I was looking for the 90, never got it. We'll see what happens there. Shop holding on there. SPY just battling right now towards the support. Could get another leg up, and it could break down. Seems like we're getting finally some chop action here as the SPY kind of pulls a little bit. We'll see what happens out there. You guys got tickers, definitely throw them up. And a little bit later, Zunaid will be interviewing, it looks like, Olio founder. We'll see what happens. Olio, OLO. Haven't taken a look here at this one. Take a look at it. Looks like it's up towards 936 today. And be coming on. Nice little pop on the daily candle today. We're going to keep watching this, and we'll hear all about it with Zunaid coming up. All right, let's keep going. We'll take a look at the movers. Let's take a look at some movers today. As I'm probably taking really a little bit. Go ahead.
Really quick. I'm just watching SQQQ through 51 here. Sorry, I had purple on my other screen.
You're good.
To bring up SQQQ. There it is at 51 again. Let's get a nice little 20-cent pop here. We can close this. This is basically what I'm trying to trade here. Would love for this to move all the way back up to 51.22. Just yanked back beneath 51. We'll see if we end up getting there. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 51.22 there. I'm just going to take this off right here. 51.18. All right. So another nice little bounce there on SQQQ. We'll wait. I might just keep playing these today because I'm not really seeing a whole lot move from the relative volume scanner. And I'll be honest, we're getting such huge swings in some of these ETFs. They're super liquid, not spready at all. So these might be the target here for today. Nice little bounces here on SQQQ. This one not nearly as potent as that first one, though.
I like it. I like it. Get it, man. Get what you can get. One stock that had good earnings yesterday is continuing today is going to be Sprouts Farms. Sprouts Farmers Market having a really nice day today after already a nice day yesterday. Really interesting value play in Sprouts Farms there, getting that next lift. MGNI, we talked about it. I know that someone brought it up here. That's Magnite. That's an advertising play. So if you want to know about advertising, definitely take a look into Magnite. We'll see what happens there. No worries.
My
No
bad, Mitch. I was trying to go to the washroom. I totally screwed that up.
He's
Yeah,
like, yeah, I'm putting myself full screen to the bathroom. Good thing at least it doesn't look into the bathroom. But we'll look at what else is moving out there. So definitely Magnite getting some nice lift today. Keep your eyes on that one. Let me actually zoom out a little bit so we can see a little bit more here. We can see the stories. Looks like it also got a buy from Needham. So that's not a bad outlook. It had a price target of $9. So not a bad outlook there. Let's go to different stocks. Digital Turbine up 40%. Big move there on that one. Keep mine on other stocks. Let's go to EBIX. Getting a big push today. It looks like their earnings came in. Pretty good earnings there. Getting some lift. That's going to be EBIX. And not a bad move up there towards 24. Big breakout on the day. Wayfair having a big breakout. If you guys got stocks, definitely throwing up. And I'll take a look at Shopify in a second for you, Coco or Koku. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. But Joe, I got you, man. Take a look at Shopify in a second here. Wayfair getting some nice lift here. They got some ratings. Looked like it got a big lift from 30 to 38. That's good outlook there. Definitely a nice little push in that stock. Ring Central up 27%. Pretty sure this is going to be earnings. Let's take a look here. Looks like a lot of ratings came in yesterday. Earnings, a beat and a beat. Not a bad outlook there. EPS also beat. Not looking bad there. Getting some nice lift there. Ring Central. Unity Software we talked about already. That's having a good day. Olio coming up next right here on Benzinga. Copang not having a bad day there, getting some nice lift. Of course, retail stocks we saw we're getting a nice little push. Yeti was one that we mentioned, getting some push. That's continued on the day. Now it's on a little bit of a pullback. We'll see what happens in the SPY. Where can the SPY hold on here? I'm looking for some pullbacks. Definitely turned around the 390s. That's really the area that I thought we could get to on the day in this pre-market. That's where I looked at the resistance, and we held resistance there. Now the question will be, will we bounce and get back through that 390s and even get higher than that today? That might be a little bit of a tall ask. We'll look to see if the VWAP holds around 387.19 right now. All right, it's pulling back. We'll see what happens there. Just taking a look at some other names on the day. Trade Desk, of course, with MG&I getting a nice day. Yesterday, Trade Desk had a nice day. Well, it actually got pounded yesterday, and now it's bouncing back today, right back towards that opening price. So Trade Desk bouncing back after Magnite came out with their earnings. Carvana definitely bouncing back after being pounded on the downside. We'll just see if this holds. You guys know how we feel about Carvana. Warby Parker getting some lift, 20%. Not a bad stock to keep watch. Earnings came out. Good RX. I saw this getting beaten down yesterday. So
Big
beaten
time.
down names bouncing back, right? That's one theme that we're seeing, right? That's why I was looking at certain stocks that were beaten down.
Good RX was down from like 40 too.
Yeah, it was a massive drop. And so 18% bounce back, that's about a 50% move back. That's what you can expect a lot of the times when you get a big move, maybe a 50% retracement back into the opposite direction.
And pardon me, Good RX was had a high of 64.20. So let me get you a measurement on that really quick. 64.20 to where are we at? 487. So even with the bounce today, that's minus 92.5%.
That's crazy. Ouch. Celsius Holdings had good earnings this morning. The earnings stock, the energy stock, getting some lift there and continued into the open market. Got up there towards the 100. Now pulling back towards the 90. That's kind of the level that I would look for the pullback here. Let me see on the rise here how far it got. Yeah, right around the 91, 90 area. That looks like it could hold a 61.8 retracement. That's the golden mean right now. It's trying to hold it. We'll see what happens there in Celsius Holdings. Lemonade, this is one that's been definitely out of favor for a while, but it's an insurance stock. So who knows? Maybe it can start turning things around. Lemonade getting a little bit of a bounce. This stock had gotten as low as about $20. And I remember when this stock came out, this was a favorite for a while. Now bouncing a little bit today. I just don't know if I can trust the move. Other stocks here, they're getting moves. Sprout Social, Square getting some lift today. So keep in mind, a lot of stocks getting some big push today. Even Beyond Meat, they got hit hard. Talked about how their competitors were kind of doing better than them and they were losing market share. Well, look at that. It even got a rise today. Beyond Meat. It's crazy to think it's down there to $13 when this stock was a $200 stock at one point. But definitely down there towards 13, but getting the bounce today after bad earnings this morning.
All right, Mitch, I actually got to bounce. I got to tend to some issues here. I'm sorry about that. Have a good one. Good luck to Zunaid on that interview. I know he's not here, but good luck to him anyway. We will see you on Monday. Take care, everybody.
Not a worry, team. I'll be here with you guys. We'll keep going, and we'll take some more trades. I'm willing to take another trade. I still got one more I can do on the day, so I'm just looking to see these pullbacks to see where the SPY can start holding here. I'm going to also take a look to see right now. It looks like we just held that support. We recovered the 389 there. Now we're looking like we want to push right back up here. We'll see what happens on the pullbacks. 94 held as a support there for Amazon, so that looked like a good level there. Missed that pullback. Looking at Microsoft, Apple, that doesn't look bad on Microsoft around the 238s. Google, right near the VWAP. This VWAP bounce there, that's probably the best one for me. Just going to look for a little bit of a pullback to see if I can jump into Google here and look for the bounce. We'll see what happens. I'll show you guys that right now. I'm going to switch over here. Google on the 1 minute, you guys can see this and pulling back there, catching the bounce right there. Going to look to see if it can pull back at least to like 93. 93 would be a good level to go off the 92.75, but it might not pull back there. I might have just missed the VWAP bounce there. SPY trying to come back up here. If the SPY can break out through 390s, yeah, it probably won't even come back here. It'll just continue getting the lift. We'll see what happens here as Google getting up there towards 93.29 and definitely turning things around, right? Let's see if Disney can finally start really turning around. That could be definitely one that we could catch also on the day. I caught it earlier, was able to sell before it started breaking down here to the pullback. We'll see if it finally ended up pushing to the upside. Google right now looking interesting to me. It's starting to pull back. The SPY is starting to pull back also, though. Just want to be a little bit careful. Don't want to get caught, but VWAP entry seems to make sense here at 93. We'll see what happens there on Google. Amazon already bounced off of that support on 94, then got back through the high. That's what's giving me a little bit more confidence on Google here. So I might take a little starter here and then look to add on the position. Just wanted to just drop down close towards that 93 right now. Then I could definitely get in. We'll see what happens on the SPY right now. Catching up with you guys in the chat. Gary J, what's up out there? Sydney, Lisa Lee. All right, if you guys got tickers, throw it up. I saw that you wanted to take out Shopify, Joe. I got you right now. All right, going to go ahead and at least get a starter here in Google. Got the starter on here at the 27s, willing to add on the pullbacks, but it looks good here. We'll see what happens on the SPY. The SPY can come back up here and take that out here. Looks like we're in a longer-term trend that we just bounced off of. Now we really want to start seeing it get to the different levels of resistance. So this is the first level of resistance here, second level of resistance. If we can get through those, then we're looking good for the 390.50 breakout. We'll see what happens there on the attempted breakout here in the SPY. Can it get above the trend line first, then hit those resistance and get through? We also want to see some volume kind of come into the name. If you guys can look here, you'll see that the volume is getting a little bit lower. We want to see that volume spike through the breakout through the 390s. See what happens there. Let's go to shop. Shop till you drop, right? Shopify here, pulling back here. Let me take a look at the VWAP. Where is that at? VWAP is down towards 3470s or 3482s. It's holding right now in here. So we'll see what happens if we can get a pullback on this. Right now, I wouldn't be trying to get it all the way up here. I'd be looking at least at a support. Support right now is closer towards 35. And you're at 35.50. So you got to be careful with this one because it could eventually pull back to 34.66 or even 34.50s. I'd be looking for a pullback to play on a longer term because it's just too on the high end. But if you want to play it here, you got to risk off of kind of this low here, 35.09 or 35 overall. So that's what you got to consider here if that risk to reward makes sense for you. There's a SPY first getting through the trend line, right? Now we want to see if it can get through these two levels. This is going to be a very hard fighting zone once we get up there towards 389.80s and 390 overall. We'll see if we get through those levels. Google up there towards 35. Let's see if that takes a nice lift there, eventually getting towards 94. If it gets through 94, well, we'll take our little starter position up and take a nice little gain there. What's going on out there, team? I see you guys throwing up some stocks. I'll take a look at some other ones. Mullen being brought up in the chat. Of course, this is Mullen Automotive. Really, I would stay away from this stock. I feel like there's more opportunities out there that are better, but it's up to you. If you feel that this is your opportunity, well, you want to see these support hold, these 27s, really breaking through yesterday's high of 32. That's going to give you that it's a bullish trend and continuing. And look at the daily trend. Higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. Look for that to continue. This is when it started right here at the bottom. So look for the trend to continue, that higher low pattern. If that can continue, it's not looking too bad. TTD trade together. I don't know if TTD and Shop would trade together because it's a little bit different plays. But if they do, hey, power to you. You can always look at that by maybe doing a comparison here. So look, I'll even show you here. We can do that on Benzinga Pro as simply as adding a symbol here and looking at the trade. And you can see here, it's pretty similar. Doesn't look too bad there. Let's go towards a 15-minute. And you guys can see here. So Shop is going to be that orange line for us. And green here is going to be the trade desk. Looks pretty similar. Looks like you might have found some correlation that I didn't think existed. But yeah, trade similar there, at least from what the charts are showing here. So we'll see what happens there. Interesting stocks that you brought up to trade together, TMC. DG saying TTD and apps similar. You can also add apps if I wanted to. I can say maybe they're all similar. Let's take a look there. That's Digital Turbine here. Looks very similar. Looks a little bit more like these were lagging a little bit more than the trade desk. Trade desk was up towards the upside here. And you can see if you close in a little bit here, looks like apps is kind of leading the action right now. Closer relationship right now seems like on TTD and Shop, but hey, to each his own, right? These are correlations that it doesn't really matter really, but we'll see what happens there. All right, SPY now up there towards the 390. This is the area where we could see a little bit of some resistance hold up. So let's see what happens there. Do we get through that level and continue to the upside? Affirm ripping, says Jared. Well, that just shows us there, risk on type of day, right? I thought about ARKK would get a lift today. Well, there you guys see it. It is getting a nice little lift. We can take a look at what are some of those stocks in there that are getting that push. That's another thing to keep in mind, right? Well, Unity getting the lift today. Square getting a nice little push. And that actually pulled back to the 66, which looked like a really good level to go off of. Right now, there's support around 66.40s here for Square, but it's looking good on Square today. That might actually get PayPal moving to the upside. So if you're looking at PayPal, that just bounced off of the 84.50s that look really good for a move towards 86. We'll see what happens there in PayPal. All right, going to continue going and take a look at some other stocks. Of course, I'm using different programs here to try to bring you some stocks. So sometimes you guys might not see the charts change. If there's a ticker you guys want me to get into a little bit deeper, certain levels, throw it up in the chat and I'll make sure to get to it. Tesla being brought up. I can throw up that chart. That's an interesting one. Really starting to hold here around the 188. That just shows me that this wants to get towards the upside right now. Held the pullback to the VWAP. That was the third VWAP hold. So I actually kind of like that. That's 185.50s. But right now you're at 189. I'd have to risk off about 188s here if I wanted to join in on the Tesla party. But it doesn't look too bad here. We'll see what happens above the 190s. Right there, acting as somewhat resistance in the 390s. Now we want to see if the 389.80s holds as support. That's what I'd be watching. Right now, it doesn't look too bad there. We'll see if that holds as support. Anything that pulls back in that area needs to get that quick bounce up there for the breakout. We'll see what happens there in the SPY. Tesla trying to get through the 189 there. Doesn't look too bad there. Google now up there towards 93.60s. Remember, I got 93.27. Going to let it continue working. Try to get through the 94. Amazon looked really nice. Look at Amazon with the breakout today, man. This is why it was my favorite one, because it was the most beaten down on the RSI. I'll show you guys the daily RSI. Look at the daily RSI here for Amazon. There's not many times that you get Amazon down here to these levels. This is why I always like using RSI on a matter of extremeness, because if you take a look here, there's not many times where you're getting Amazon down towards like 24s, 23s on the RSI. That's what I look at moments of extreme. Well, we were at a moment of extreme on Amazon as it's been hit here in the last like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, pretty much 10 out of 11 days in the red. Well, that gave you a little bit of a bounce back to the upside in Amazon today. And definitely that 92 level was a pretty one, up there now to $98. You could have got maybe a 6-point move there in Amazon. Tell me the FOMO isn't in today. And I'd be like, well, you might not be looking at this market because it's in the bullish tune today. And definitely green light markets out there. Seems like it. All right, we'll see what else is going on. Can the SPY take that next level up and push through towards the 390s, 50s? We're just going to have to wait and see. And coming up next, you guys will get an interview. Zunaid will be joining up here at 11, and then 11:05, we'll be getting after it with a really good stock that just got a nice little pop. We talked about it. Olio coming up. All right, looking at Hootie. Hootie has the look. All right, I'll take a look there. Hootie trying to come back there, trying to get back through some levels here. Let's go towards the 15-minute, kind of clean it up for us. Doesn't look too bad if it can really start recovering down here towards the 950s. You did kind of get a downtrend here after a nice little pattern here where it kind of broke out. Pulled back, gave you that A, B, C move. Really shouldn't break through that support now of 878 or 880s. And you're looking for a move back above the 1050s for the breakout. Doesn't look too bad there on Hootie. And once you get back there towards the 1160s, 1150s, that's where I'd be a little bit careful to run into some overhead supply on that resistance. Like that Hootie and the Blowfish? I hear you. Hootie. H-U-D-I. It sounds so boring, H-U-D-I. Hootie sounds better to me. Nail, we talked about the home builders today. It's probably doing well. Let's take a look there. Nail up there towards 31.39. Home stocks really ripping today. Technology had a really good day too also. I mean, let's take a look at some of these moves here. First one that stands out to me is a more expensive stock with the bigger move, ASML. Look at ASML really pushing today, guys. Nice little move there in ASML, really pushing, gapped up, and continued to push there to 551. More expensive stock. SPY starting to hold that pullback. Looked good there now. Now let's see if it can take that next leg up towards the 390 40s. Don't want to see it break down below, let's say, the 389 60s, because then we can just come right back into the pattern. All right, taking a look at some other ones that you might not look at all the time. Here's one that is off the VWAP that doesn't look too bad here for me, especially if we're going to get the breakout here. This is going to be Texas Instruments. Of course, the stock has already gapped up, so we got to be a little bit careful, and is reversing the trend that it has been in. It's been pretty much in a big pullback. Now starting to get a nice little push up. Texas Instruments, TXN. All right, I like the outlook on this one. I'm going to go ahead and take a shot here off the 170s here. So this is a smaller position here. Just got to go ahead and let it work. But I'm willing to take a shot here off the 170 outlook. Let's see if it comes back through the trend line here. Long-term trend line, getting up there towards the 171 and 172. Wouldn't be a bad outlook there. We'll see what's going on. There's the SPY trying to make that push. Can it get the move that we need to get here? We'll see right now. All right, in just about 2 or 3 minutes, we'll go ahead and get you guys to Zunaid's interview. But as you guys see, I'm taking some shots for you guys. We'll see what happens. All right, like always, guys, hit the thumbs up. If you guys are enjoying the content today, like always, taking some shots. Glad I bought Amazon yesterday, says Spartacus 97. It's not a bad outlook. There's the SPY getting towards the 390.48. Looks like the pattern played out here. Now we're going to look for it to continue. Apple continue getting the lift. Break out through that high. Amazon, will you make a new high? Will it get to 99 today? What a move here for Amazon. Big bounce back today. Will Tesla continue getting on up? Will it get back through the 190s? It's holding on right now. We'll see what happens there. There's the SPY, a little push towards the upside as you're starting to see some stocks get towards their highs. We'll see what happens if Google can get through 94 on this nice push there in the SPY. There you guys have it. Not a bad move there. All right. Looks like we called it to the key on the pullback. Throwback look. There's the SPY taking the next leg towards the upside. Appreciate you, Gary J. You're here for me. I'm here for you. That's what it's all about. Building a community that's here to support each other versus battle each other. That's what you always see in trading communities out there. It feels like they're playing competition against each other when really we're all here for the same outlook. We're all trying to get a little bit of wealth and generate some wealth. So, hey, power to you guys out there. If you guys are enjoying the show, hit the thumbs up. It's been a fun show today. All right, we'll see if that can continue making lifts. Of course, I took my shot there on Texas. Let's take a look at the Google trade, how that's playing out. You guys can see it here towards 93.50s. But we get up there towards 94 today. That's when we'll be looking to take some profits. We'll see if that can continue. Of course, the SPY above the 390s would be a really good level now to look for pullbacks. Make sure it's holding those 390s, and we can continue the trend and finally start breaking out of this bearish pattern. Now that we've been out of this bearish pattern, it's going to start looking better for the bulls. And you're going to be hearing outlooks of 400, outlooks of 410, maybe even some calling up there towards 430 by the end of the year. That's a little bit bullish for me, especially the 430s, but doesn't look too bad for us to maybe make a run to 400. We'll see what happens there. All right, that's going to do it. I'm going to go ahead and bring Zunaid. If he's ready, he'll give me the thumbs up, and I'll bring him on here as we start wrapping up the market talk. Of course, like always, team, do us a favor. Hit the thumbs up. If you guys are excited to get into another interview, like always, one of the things that we do here at Benzinga is try to uncover stories that you probably haven't heard of. But today will definitely be the day that you guys can hear from new stories out there. And like always, you guys make your own investment decisions, but one thing that we want to do for you is uncover these stories. And you guys know I'm a story trader, so even I myself am going to be paying attention to Zunaid coming up here. So I'm going to go ahead and bring my screen down in 1 second here, and then I will get you going in 2 seconds here. Let me just throw up a new background here. Get out of the live trading action, and I will let you take over, my friend. You have a good one. Enjoy.
All right, appreciate you, Mitch. We'll see you on Monday. Actually, matter of fact, we'll see you later on today. But what's going on, everybody? We do have another exciting interview coming up with YOLO. It's they actually just reported earnings yesterday. We've got the founder and CEO, Noah Glass, who's going to be going to join us. And of course, the ticker, you see it right down there, is OLO. And you guys know we love having these interviews because you get to hear directly from the executives themselves about not just what happened, what is happening, but also what's going to happen in the future as well. So if you guys are familiar with the company, or if you have any questions based on the conversation that I'm having with Noah, please feel free to type them in the chat so we can get those questions answered. And of course, without any further ado, Noah Glass, who is the founder and CEO of YOLO, ticker OLO. How's it going, Noah?
Zunaid, it is going well. It's great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thank you so much for coming on. You guys just reported yesterday. We'll go over that in just a second. But for the fans at home, if you could tell us, explain it to me like I'm five, what is it that your company does?
Yeah, I think most investors don't really know the Olo story. Restaurants know Olo very well, and they know us as the platform that is driving the digital transformation of the $1 trillion restaurant industry. We've been doing this now for 17 and a half years. I founded the company in June of 2005. At the same time, we are just getting started. We're really well positioned to grow into a 100x opportunity in the years ahead. So we approach this in sort of two ways. One, as a commerce platform, and that enables restaurant guests to order and pay from the restaurants that they love. And then also as a guest data platform, and that enables those restaurants to better understand those guests, to personalize their experience, to uncover guest lifetime value, and ultimately to treat every guest and make them feel like a regular. We're now doing this at the scale of over 600 enterprise restaurant brands. So if you've ever ordered from Jimmy John's or Shake Shack or Sweet Green or Wingstop, even a virtual brand like Mr. Beast Burger, you have ordered through Olo, likely without even knowing it, at the scale of 84,000 individual restaurant locations. And for a sense of scale, if you took all of the McDonald's in the United States and multiplied by 6, that's the scale of 84,000 restaurant locations. And now over 85 million restaurant guests that use Olo to order from the restaurants that they love.
I appreciate the insight on that. Now, just so I can understand properly, right? Olo is not necessarily, you're not competing with Uber Eats and Grubhub and things like that. We like to call it what we like to say here at Benzinga. You're the thing behind the thing. Is that correct? And you kind of mentioned it, right? Jimmy John's, Shake Shack, 100%, right? But I didn't even know that I was using Olo, but clearly I have. And of course, your success has been shown here as well. As you guys just reported earnings yesterday, a couple of notes that I have here is that you went ahead and had an increase in revenue year over year by about 26% to about $47 million. Any other highlights that you want our viewers to know about? Because we'll talk about the past and we'll get to the future here as well. But any highlights from yesterday's earnings?
Yeah, a couple of cool things that we announced from a product perspective yesterday. One of them is something called Borderless. You're absolutely right. We serve as a software platform. We're behind the scenes. We're not a consumer brand ourselves. We enable our restaurant brands to create their direct-to-consumer channels on top of Olo. Even so, we've created something called Borderless. And what that is really interesting in doing is harnessing that two-sided network that we've created, the 84,000 restaurants on one side, the 85 million restaurant guests on the other. So those restaurant guests only have to create an account one time. They do that at the Olo platform level, and they don't have to use a password. Instead, they use single factor authentication. If you've ever used Shop Pay or something similar where your phone acts as your authentication mechanism, that's how that works. That means you don't have to remember a password the next time, and you can log into your account just using your email address and that phone across the entire network of restaurants that are subscribed to the Borderless platform. So we think that's really exciting from removing friction from the guest experience, that perspective, and also helping those restaurant brands to harness the power of the platform to harvest those guest profiles and get those guests into their guest data platform. That is really about de-anonymizing all of the transactions that are coming through the platform. Such an imperative thing for restaurants right now to know their guest, to be able to personalize the experience, and to really get to guest lifetime value. That has become the true north metric of the new paradigm in restaurant marketing.
Now, when it comes to kind of including other restaurants and everyone else to kind of join your program, what's the strategy to go ahead and get more clients under your belt? And is it an expensive, adventure to go on, like acquisition cost, if you will?
We're very well known in the restaurant industry. We have a great go-to-market team, but restaurants know of us, and many of the operators who operate one restaurant brand might operate a second and a third restaurant brand and help to be advocates for pulling Olo into those concepts. One of the things that's really special about our model is that we always sell into the brand itself. We're not running around selling into operator groups or individual restaurant locations. And that one-to-many approach where we sell into the brand and all of the locations come onto the platform makes us incredibly efficient from a go-to-market perspective. So one of the deals that we announced last night was Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box is a fast food operator, publicly listed, 2,200 restaurant locations that have been turned on to the Olo platform. We got to celebrate last night. And that was a single sales deal, selling into Jack in the Box. And then, in fact, having them adopt one of our product modules in the last quarter, that was our dispatch platform that enables delivery, and then adopting a second product module in our ordering platform in this past quarter and deploying it to all of their stores. So a really efficient go-to-market, and that's been part of our secret sauce and why we've been able to grow and grow profitably for many years.
Now, Jack in the Box, congratulations on that. That's something I was going to bring up, but since you brought it up, it's my job to ask. You may not be able to answer, but anything else in the pipeline possibly, or, you know, how far out are you looking to kind of go ahead and acquire other clients? Because it's cool though, because you're not going to individual franchise and saying, hey, you want to go ahead and work with us? It's more so Jack in the Box. Yes. Cool. And then it comes down the pipeline, if you will. But speaking of pipeline, anything else down the pipeline?
Lots of exciting things in the works, nothing that I can disclose, but I can tell you that we talked last night about Jack in the Box. We also talked about Smash Burger. We talked about Ruby Tuesday, and we talked about Zaxby's. Zaxby's is a really exciting 900 unit brand. So we sell into that segment of the market, enterprise. We also sell into a segment that we call emerging enterprise, and that's what we define as 5 to 99 restaurant locations. In that sphere, we announced new relationships with Grimaldi's, which is a great brand, last night. And we have a lot of additional brands in the works that we're selling into and in the process of deploying across both enterprise and emerging enterprise. And always exciting for us to be able to talk about something when that thing is live and available for guests to go and place their first order.
I'm really excited to see what else you have coming down the pipeline. Now, you mentioned Jack in the Box had already tested a service of yours earlier, and then they went ahead and used another product line or, you know, service of yours. Are you anticipating any other different types of products or services coming out, or are you kind of focused on, hey, here's what we've got today, and we're just going to go ahead and expand to different franchises? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we actually have 12 product modules. So we have many, many different capabilities under the hood. I'd say they kind of break down into two big suites. One is the commerce platform, and that is ordering and delivery. So Jack in the Box, as you mentioned, started out with delivery and then added ordering. We also acquired a company about a year ago called Wisely, and Wisely is a guest data platform purpose-built for the restaurant industry. That now makes up our guest engagement suite, and that guest data platform is another big set of capabilities that we can sell in 4 different product modules all attached to that. And then underlying all of that, we have just recently released YOLO Pay, and that is our embedded payments offering, part of the commerce suite, but it also connects back to the guest profile. So it kind of nicely ties it all together. I'd say those are kind of the 3 horsemen of YOLO, if you will, the 3 big initiatives that we're selling into our restaurants. And they're really complementary, right? You want to have the commerce platform so you can drive transactions. Then you want to de-anonymize those transactions and get them into the guest data platform. And payments is just kind of the grease for the skids. It makes everything smoother and removes all the friction from the experience.
You've got 12 products, right? Or, you know, how often is it? Because I'm going to assume is Jack in the Box using 2 of them at the moment?
Jack in the Box is using 2. What's exciting about the emerging enterprise restaurant brands we work with is they typically come on board with all or nearly all of the product capabilities.
And that was my question, is like, how often do you get, like, Jack in the Box started with 1, then they added another one, which is 2. How often do you see not just Jack in the Box, but any of your other clients where it's like, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and use more of your services, because then it's, I mean, that's what makes a company like Apple so successful, right? You're in their ecosystem, if you will. How often are you seeing that conversion, if you will, to more and more product lines and services that you offer?
Well, it's very much our strategy. If you look back to the end of last year, we announced that we were at 2.7 modules of 12 that were utilized on average per restaurant location. A year before that, it was 2.4. A year before that, it was 2.1. So we're steadily growing the number of product modules that our restaurant customers are using, helping to drive more value to them and also derive more revenue from them. And I think that's a really exciting thing about our business. We get to work with these restaurants as partners. We get to hear from our product advisory council what they're looking to do next. And then we get to build those products. And we have an incredible R&D team at YOLO. We've made some really savvy M&A acquisitions. Wisely is one I mentioned. Omnivore is another one I mentioned. And then we also have a partner ecosystem of over 300 technology partners that integrate into OLO. Another thing that I got to talk about on the earnings call last night, two kinds of partners that were kind of new to talk about on the earnings calls. One is in voice automation for drive-through. So drive-through brands using voice artificial intelligence to take orders through our platform and push them into the restaurant location. 3 different partners for that. And then also autonomous drones and piloted drones. And we have 3 different partners for that we started to talk about this quarter. So it's amazing to be this conduit between restaurants and restaurant guests, and then have all of these partners building on top of our open platform. We always say it's sort of like let 1,000 flowers of innovation bloom on top of OLO as that open platform powered by APIs and looking to help these restaurants innovate.
You also went ahead and raised guidance, right? Which I want to get to in a minute, but I want to talk about a concern that I would have as an investor is recession talk left, right, everywhere you look, it's recession. What challenges are you expect? Because the challenge that I'm expecting is the average American saying, hey, you know what? I don't want to go ahead and eat out because I can't afford it at this time, this, that, the other. Do you not see that as an obstacle? And if you do, how are you still set up for success? Because you did go ahead and raise guidance as well.
Yeah, look, food is very much a non-discretionary purchase. We all have to eat 1,000 times a year. And the other option, if you're not going to a restaurant, is to go and get food from a grocery store. Guests aren't sort of learning to cook magically. More and more eating occasions are trending toward restaurants, now over $1 trillion industry. And that is growing over time, over history. More people choosing restaurants. So I think what we've seen, and we've been around long enough to live through 2008, 2009, to live through recessionary environments, there is a trade down effect. So guests stop going as much to white tablecloth restaurants and they start going to fast casual or fast food restaurants. It's a good thing for OLO in that 2/3 of our restaurants are in that limited service category. So they're lower ticket item restaurants. You still don't have to cook for yourself, but you're maybe not going for as expensive a meal. So I think restaurants are looking at this, but restaurant demand remains really strong and digital penetration remains really strong. I think from OLO's business perspective, we think about recessionary dynamics sort of as this temporary crosswind that's important to pay attention to, but that's sort of what it represents to our business. And we contrast that with what is a mighty and persistent tailwind, really a trade wind of that digital transformation. That's been what's pushing us along for 17 plus years and for many, many years into the future.
Yeah, as someone who is 30 plus years old and can only cook beef, so I only eat in or I eat out all the time except on Taco Tuesdays, I agree. When things get tight, I got to eat and I'll go to those fast casual restaurants, kind of like the ones that you mentioned. What can, any competition that you believe is out there, what kind of separates OLO from those competitors? And I'll give a final question and floor to you.
Yeah, I'd say when we look at the competitive set, the thing that we identify most is restaurant brands building homegrown solutions. And so that was kind of necessary in years past, where restaurants, if they wanted to do digital commerce, look at Panera in 2014, if memory serves, they had to build Panera 2.0 and do that from the ground up. At the time, OLO was a tiny company, not really at enterprise scale. Now you see so many restaurants that have made that investment, realizing they have to maintain that investment. It's not just build once and you're done. It's build and maintain if you go the build path. And there's so much value in moving over to a software as a service platform. Software as a service means that you don't have to build and maintain. You can work with a partner that is doing this on behalf of, in our case, 600 brands, 84,000 restaurant locations, is doing this at scale and can also bring platform level innovations to bear. So I equate it oftentimes to self-hosting versus using the public cloud like AWS. At this point in time, it's sort of crazy not to use AWS and to make the choice of self-hosting, even since we've gone public. So for the past 18 months and change, we've seen 10 material brands make the changeover from homegrown software onto the OLO platform. all of those brands that I mentioned, Smashburger, Ruby Tuesday, Zaxby's, and then also Jack in the Box were, before using OLO, using a homegrown solution. And then seeing the strength of OLO, seeing the innovation of OLO, and appreciating those economies of scale and that platform level innovation made the decision to cut off of the homegrown platform and migrate over to OLO. So that's what we see as the greatest competitive threat still. And we're making just great headway there. The trend is very, very much in our favor.
I've got so many questions. I know I said last one, but this is going to be the last one before I give it to you. Financial health of the company. I know you just reported earnings, but the folks that may not have gone over it, can you just tell us a little bit about the financial health of OLO?
Yeah, very strong growth, 26% year over year in the third quarter. We, at the end of the third quarter, had over 469 million, give or take, in cash and cash equivalents. So have a lot of capital on the balance sheet. We're growing fast and we're growing profitably, and we have been very good stewards of capital over the years. One of my favorite data points about OLO, to emphasize this point, we had a net burn of $6 million to achieve $122 million of annualized recurring revenue at the time of our IPO. That was off the charts. That was number one in terms of least capital burned on a net basis and that ratio of ARR to net burn. So we're really proud of that. We've been really good allocators of capital, very financially disciplined. We intend to run the business for the long term, being both profitable and growing quickly and gobbling up all that opportunity that we have ahead of us.
No, I've asked so many questions. I still have more to ask, but I don't want to take up any more of your time. But I'll kind of give it to you, the floor, though. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about? Anything you wanted me to bring up? The floor is kind of yours to talk to our viewers at home.
Yeah, well, this is a great slide. I really feel like we are still super early in the journey here. The restaurant industry is only 15% digital. That means that there is a 6x growth opportunity for us to ultimately touch all transactions, and that is our ambition. We have many, many more restaurants and now convenience stores as well to sell into for this on-demand commerce platform. And with the introduction of new products like OLO Pay, the revenue on a per order basis can be ROI positive for the restaurant and net us 4x the revenue that we do as we get as an ordering platform alone when we're ordering and payment processor. So combining those things, that's what we mean when we say we have a 100x growth opportunity ahead. We are incredibly excited about our positioning. We're incredibly excited about the size of the TAM that we're going after, and really confident in where we sit today, coming out of the third quarter earnings and prepping for a great 2023 ahead.
I'm very excited. OLO Pay is definitely something I'll keep an eye on, because that absolutely can go ahead and help with the margins, bring a little bit of cash flow to your side as well. But that is Noah Glass, founder and CEO of OLO. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, Noah. I really look forward to having a conversation in the future.
Thanks for having me.
Take care. That was great. I liked it. I really do love that. We often talk about the thing behind the thing, and that really is what OLO is. Because, when I was doing my research on the company, when I knew I was doing the interview, I went directly to the App Store so I can learn a little bit about the company, the interface, and things like that. I couldn't find it. And I was like, well, yeah, duh. They're the thing behind the thing. It's not like I can just download it and compete it with Uber Eats, if you will. But it's kind of like Noah mentioned. I've had Zaxby's and, all these other restaurants that were mentioned, Smashburger, Jack in the Box that they just went ahead and partnered with, Jimmy John's. I've definitely 100% had that right down the street. Might have it for lunch. I've used it without even knowing it. And those are the type of companies you want to possibly invest in. But of course, do your own due diligence. See if you liked the questions that we asked, and more importantly, the answers that you received. Check out their earnings report. Go to Benzinga Pro, read it. Check out the conference call, because there was a lot more that went on there in the discussions, and see if it's worth your hard-earned money investing in OLO, ticker OLO. The biggest concern for me was going to be the recession, but it's true. Money's tight. People will still want to go. People don't just learn how to eat or learn how to cook, the next day, right? They're still going to they might order a little bit less. They might go to a little less expensive restaurant and this, that, the other, but you still got to do it. I don't want to say it's recession proof, but it still really works out. One question I should have asked is how OLO performed during the pandemic, because especially at the time where fast food restaurants were closed as well. But that was such a small sample size. I'm not quite sure if that would be enough data, but I know we've got other shows coming up. I want to thank Noah once again for hanging out with us today. That is ticker OLO. What's up, Mitch? What'd you think, man?
Not bad, not bad. Definitely, one thing that I caught that maybe we didn't mention here was such an extensive list of partners. It's not like it's just the ones that he was mentioning. If
Yeah.
you go through the partner list on the website, I mean, there's so many here. I mean, and I saw even like Grubhub here,
I
like
saw
a lot of the,
Wingstop on there. Yeah.
yeah, there's so many on here. And then take a look also at their case studies, right? I think that's an important thing to take a look at. You guys will see how the restaurants have truly adapted to this digital game. And I feel like, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're a restaurant and you're not running fully digitally now, it's kind of like, yeah, get with the times, right? Like you can't even say like, oh, maybe it's not the best way to go. No, I mean, it makes full efficient sense. And then the data that they can give, right, to these kind of like the restaurants. That's another
Yeah.
area that I was really kind of blown away with, is because they're going to have real access to true data, right? What type of guests are coming? Is it a weekday warrior? You know what I mean? And I think this is an important thing to catch, right? Is it that the higher consumer is coming in? Well, then maybe we can adjust to that higher consumer. Let's give some higher price products or better mix towards that customer. So I think these are all definitely beneficial to the restaurants and the businesses that are using YOLO. So I think it's interesting. Definitely. You found another
Yeah.
thing behind the thing.
A thing behind the thing. That's what we loved. I mean, we need to get that. I don't want to say tattooed, but like, at least a t-shirt, I think would be nice.
Yes.
And data is so key. Like, I think that's some of the misconceptions that people had, not exactly apples to apples, but about Tesla, right? In the sense of like, it's not just a, electric vehicle. You get so much data in terms of where are people going, what time of day, what pathways are they crossing, and that can help you with advertising. I'm sure there's so many data analytics that they've collected at YOLO that where it's like, hey, here's how many consumers are ordering X at what time, at what prices, where can you go ahead and raise your margins at, where can you not, just different things like that is really cool. And my interest would be if they end up working, and maybe they do, maybe I'm misinformed or not informed enough, if they work with like say a Kroger or an Aldi's or things like that, so that the recession concerns that I have, it's like, hey, even if they go to the grocery store, we're right there. He mentioned convenience stores, which I picked up on. So it's like the more spread out and diversified, YOLO is in different industries, I think could be very successful. And of course, it's not just me that thinks that, right? Based off of the earnings report. Let's see. You've got the ticker YOLO that's up approximately 23%. So the market likes what they heard on the conference call and also the earnings themselves last night. But
the truth is also there. I mean, I've taken a look at how much, grocery costs have gone up compared to, let's say, your average fast food place, right?
Yeah.
If you actually take a look at it, you'll probably see less gains in inflation in that burger at Burger King than you're going to see in your inflation in the ground beef at the grocery stores. So I know that like we kind of think like, well, maybe, inflationary times, the consumer isn't going to want to go out as much. But to tell you the truth, I feel like sometimes that relationship even gets tighter in a moment like this, because I could still go out and get, a fast food meal for, $7-10. It's hard to do a full burger from like the grocery store right now. The meat's coming at like $4 for the pound. The bread's going to cost me another $4. And when you think about it overall, it kind of makes sense here.
So here's, you bring that up. Noah went ahead and provided us with this fun fact here. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, grocery up 13% in terms of inflation, restaurants up 8.5. So
there we go.
We talked about data. We talked about analytics. Obviously, this doesn't come directly from YOLO, but I'm sure they've also gone ahead and seen some increases and comparisons to be like, hey, you know what? Labor statistics is correct. Or, hey, no, they're not. Or, hey, the folks that we work with are XYZ. But it's really an interesting story. And I think, we harp on it so much. And one last time I'll say it, call me a broken record. The thing behind the thing is really so crucial, because it doesn't matter where you go, what industry you go in. If they're there, I mean, you see it, right? They not only went ahead and, because how many companies have missed and then guided lower, or they made it, they beat, but they guided lower. Here you've got a beat, if you will. And then of course the guidance there as well. The revenue is growing, but again, do your own due diligence, because I'm sure, you guys know fundamentals is not my thing. I'm a technical trader. I look at charts and pretend like I know what I'm talking about, but definitely do your own DD and see if it's worth your hard-earned money to invest in a company like YOLO. But anyway, Mitch, what you got for the rest of the day, pal?
All right, rest of the day, we got Benzinga Live that's going to be coming up next. That's going to be joining here in just about 3 minutes. So don't go anywhere, team. We're going to keep it going here. And yes, I do got some pre-inflation burgers in the freezer. I like it, Sydney. Well, you guys know I like to do a little barbecue action, but we'll see what's going on for the rest of the day. Benzinga Live, then stock market movers. It's going to be coming up later in the day. And we'll take a look how the CPI report is really kind of reacting. We'll talk to analysts to talk about what's going on. What do they think now that CPI is coming in light? Is this finally the pivot? You know, the good old Friends episode there. Looks like the Fed will really start kind of yelling, probably themselves. Maybe we start slowing down the pace. Maybe we start looking at pivoting. Maybe inflation is starting to go away. Could it be? I mean, nice. The way that I think about it is if inflation could go down just a little bit, and then for some reason we could get a positive turn in that Russia-Ukraine situation, could be in another bull market here. Who knows? We have to wait and see.
Yeah, it definitely a lot to kind of see what happens in there. But Zunaid knows what you're talking about. Well, I try. My motto is fake it till you make it. I feel like that's the way you kind of have to be sometimes. Yeah. And again, appreciate Noah for taking time out of his busy day to kind of talk to us. And I will say that I don't invest in companies or do anything like that. When I know an interview is coming up, I wait a while. But like this is one of the companies where it's like, okay, I need to look a little bit deeper into it because look, the stock's kind of fallen off quite a bit as well, right? So it's like, hey, doing research, and this is for you at home as well. Do research in terms of, hey, why did the stock fall off? Was it just because of the market? Was it because everything was so overvalued in terms of growth? What you got the 3 up there for?
There's 3 things that usually hit a stock, right? It's going to be the story of the stock, right? Was it that no one likes this stock anymore? Well, that's the story, right? Maybe it's like EVs, right? They get out of favor sometimes. That's why they're so story-centric stocks. Then you can look at the fundamentals. Do they make sense? Well, you guys heard it right here from the CEO. What they were able to turn from a burn to actually making that cash, well, that shows us a little bit something that we need to keep an eye out for. Then we look at the technicals. You just said it yourself. We got a huge discount in the last couple of months. So maybe this starts to make sense. Those are the 3 variables that kind of matter in stocks. You can maybe add one more. That could be the market overall. If the market makes sense, then those 3 all say go. High conviction play. That's the way I like to approach investments, team. So I think about it in those 3 variables.
You've got about a $7 floor on it. So you're about $2 away, currently trading at $9.17. If you want to invest in it, you're looking at about $2.50 to go ahead and cut your losses. But let's go ahead and quickly take a look at the market before AB goes ahead and runs us out of here. Are we above? Please don't tell me we're not too. Okay, cool. I'm going to actually go ahead and grab some calls before I head out here. Where are my calls at? Ooh, they're expensive though. Man, do I really want to? I guess I do. All right, I went ahead and grabbed some 392 calls expiring in January on the SPY. Got filled at 1564. Kind of want to play some latos as well. Let me see if I can go ahead and grab some 391s expiring this week. Went ahead and filled here at 257. Just a little small size to have a little bit of fun.
Look at this guy.
As the SPY rips higher. Who's the guy? Who's the guy? What's going on?
He doesn't get away from that trading action. They were asking me, barbecue this weekend? Look at me. I just got a new barbecue, man. Put to work. Oh, it was a sweet deal there. I got it at Home Depot. So I got a nice deal at Home Depot. It was like about $100 off. Really nice.
I got to learn how to barbecue and stuff.
Flash smoker. Oh, you guys know.
Not a man when it comes to that, if you will.
Look at this food we were making.
Not a man.
Look at this food, guys. This is the no.
That looks like a picture I'd see at a restaurant. Oh, that looks gourmet and delicious.
Look at that. Some barbecued asparagus there, some potatoes there, a little bit of. This is actually a secret recipe of mine. It's my father's recipe. Really, it's peanut butter chicken. I think you would like it.
That's awesome. I love it. All right, Mitch,
that's
I'm out of here.
Yeah, we'll get out of here. We'll get my man AB coming up next, so don't go anywhere, team. And I will tell you guys something to check out, and that's going to be today. So we're going to do something a little bit different. I want to tell you guys, and I'll let Zunaid get out of here. I'll get down the barbecue comments because I know, we like our barbecue stocks. Maybe Weber Grill. I'll throw it out there. But today, what I want you guys to check out. So, of course, like always, we want to go ahead and stay up with what we're here to offer you at Benzinga. Today, we're going to do some tax talk. I know that there's not often that you guys think about taxes and our gains, but definitely don't miss it today, 4:30. If you want to learn a little bit more about taxes and how you can approach them, what does it consider, being an active trader, right? There's so many things to think about when it comes to the IRS and taxes. Well, come towards us today, 4:30. You don't want to miss it. My man, Dr. Jerry Allison, is going to be on at 4:30 today. Don't miss it, team. 4:30. Be there, because there's not going to be too many times that we get a tax specialist to talk about these areas. We'll get him on today at 4:30. Well, be there, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get down here and bring on AB. Guys, we'll go ahead and have fun with Benzinga Live.
What is up, everybody? Happy Thursday, and it's a happy Thursday indeed. Holy cow. The market right now is absolutely ripping. The S&P 500 up more than 4.5%. The Qs, NASDAQ 100 up more than almost 6% right now, and we're making new highs, so absolutely insane day. You guys been watching Benzinga Live. I've been kind of, more bullish over these past couple months, so I'm happy. My portfolio is happy, but honestly, we just have a great we have so much to talk about today. So obviously we have more news coming out about the FTX situation. We're gonna bring a great guest on here in 2 minutes. Lucas Nuzzi, he is the head of research and development at coinmetrics.io. And he put a great thread out on Twitter on Tuesday, I believe, that basically kind of called everything that happened. We got headlines today that confirmed that FTX was using customer funds to, do certain things at Alameda to fund risky bets. And Lucas kind of put this all out on a Twitter thread. And that's been, to me, I think, obviously this situation has been terrible. And I'm talking about FTX and what's going on here and crypto in general over the past few months. And there have been, thousands and thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people affected by this. And I think for the most part, and when we talked about this yesterday, it's going to be a big trust issue for the overall crypto industry for years to come. And I've been, critical of a lot of these different crypto projects and companies because of this, because I've been worried that at the end of the day, who's going to end up getting screwed? And it's these the little guys that have put their life savings into different cryptos for different reasons. Some people put them into stable coins like Terra Luna, thinking that their $10,000 in life savings, that maybe they were holding it for their kids' college, that it's going to be safe and accrue this nice interest. And there's going to be big fallout from it. And it's unclear what that means in terms of government regulation. It's unclear what it's in terms of private investments and all these things. But again, I do see Lucas has joined us backstage. I'm going to go ahead, once I get a thumbs up from him, we'll go ahead and give him our very special Zinger Nation Benzinga welcome and bring him on the show here. And also go ahead and pull up that thread that he posted a couple days ago that I mentioned, and we can kind of go through that with Lucas. So Lucas, whenever you're ready, we'll go ahead and get you on the show here. Okie dokie. So let's see. Catch up with the chat real quick. Here, cool. All right, I just got word from Lucas that he's ready. Let's go ahead and give him our special intro and bring him on the show. Hey, Lucas, how's it going? Welcome to Benzinga Live.
Pretty good. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you for joining us. I know a crazy day for you, crazy week, obviously, in the crypto markets. But before we dive right into it, let's just give you a brief introduction. What do you do, and maybe give us tell us what Coinmetrics does.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, my name is Lucas Nuzzi. I'm the head of R&D at Coinmetrics. I've been working in this industry, especially on the on-chain side, for quite some time. I had R&D at Coinmetrics, which involves looking at these events from a different lens, actually looking at these blockchains and trying to decipher the value of some of these narratives. So Coinmetrics is a data company. We operate all these blockchain nodes. We collect data, we clean that data, and we empower clients and the community to derive insights from this data. And in this case, there was a lot of insights to derive, especially from the FTT token.
Right. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this Twitter thread up on this stream. I know you posted this a couple days ago, Lucas, and I came across this on my personal Twitter, found it very interesting. So I guess, and I can leave this up here. We can go through it kind of tweet by tweet if you want. But just give us the kind of breakdown of what you found. But when you posted this, was this something that you yourself found, or did you see other people talking about it? When did you first become aware of this specific, transaction 40 days ago, the 173 million FTT tokens becoming active?
Yeah, absolutely. So the situation with FTX has been building up for the past month or so. There's been all of this conflict between CZ and SBF. But it was about 30 days ago that we noticed this massive spike in transfer volume, on-chain transfer volume on the actual blockchain for the FTT token. So that's really what triggered our analysis internally, trying to understand what that constituted, what that massive transfer of over $8 billion across several transactions constituted. So we looked at specifically. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so Coinmetrics has kind of been looking. I know there's been a lot of speculation about FTX's situation among different people on Twitter, Reddit, different groups for, like you said, a month or even longer now. But Coinmetrics, you guys have been looking into this for at least about a month now.
Yeah, we've been following the situation with FTX from two different perspectives, right? There's the FTT token, which is an ERC20 token, which is the pseudo equity token for FTX. And there's also the addresses that FTX and Alameda have on the Ethereum blockchain that you can also use to derive insights as to what they're doing, the activity around those addresses, the protocols that these addresses have interacted with in DeFi. This transfer that we saw was really the FTT token ledger. So it's a ledger that exists within Ethereum of all the transfers that happened between users. And that was one of the largest transfers out of all ERC20 tokens that we've tracked at Coinmetrics. It was amongst the largest, $8 billion transferred in one day, especially for a token like FTT, was quite unusual. So the next step was really to understand, okay, $8 billion or over $8 billion have been transferred. What is behind that? Who's actually transferring these tokens? And that really triggered this rabbit hole that I found myself in trying to understand the culprits involved in that transfer. And they're really... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, so like over the past few days, everyone has been so caught off guard by this, so surprised. Is it safe to say you weren't really all that surprised with the news that's come out this week?
Those two transfers we actually found yesterday or I guess 2 days ago. Time has been a little crazy. The days have been kind of merging. It's only Thursday. But we noticed that the big transfer maybe 30 days ago for FTT, but it was only earlier this week really that I did some deeper digging into what that transfer constituted. It was in the back of my head this whole time, and when the rumors of withdrawals being paused on FTX started rolling in, that was the first thing that came to mind and really what started this investigation.
Yeah, and I think one of the points you make here in the thread, and here I'll share the link in the chat for anyone who wants to go check out the thread, which again, it was a great thread by you, Lucas. And that's been, obviously the situation, like I mentioned, has been really bad for so many people out there, and it's terrible. But the one, I guess, kind of silver lining, or at least positive, that I've seen over the past week is how important a lot of this kind of I don't know, man. I guess you technically might not fall in that category, but like citizen journalism, where in crypto, like anyone can go through these on-chain transactions and find things out. And like I said, like people have been speculating on Reddit, on Twitter about FTX and these things, and people have found, I think, like it wasn't the breaking of the news of this story hasn't been dominated by Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg. It's been by accounts like your own on Twitter.
Yeah, this is really a new paradigm in terms of transparency, and really in terms of holding folks accountable for it, right? There's a lot of speculation, and my thread is very speculative as well, right? I'm just making some assumptions on the basis of things that I found on chain that can be proved, right? That everyone can go and verify. But my hypothesis is Alameda blew up in Q2 alongside all of the other funds that were engaged in highly speculative activity in DeFi and had exposure to projects that imploded like Luna. And because of the dynamics of the FTT ICO from back in 2019, Alameda was set to receive, at the time, over $5 billion of FTT tokens in September. So that was going to happen regardless. Those terms had been already set in stone. It was encoded on the blockchain. So had FTX let Alameda implode in Q2, that would have been terrible for FTT because all of the creditors of the of Alameda would immediately liquidate those tokens as the fund was going to go bankrupt, right? That's what happens after a fund goes bankrupt. You just take whatever cash you can. So it would have been really bad for the FTT token. So in order to avoid this scenario, what I assume FTX did was provide an advance on the tokens that were going to vest and basically give them cash and crypto belonging to their users. So they took user deposits, gave it to Alameda, said, hey, go make yourself whole. They bailed out all the other companies that might have also had exposure to FTT. We know that Voyager did. And basically prevented Alameda from blowing up with all these other counterparties. Now, what really adds credit to this hypothesis is that the moment that those two transfers that I started talking about, the September 28 transfers, those were the transfers from the FTT ICO that automatically were disbursed from the ICO contract to Alameda Research. And what did Alameda Research did right after it was very telling. They sent it straight back to FTX. To me, that looks like a repayment of an advance or a loan that was made, and it looks very suspicious. Now, there's a lot that, if you believe in this, a lot of additional theories, but what I would say is that Reuters and the Wall Street Journal, they're kind of following up on the off-chain side of the story, and both publications published stories this morning that somewhat confirmed this. They talked to executives that have confirmed that there was a loan of over $4 billion, which matches the value of these transfers.
And that's what I think has been so cool about, again, like, that it's been Twitter accounts like your own, but in general about cryptos, you have this transparency on the chain where you can go through and find those transactions, things like that. Like you did, kind of speculate, kind of try to piece some things together. You're not going to know for sure. And then you get the confirmation from kind of the on-chain stuff, like you mentioned from Reuters. But you don't have that transparency. You don't have anything like that with, there was nothing like that in 07, 08 when Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers, it's like no one had the ability like you do to go through the chain and see that stuff. So I do think that's really cool. I'm going to pop the thread back up for 1 second because I think you make a point right here. And this is one of those things that, again, we can use the chain to, find some of these things that we wouldn't be able to without it. And I don't really see a lot of people talking about this point that the FTX US president, Brett Harrison, stepped down a day before the transfer. Now, I don't see a lot of people talking about there's a chance, obviously, that FTX US, it's different than FTX, and FTX US is actually still okay, according to Sam Bankman-Fried. But that does seem like timing wise a very kind of coincidental departure from Harrison.
Yeah, the timing makes the theory, I think, more credible. I think especially given, Brett's background, the whole profile of FTX US as allegedly something that is more respectable from an institutional perspective than FTX International. Look, I don't think we should trust anything that's coming out of Sam's mouth at this point. I think he's hurt a lot of people, and I think as of right now, he's basically a deer in headlights. He's really trying to get himself out of this mess. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to, get funding from investors to be able to recuperate all the losses that Alameda really did. Right, Alameda reportedly has a $10 billion hole in their balance sheets, so it's a lot of money to recover. But it surely explains the departure of the president. Sam's recent moves in terms of lobbying in Washington for crypto regulation and arguably really overstepping in terms of the whole value proposition of this ecosystem, right? So the timing of it all makes it especially suspicious.
And right now, I mean, we saw Sam posting on Twitter earlier today, and I mean, he is saying sorry. So I guess I don't think anyone is really gonna. That's not going to mean anything to people who have lost any money on FTX or have been hurt by this, him saying sorry. But he almost seems to be like playing dumb. He's like, I didn't really know this was going on. And it's like that. It doesn't seem to me like he's really at least taken the steps to even taking full credibility, taking responsibility for what's going on. And I don't know if people are going to be willing to step in and help him until that happens.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of deflection. He's blaming leverage, which, if the two executives that came out this morning saying that there was, in fact, a transfer of $4 billion in user deposits with the expectation that, it would be an advance on the FTT that Alameda was going to get one way or another, that's an outright lie, right? So he's being deceitful. So I think he is really trying to mask the full extent of how irresponsible FTX as an institution really was, so that he could find someone that would effectively bail them out. And beyond Justin Sun, I'm not sure if anyone would be willing to actually touch FTX right now. Certainly not any reputable fund that has the disposable capital to provide the cash that they need. So I think we have to be super careful with what comes out of Sam's mouth right now, and scrutinize it properly, because certainly that's not the full story, right? It's not just, we miscalculated user leverage.
Right.
That doesn't explain a lot of other things that also happened.
And I just have a hard time believing, that tweet thread, he said, I thought the leverage ratio was 0 for customers. And it's like, I just have a hard time believing the guy running the company really thought that, compared to what was really going on. But Lucas, this has been a great discussion, and I appreciate you hopping on, because I know it's been a crazy day, but I know you've got more commitment, so I'm going to let you go. But I'd love to continue this conversation, talk more about the crypto industry as a whole anytime you're available. And I hope you enjoyed hopping on the show.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Aaron.
No problem. Have a good one, Lucas. All right, guys, that was Lucas Nuzzi, the head of research and development at Coinmetrics. I'll go ahead and drop that Twitter thread in the chat. Again, if you guys want to go check that out. The last thing I'll say on that before we move on is so Alameda was a crypto hedge fund, Sam Bankman-Fried's crypto hedge fund. A hedge fund, well, let's take the working word there, hedge. There's usually some hedging going on. This wasn't any hedging going on. If you think about Sam Bankman-Fried and you think about his exposure to obviously his own company, FTX, and really just all his assets in general, he's already as long crypto as you could possibly get. Not just long Bitcoin, not just long Ethereum, but long crypto as a whole that includes all these little small meme coins, NFTs, crypto projects. Bankman-Fried is as long crypto as you can go. So if you set up a crypto hedge fund, And now that hedge fund also goes long crypto in a very speculative, risky way. That's the opposite of a hedge fund. If it were a true hedge fund, it would have been shorting some of these crypto positions because and that would have been the smart thing to do. Obviously, hindsight's 2020, but say, hey, look, if we short some of these crypto projects and they go up and we're wrong, okay, we'll be fine. Sam Bankman-Fried could say, I'll be fine. FTX will benefit from that. We'll make up any money we lose on these short trades because these projects are growing and the crypto's going up. They did the exact opposite. Sam Bankman-Fried was already 100% long crypto, and then with his hedge fund became 200% long crypto, and then crypto dropped 150%. So, and that's why yesterday it's like you can talk about hubris, you can talk about a lot of this stuff. I really don't think Sam Bankman-Fried got to this point by being like a very, I don't think his goal was always to run some sort of a scheme. Like, I don't see him as some sort of Bernie Madoff. From all I could tell, and from people that know Sam Bankman-Fried, from interviews he's done, my view on him is that he truly believed that he was doing, an effective altruist, vision, and he was going to try to change the world. And he thought that even by doing this and taking on the risk, I could see, I think, where he thought he was still trying to do the right thing by trying to maintain this altruistic vision of crypto and where the world is heading. And obviously, I don't really think at this point intentions matter that much. At the bottom line, what's happened has happened, and he's screwed a lot of people over and will probably face jail time from it. But for what it's worth, I don't think Sam Bankman-Fried has gone through the past, couple years in the back of his mind just thinking, all right, how can I, take users' deposits and use them to fund my bets and do all this? Like he had some sort of nefarious goal at mind to steal people's money. I think he's all right. So actually, I don't even know. So this is actually interesting. So I was at the SALT conference in New York a couple months ago, September 14th, 15th, I want to say the conference was. So the SALT conference is Anthony Scaramucci's Skybridge Capitals conference. At the time, literally during the conference, Skybridge Capital announced that FTX was investing in the company. Sam Bankman-Fried wasn't at the conference, but Anthony Scaramucci was there. He was talking about meeting with Sam Bankman-Fried and all this. And I thought it was very interesting. Scaramucci was talking about Sam Bankman-Fried's vision and all this. And Scaramucci, I mean, he's, first of all, I've mentioned this on the show yesterday. I was impressed by his demeanor, how he carried himself, kind of how well-spoken he was, and how intelligent he seemed. But Scaramucci has had a long career in finance, from Goldman Sachs to running his own fund, doing this. And so he's someone in investing. And he said, he was talking about Sam Bankman-Fried, and he basically said, like, among all else, I think he's a good guy. But then he kind of qualified that a little bit by saying, well, he's a capitalist, so I don't think he's Mother Teresa or anything. Which that stuck with me, like because I thought it was just very interesting, because I was like, I can't really get a read on this Scaramucci guy. He says, he's a capitalist, so I don't think he's Mother Teresa or anything, almost implying that you like can't be not that you can't be a great person if you're a capitalist, but just saying that I think he's trying to make money, essentially, is what Scaramucci was saying, not that he's some sort of out there doing everything out of the goodwill in the bottom of his heart. Again, we'll learn more about the situation, so we might be better off just waiting and hearing more rather than speculating. But that's my take on it, is that I don't think Bankman-Fried really intentionally had this sort of Bernie Madoff type intentions at mind. I think he was doing what he thought was best. He truly believed, or still does believe, that crypto is going to change the world for better, and trying to do his part in it. And yeah, I think he screwed up, and he'll pay the price for that, either in terms of jail time, in terms of just reputability, money, whatever it is. He's going to pay the price for that. Who's going to bail out El Salvador? I don't know. I've talked about this on the show a number of times. I mean, that has just gone terribly. I mean, this dude, the guy running El Salvador, is literally using the country's treasury, the country's treasury, the country's money to buy Bitcoin. He does it like off his iPhone. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But Let's transition. You know, we've talked a lot about obviously the FTX situation over the past couple days. I don't know what's going to happen. I hope that FTX is able to find $4 billion of investments. I know its investors probably will try to help. I don't know. Wow, look at Coinbase up almost 11% today. Sorry, catching up on the chat. Super is smart. MIT. He was just too immature. Teenage degens running the world. Yeah, I think probably a lot. I think a lot of that is kind of probably came from immaturity and inexperience. People joking on Twitter that he kind of like ran FT, like he almost is acting like as if he's been like playing a video game, you know, like, yeah, and he's a huge. There was a kind of went famous on. See, that's the thing is I don't think con man is really a good way to describe him. And I don't know, we'll learn more. I mean, there's like I said yesterday, there's going to be a Netflix documentary about this in a year or two, and we'll know a lot more. People will come out with great articles and reporting on all this that's happened. But my take, I'll go on the record as saying I don't think it's going to end up being a fair assessment to just say outright he was a con man or whatever. I think he got a little in over his head and tried to do too much, but I think he believed in his mission and ultimately wasn't solely out there trying to just like steal people's money. I don't think that's true. I could be wrong, but that's my take. I'm putting it out there. But you know, I think again, it probably is a lot of inexperience. If history tells us anything, if history tells us anything, it's that Sam Bankman-Fried will get another chance at, you know, either running a company or being in charge of a lot of capital. Because that's what's happened with a lot of people who have, I mean, look at Michael Saylor. Michael Saylor is a great example all right, so we're looking at the MicroStrategies chart right now. Look what it did and this is all split adjusted, we're on a weekly chart. Look what it did in 2000. MicroStrategy went up to over $3,000 a share. And it's ironic to me because it's like history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. We talked about this yesterday with our guest, kind of the comparison between the crypto industry today and what we saw with the internet and .com names in 2000 and 2001. There were legitimate companies and legitimate technology, but for every legitimate company in 2000, there were 99 opportunists, you know, shitty companies with bad balance sheets that would go public, and MicroStrategy was one of them. I honestly don't know the exact story. I've read about it, what MicroStrategy was doing back then, what happened. I think convicted of like outright fraud. Of accounting fraud. Michael Saylor was like a billionaire, loses all of it, the stock crashes, and guess what? He gets to do it again with Bitcoin. It's just crazy how ironic that like almost no lessons learned from taking on too much leverage, from trying to grow too fast, from trying to get too greedy did Michael Saylor learn from 2000 and 2021. Similarly with Martin Shkreli, like that dude blew up in $1 billion fund when he was like 25. Like he was $500 million in the hole or something that he owed one of the banks, and just got lucky as hell that the bank that he owed money to went under during the 07, 08, or the 08, 09 financial crisis. And of course, Martin Shkreli, you know, you lose all this money, you fuck up, and then you get another chance, and then he gets running then a $1 billion pharmaceutical fund years later. So if history tells us anything, it's that Sam Bankman-Fried will get another shot at managing money. I don't know. CNBC pumping Tesla stock. The mooch. Yeah. Again, I came in there. I honestly didn't really know anything about Scaramucci when I went to that conference, other than that he was in Trump's cabinet for like a couple days. But probably not, and hopefully not. I'm kind of like tongue in cheek at saying that, like, in the past when things like this have happened, these people have, kind of like failed upwards and got another shot. I don't know. That much currency that makes one dizzy, and that's what I was saying yesterday. Like the whole like Alameda, like it's just so. There's no. you gotta have some sense of like what's enough. Like when are you getting too greedy? Like FTX, Sam Bankman-Fried was already growing into like a multi-billion-dollar. Sam Bankman-Fried was talking about buying Goldman Sachs, and you kind of risk it all because you want a little bit more through this Alameda hedge fund. Like you're already building a $1 billion company, and I don't know, maybe the Alameda shit was necessary to keep the FTT. If maybe it was all connect, I don't know, but it seems to me that he could have been fine. And someone else made this point a while ago that, you know, he could have just taken an L on Alameda like a month ago and said, hey, we've lost a lot of money. We're in the hole. Let's just cut it. We still have a $20 billion. We still have a $20 billion business in FTX. But I don't think I think it's as simple as like a pride thing, wanting to not accept defeat and losing money on the crypto hedge fund and wanting to make it whole again. Could have easily just cut the losses, but chose not to, and instead chose to try to make a bet from funds from FTX, all completely unnecessarily. All right, guys, I see Mr. Steve Kalasian hanging out backstage from TradeEasy.com. So here in a couple minutes, we'll get Mr. Kalasian on, see what he's been watching. Let's go full chart here on the SPY 5-minute candles. I mean, Jesus Christ, I can't remember the last time we've seen a day like this. Looks like we are basically just at the high of days. Let me know. Forbes cover was his downfall. I think the real start of not just his downfall, but honestly, like crypto industry as a whole. And it was actually after, I think, the Terra Luna collapse, that was when I was calling for like the whole crypto industry to collapse and basically said, you know, if not all of this, but most of it is fraudulent, was after the Terra Luna thing. But I think the start of not just Sam Bankman-Fried's downfall, but a lot of crypto in general was that interview on Odd Lots with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway, where he basically says, yeah, like a lot of these crypto projects are Ponzi schemes in the sense that they rely on new buyers coming in. He made some weird analogy with a box, and people kind of didn't take it literally, I don't think, but maybe should have. But if you go back now and listen to that interview again, you could just Google it, Odd Lots with Sam Bankman-Fried. I think that interview is pretty telling now in hindsight. Alrighty, y'all. Okay, enough crypto talk. BRB firing up smoker and a whiskey. Hell yeah, sounds like a good Thursday for beans and rice for me. Well, yeah, we're done with the crypto talk for now. Let's go ahead and get into some stock talk. Like I said, I see Mr. Steve Kalasian hanging out backstage. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give him our very special intro and bring Mr. Kalasian on the... What's up, Mr. Kalasian? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Hey, Aaron, good afternoon.
Yeah, crazy day today so far on the markets. What have you guys been trading?
So,
is it time to start thinking about going short intraday?
Oh, yeah.
What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, let me just So yesterday afternoon around 3:20, I got a really interesting call out of the blue from a big monster hedge fund, and they said to me, "What's your consensus for tomorrow?" And I said, they're going to be better than expected, and I think they're going to gap up 100 handles. And he said, you're out of your mind. The consensus is the CPI is going to really be strong. And I said, okay, just do me one favor before you hang up the phone. Look at the 30-year bond market. We're up a half a point at 330. The bond market is telling you something. They think this number is going to be better than expected. And I'm telling you, I just felt it in my bones. I felt it in my bones. And in 40 years, I'd tell you, in 40 years of being in this industry, that's how certain it rolled off my tongue yesterday, that I knew the number was going to be better than expected. During the year, the last couple of weeks, I said that in mid-October, you will see the low. The S&P is pushed down to that 3502. I said the lows are in for the year, and expect anything going forward, we're going to trend higher into the end of the year. Now, we have a monstrous gap here. We have two monster gaps below the market, one today and one about a week and a half ago on the daily charts. I do think these gaps get filled, not this year, but they get filled. Well, one of them might get filled this year, The other one will get filled sometime in 2023. I think any push up, if you look at stocks like Boeing is $24 away on my moving average, just on the daily chart. When you see exuberance like this, you think you're in bull markets when you're actually in bear market territory, unless Boeing's getting taken over, that I don't know about, okay? But you're going to get a push probably up to the 39.80 level, push back down, make higher lows. I think the lows are in for the year, and I think they're going to try to push them up by over 4,000 by the end of the year. I think, again, like I've been saying, just like I thought Tesla was going to test that 185 level, we got it yesterday. I think the 2023 is going to be a pretty, very, very tough year for the equity markets.
Got it. So what would, I mean, you've made that stance clear, right? That you think the lows are in for the year, that we could see a rally from here until the end of the year. And so far, all of this has been exactly correct so far. But that we'll start making new lows in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
What would you need to see, whether in terms of technicals, fundamentals, whatever, what would you need to see for your mind to change about 2023, for you to think the market is going to move higher in 2023 rather than make
if the
new
Federal
lows?
Reserve in the first quarter cuts rates by 0.5 point?
Okay. So here's what I'm thinking about with the rates right now is that obviously there was already discussion about a 50 basis point hike next in December as opposed to a 75 before the CPI print. Now we got the CPI print. The bond markets are starting to price in a high likelihood of 50 basis points.
Mm-hmm.
At least over the past 30 years or so, pretty much every time the Fed has started to slow the rate of interest rate hikes, that has led to an ultimate pivot or cut. Do you think this is different than that, or that this could also lead to that potential pivot or cut?
Well, their expectations for December is 3 quarters, right? And their consensus is to get to 5%, right? I think with today's number, there's probably, I don't know, I don't have the futures data in front of me. It probably drops pretty substantially. That the number is probably 50%. 50,
right.
That is going to a 50% rate hike in December. Again, that to me overall, see, again, the one thing people are missing is that not only was the number good, but the shorts got absolutely slaughtered. Because I'm telling you, the call I got yesterday at 3:30 or 3:25 from a major hedge fund that said the consensus is the number is going to be high, and I'm crazy. They told me I was crazy, and said that the market's going to get slaughtered, and they're all betting shorts. So what? Not only did you have a good number, but Aaron, as I've always been telling you since I've met you, is that bear market rallies are more vicious than bull market rallies, right? And this is exactly what you're seeing right here and right now, right? So again, I'm not surprised if they gap them up again tomorrow. I would be looking for shorts, for pullbacks, for trades. We had some great shorts this morning. We have some great shorts on now. I think we're going to get a big pullback. I think between now and 3 o'clock, we're going to get a really good pullback here on the 15-minute time frame to set up a push that will probably close between the 29.30 and 29.50, 29.40 range. But if you look at the hourly chart and the 30-minute chart, let them have them. I wouldn't buy them up here. No, I have nothing but sell divergences on bigger time frames right now for intraday, so which leads me to think I'm going to get a pretty decent pullback. Early in the morning, we got the push down to the 38.70. We had a really great buy there. Never expecting, a 50 handle run or a 60 handle run from there. We were expecting 15 to 20, 25. And then we got to push down to a higher low, down to the 95.5, 96. And then that ripped up about 25, 30 points on the S&P. Set up a really great long on the 11.10 and the 11.20 time frame. Right now, I'm looking for a really good pullback for a long between now and 3 on the 15. That's going to really push them up near the close to the highs of the day. But again, if we gap up tomorrow, that'll be 3 gaps that we have underneath the market. Normally, the rule is on the 3rd gap, you short them for a sharp pullback.
Yeah, and I mean, I think right now a lot of people are thinking, we're getting overextended here, whether on the intraday or whatever, and maybe buying some puts. I don't know. I mean, I could easily see a scenario where people just see, oh, S&P 500 up 4.5% in the day. I'm going to buy some puts, and then tomorrow we don't even go up, but maybe we just kind of stay flat or go up a tiny bit, and then a lot of those.
I'm hoping they gap up tomorrow because I think look at you have the chart up right here, right? This is what display. Look at the overhead resistance here. You got tons of overhead resistance here. This is not something that's like, it's like climbing a glacier with sneakers on. There's no way you're going to penetrate this overhead resistance here. You know what I'm saying? This is monstrous. This is a long period of a bull market coming to an end and a bear market that's a bear market rally. There's no new bull market here just because you're up 175 points. I've seen everything. I mean, I've seen today was the first time I saw the 30-year bonds up 4 points, 4.5 points. I haven't seen that in God knows how long. Right.
So just playing hypothetical here, Steven, we've got the daily chart up here. So this top going back in August, basically for more than a month straight, we just went straight down from 430 down here to 355, bounced off there, briefly got below that level, but then came back up pretty quickly. But so say we take out this level right here where my cursor is, say we get back up to about 400, come back down, come back up. Basically, if we start making higher lows, which this chart is starting to look like maybe that's the case, I'm not calling it yet. I guess it doesn't change your view that much because you're bullish right now. You're still anticipating some more pain in 2023.
I think any push downs between now until the end of the year are going to make higher lows.
Yeah.
And it's a tradable market. It's great. It's great ranges. I know I could say emphatically in my heart, 100%, the lows are in for the year to 3502, based on my work. But I will tell you that any push down will just make higher lows between now and the end of the year. I think the real debacle is going to come in February, sometime February, mid-February, early March into 2023.
Yeah, I think 100% too. I think we're going to see I don't think this is as I guess this could be a bear market rally in the terms of it, like we might be in a larger bear market in the sense that we might make new lows in 2023 like you think. But I think regardless of today's price action, whatever, we're going to see a tradable rally. This has been a tradable rally for the past couple weeks. So if you want to figure out kind of how you want to play what could be a rally from here until the end of the year. At least that's what Steve thinks. I think there are a lot of ways to do it.
I wouldn't buy him here with your money. I mean, I don't care if they gap up another 300-400 points tomorrow. I think they're screaming short. And then you could look at vehicles like the S-Dow. You could look at TZAs. You could look at SQQQs. You could look at SDSs and trade those things and then get the pullback. And those instruments will rally. Either way, I think that, when you're looking at, like right now, I was just before I came on the 30 and the hourly chart, I have nothing but monster sell divergences. And the higher they go, it's just going to be worse going when they push down. I don't think they're going to push down today. I think they're going to hold above the 3890, 3900 level. But if we do get this pullback that I'm hoping for between now and 3 o'clock, when that pullback occurs on the bigger time frame, which is the 15-minute of the day, I think you're going to push up to new highs today later on.
Got it. Well, let's see if we've got any questions in the chat, Steve. But always a pleasure to get you on, man. Always a pleasure to get your sense of where the markets are at. Like I said, your analysis, what you've been calling so far, has been spot on this year, man.
Thanks, bro. Listen, I mean, I have a passion for what I do. I'm 40 years in the game. I built my own analytics. So, I've been doing this for such a long time that, now it's what I do now is I'm just teaching people everything I've learned over the years. And so they can, better their lives and they can see what I see and help, gain some really great financial independence,
Right. So, that's the goal, man. That's what we all want.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm so proud of, so many people really taking the passion from all around the world to learn, because you see the volatility. I mean, you open up I'm sure you listen to the radio. Oh, the Dow's up 1,000. Oh, wow. What did I miss? So, so many people are so intrigued by it and wanting to get involved. So But like I said, the most important thing is that you know, the markets are here. The markets are trading in great ranges and bigger moves than expected. And you know, sometimes you get, like you know, we talked about a couple of weeks back, aberrations in the market, and we're going to see an aberration really coming up really soon. I pray to God they gap up tomorrow. I pray they gap up tomorrow, and then I think they fade rather quickly after that.
Yeah. All right, Steve. Well, again,
you sell on good news too. Remember that old adage?
Yep. Steve, as always, happy to have you on.
Thanks,
link is in the chat, tradeez.com. Go check it out if you want to learn more from Steve. Steve, we'll catch up next week. Have a great weekend, man.
Too, brother. Be well. Bye, everybody. Take care, Aaron.
Take care. All right, guys. That was Steve Collation, tradeez.com. Go check it out. All right, guys. I want to talk about Tesla for a second. Tesla up 6%, 7% today. I don't know. I'm bullish the overall market, like Steve, at least until the end of 2023 or end of the year. I'm not very bullish Tesla. First of all, the chart just looks freaking terrible. Talk about making lower highs. Boom, lower high. Boom, lower high. Boom, lower high. Boom, lower high. Lower high, lower high. Boom, lower high. If this starts taking out this level, this 230 level, okay, maybe then I could be interested on a swing trade or something. But right now, you're just making new lows and lower highs. But Tesla, and I mentioned this yesterday, that I don't know really. Look, Elon Musk, it's the Twitter thing. Everyone knows it's not going well. I think even people that were very excited about Elon Musk buying Twitter, for different reasons, maybe they thought, okay, no more content moderation or all these things. And Elon Musk has come out and said the basically exact opposite. They haven't changed Twitter's content moderation policies at all. So I think a lot of people are upset at Elon Musk about this Twitter thing, and it hasn't been great. And what he did a couple days ago on Monday, I don't know. Okay, so I'm gonna speculate here. I'll talk about some things that are, you know, more factual than others. So first of all, Elon Musk tweeted on, if you guys remember, like a few months ago when he tweeted, the political attacks are gonna start increasing against me, all this stuff. I was like, he's trying to get out ahead of something. And sure enough, less than a week after that, a couple days later, the story came out about him paying off a flight attendant for some, sexual allegations or whatever. I think I have so I was right about that prediction, kind of reading between the lines about his post. I don't know if this is more speculative than that. But when he tweeted on Monday that basically endorsing Republicans, here's what I think. I don't think Elon Musk is as smart as most people give him credit for, but I don't think he's a dumb guy. And I think he knows that by endorsing Republicans before the midterm elections, it's not going to be popular, with the majority, I would say, of his Tesla customer base, right? If you think about who's buying Teslas in California and across the country, it's probably more so on, more liberal Democrats and whatnot rather than Republicans, conservatives. So he knows when he tweets out that he's endorsing Republicans, it's going to piss off half of his Tesla customers, not to mention half, if not more, of his Twitter users. So then you got to ask, why would he do this? Why would he go out of his way to do that? And here's what I think, and here's where this is going to take a turn from me just saying what has happened to wait, sorry, I'm catching my chat. Kevin said, Elon buying Twitter is like shooting a shotgun in your house. Kind of sounds cool until you blow a hole in your ceiling. Yeah, basically, exactly. Here's where I'm going to take it from just talking about what has happened with Musk to kind of some speculation. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but who was it? Reuters probe. Where's the? All right, wait, hold on. I gotta find the article. Sorry, I didn't come prepared for this. Oh, here we go. It was Reuters. All right, so this came out yesterday, last evening from Reuters. Boom. I don't know if it's going to let us read the full article. Who's Amber? Biden says Musk relationships with other countries worth being looked at. And here's something I didn't know, actually, because I was looking into this last night to see if there was any validity to this. Tesla, I don't know if you guys know this, but Tesla's China plant is literally the Chinese government owns. It's not like Tesla owns the land in China or the plant. It's Chinese government property. So the Chinese government, Tesla has to like essentially bow to the Chinese government in China that its production there because it owns the thing. Like you can't say, oh, it's not like, whatever. There's no, China literally owns the building that Tesla is operating in China. So Biden coming out saying Musk relationships with other countries worthy of being looked at. There have been other Democratic senators who have not only wanted to look into Tesla's international relations, but also probes into their self-driving technology, all these different things. And this is, again, I'll take it back to Musk's tweet that we were talking about. This is where I'm going to speculate. I think that Musk was anticipating a Republican, victory throughout the midterms, take control of the Congress and Senate, trying to cozy up to them, get on their good side, and basically say, "Oh, hey, yeah, you guys, look, I'm one of you guys. Don't look into me. Like, you guys don't need to investigate and regulate," because he knew already that Biden and some other Democrats are trying to look into him. So he's saying he thinks he can save himself from being looked at, being investigated by cozying up to the Republicans if they win. Of course, that didn't end up happening. And honestly, now you have to ask yourself, what did this tweet accomplish other than piss off your people or piss off half your customers at Tesla, half your users on Twitter, and made yourself look kind of dumb, Not, I guess, look dumb, but I don't know. I don't know. It's not a great look if you endorse, people and then they do very poorly, right? That happened with Trump and Dr. Oz. I don't think Musk was very political. That all changed when he bought Twitter. I think it had changed. It started to change before. He was getting more and more. It seemed like he was taking more and more political opinions and stuff. And I agree, because you would think about, you would think that as the leader of a public company like Tesla, your goal is to, and that's what I think. I just don't understand. If you were a big investor in Adidas or Nike, and the CEO was taking, it's a whole Michael Jordan adage. He says, "Hey, Republicans buy shoes too." Right? People were mad at Michael Jordan back in the day for not taking these political stances. And his answer was that it's hey, Republicans buy shoes too. I'm a businessman. I'm not going to piss off half the people. Elon Musk is just throwing that out the window, saying, "I don't care who buys my cars. I'm going to make my stances out there." And I think it's going to bite him it's going to shoot him in the foot. I don't think he understands. Maybe he has so much confidence or hubris about the Teslas that he thinks no matter what he says, they're such amazing cars that people are going to buy them anyway. But I don't think that's true anymore. Every single major car company, whether you're Toyota, Lexus, Mercedes, are putting out nice electric vehicles now. So if you're someone who's what political and you've been pissed off by Elon Musk and your lease on your Tesla's running up and you get to pick a new car, who's to say? Who's to say, they're not going to switch and just buy a different? I mean, I think clearly, for the majority of Musk's career, he has been pretty apolitical. We can certainly, it's certainly over the past year or so, he's gotten more out there, willing to make he even did, here, we'll do the Twitter advanced. search. He tweeted that he voted for a Republican in the summer, and it's just like, what is the purpose? Like, what out of hurting your own business are you doing, man? From this account, where is that? Okay, at Elon. Is Elon Musk's Twitter account or is Elon? Yeah, this is a tweet I was looking for. I voted for Maya Flores. First time I ever voted Republican. Massive red wave in 2022. Well, that didn't come true, Elon. But what did come true since from June 15th to 2022 to now is, let's see. And I'm not saying that Tesla's problems are all because Elon Musk is putting his political opinions out there. I certainly could care less. I sold all my Tesla shares a while ago. I'm just saying it doesn't matter what company I'm invested in. If I'm invested in any company that the CEO is unnecessarily going out of his way to essentially piss off half of his customer base, I'm not going to be happy about that as an investor. So let's see, June, what did we say that was? Actually, I guess Tesla's not even off that lows that much from there, just down another 10%. But regardless, that was my speculation, is that Elon tweeted that talking about Tesla or talking about endorsing Republicans ahead of the midterms in thinking that they were going to win and that he could, cozy up to them and hopefully avoid some regulation or some oversight. I think Elon is going to have a Sam Bankman-Fried type reckoning here soon. I don't know what that's gonna. I don't know what that's going to. As you talk about Tesla stock is going up, keep up. Yeah, I mean I'm happy to see Tesla's stock to go up because that probably means that QQQ is going up too, and my holdings are going up too. I just don't hold any. I don't have any like exposure just directly to Tesla's stock right now. And I mean, Tesla stock should go up. I mean, it can't go straight down forever. I just still, right now, out of all the different investment opportunities out there, I'm not touching Tesla right now because what I mentioned earlier, I think there's other car companies coming in, going to start taking market share. And I also think that, it's still overvalued at the end of the day. Shopify is at $36. I mean, it's up 17% today, and it's still like, it doesn't feel overextended here to me at all. Like if you look at it on the daily chart here, I mean, it's like you're not even gonna be able to notice these moves on most of these names. You take a name like Upstart, up 15% today. Like this little up 15% day doesn't even make a blip, because in terms of a move, it's the same move as like a 2% move when the stock was $100. A 2% move when the stock was $100 was $2. Now it's a $2.50 move and it's 15%. Not to mention when it was a $300 stock. AB, one day you will see the deep state for what they are. They're going to try to harass Musk for years. I mean, look, if they look into what I would want, Jay, is I would want a bipartisan committee. So Republicans and Democrats, senators, whatever, on an investigation committee looking into not only Tesla's international relations with China and other countries, but just its accounting. I think as a public company, we deserve some more transparency there. If Toyota really wants the EV market, they will take it. Yeah, Toyota's just a freaking monster. I drive a Toyota. I'm a big Toyota fan. Elon is using Saudi money to partially to buy Twitter. That's a big question mark. Yeah, again, if I don't want, Shay, I'm not saying I want the deep state and the Dems to wreak havoc unfairly on Elon Musk. No, everyone deserves to be treated fairly and deserves the benefit of the doubt. But I think there's a lot of people and a lot of reasons to want to investigate certain things about Tesla, and it looks like that's going to happen. I hope so. I hope so. I at least. Shelly saying Toyota moved production to China while other players are exiting China. Maybe that means they're getting a good deal on some factories there. I don't know. Everyone else is leaving. You swoop in, you get some cheap. Could be good for a Toyota. All right. I also want to go through. We haven't just gone through the BLS CPI. Let's go ahead and do that for a second. So here's the thing: is the market's obviously responding really, really well to the report. Honestly, the report is really good. The CPI report. I don't think the report was, I don't know if the report was as great as really the market is making it to be. You can still see here all items, seasonally adjusted changes from preceding months still went up 0.4% month over month. Food still getting more expensive, but you can really see here in the high numbers in this column what's driving the CPI higher and what's kind of starting to drop. For example, energy services actually dropped month over month. Still over 15% year over year, but that's significant that you see energy prices starting to drop. In other areas, you see dropping used cars and trucks. Again, if you go back to 6 months ago or so, used cars and trucks and new vehicles were some of the largest, or what was one of the biggest drivers of inflation. Now, actually, helping out by prices decreasing. Utility, gas service down 4.6%. Medical care services down 0.6%. So electricity still up 20% year over year. And so again, I think what we're going to need to focus on from here in terms of rent, or in terms of inflation, is rent, which I don't know if that's on here. Oh, shelter maybe. Transportation services. Saudi's own Fox too. Yeah, Saudi fund. They got deep pockets. That oil money is real. Rents would be under, yeah. So again, I think like the different areas you really got to look at if you're trying to gauge what inflation is going to do going forward. You got to look at shelter because rent has been sticky. Obviously, fuel prices, which we've been looking at the fuel prices. I would love to see gas get under like a 350 national average. I think we touched down to there at one point a few months ago. But again, I mean, yeah, look at like if we were all paying Texas gas prices $3 and $3 on average, I think we'd be in a lot better spot right now. I don't understand this. Why is Michigan gas so expensive? Why is Indiana gas so expensive? That's surprising too. All right, guys, we should have Mr. Hot Stocks Luke Jacoby joining us any minute. Let me know in the chat what stocks you guys are watching. Yeah, I don't know too much about, Andrew, honestly, the Toyota's electric vehicles and how far or not far they are in it. I just have always loved, like, since I've been 16, I've basically always driven a Toyota, have always had great experiences with it. I have pretty much a brand new one right now that I'm leasing. And what I've been very impressed with is it essentially has like a similar to a Tesla, like drive itself feature that's actually pretty good. And that's like, I'm like, if my Toyota Corolla can drive itself on the highway, do I really think Tesla is going to be the only car company in 5 years that has, self-driving? No. If my base like Toyota can already do that in 2022, then imagine what Toyotas are going to be able to do in a few years. Yeah, car delinquency reported highest delinquency rate in 10 years. And I think, we're starting to see on housing, a lot of housing, people that said they were going to buy a house kind of backing out. I don't know. I don't know how to play these things, guys. What do you think? Do you short the credit card companies, and you don't think people eventually if delinquency rates going up on cars and rents, that maybe that it eventually goes to credit cards, that people aren't gonna be able to play their credit cards eventually? I don't know. Well, I don't know what the play is there. We'll do some research and try to figure that out. All right, Kevin wants to check out the chip names: NVIDIA, AMD, HIMX. Let's start with NVIDIA, because I trade NVIDIA more than... I mean, this is what I'm saying, guys. This isn't nothing. This isn't just like a little 3-day bear market rally. We've been rallying now. NVIDIA hit lows in mid-October of almost right down to $100. We're up to 152 right now. Still zooming out on the chart. I mean, this leg up doesn't look amazing, but you've got a gap to fill here. And what I would say even more than that gap to fill, if you get above 190, then you really, I think, got a ways to run. I think that too, going back to the SPY, looking at the SPY, I think it'll be important to where now that we've taken out this kind of previous high, if we can take out this high at 430 again, not tomorrow or not next week, but just eventually over the next few weeks, I think it'll be a very great sign and give me a sign that I can start going full bull again. But yeah, going back to NVIDIA, I mean, look, these names have been crushed more than the overall market throughout the past year or so. Chip names, high growth names in general, anything basically in your ARK type portfolio has been getting absolutely crushed. So when the markets start turning around and you start getting some confidence that the Fed's getting closer to pivoting, of course it's safe to assume that these names are going to benefit more than some of the other names. I don't and again, this isn't investment advice, nothing like that. I'm just here to talk about news and what's going on in the markets. I wouldn't really, throw my life savings into NVIDIA here. I still think there's a lot of uncertainty out there. But with all that uncertainty, there's a reason it's trading lower. There's more risk out there right now in terms of macro headwinds and whatnot. So NVIDIA is kind of trading at a discount. And if you're willing to take on that risk, if you're willing to take on the risk that, okay, crypto demand is going to be way down, and since gaming demand has been down too, that's going to be terrible for demand of chips going forward. If you want to take on all that risk and say you're willing to go long here, you can. I think just purely from a trading chart perspective, let's pull up the RSI, because I mean, you are running the risk of getting, pretty overextended here. Yeah, I mean, the RSI is getting pretty high. I think this, if I had to make a prediction, I'd say this still has some juice to run. We're at 152 right now. I'll say this thing might get up to 153 or 155. But then I think we're going to see a little sell-off in NVIDIA. And then after that sell-off, I'm long again. So I think the overall trend is still bullish in NVIDIA. I'd be willing to play this long. Not investment advice, but I am expecting some sort of pullback. Pull up your scan today. Whatever is up the most is two groups: beaten down names and growth stocks with high PEs due to bonds ripping. Yeah, and I mean, again, that's the bond market right now is saying that instead of getting a 75 basis point hike at the December meeting, we are going to get wow, this actually just went up another 5%. So now it's saying 85% chance now that we get a 50 basis point hike opposed to a 75. So to Jay's point, it makes sense that these names that are either beaten down or high growth, high PE names are going to benefit from the interest rates raising lower than they were expected to. And I think this is very, very important if the Fed goes 50 over 75, because, and I want to find, I saw this in a tweet, and I tried to find it the other day by searching for keywords on Twitter, and I wasn't able to find it. Which, by the way, Elon, if you're listening, this is a great time to add a feature on Twitter that even Facebook has, to where you can filter by posts you've already seen before. Because if I only was able to filter, if I was able to look through a timeline of just tweets that I've seen before, I'd be able to find this tweet, but I can't. But it was okay, AB. Yeah, I'm fine, man. Are you okay? Do I not sound okay? Hope everything's okay. I can't find this tweet, but it said basically that every time over the last 30 years, I want to say going back to 1980, that the Federal Reserve has slowed down its interest rate hikes. So essentially going from 100 to 75 or 75 basis points to 50. Every time the Fed has slowed the pace of its rate hikes, that has ultimately led to pivoting in the same cycle. I don't know. Maybe my mic is messed up today. I think I'm fine. I'll let you know though. If I need Heimlich maneuver or something, I'll let you know. No higher PEs than the ARC names. Are you saying there are no higher PEs than the ARC names, or the ones that do have higher PE than the ARC names? But yeah, I mean ARC U-Haul. I've never checked out U-Haul stock. Never in my life. Benzinga Pro. I went to the wrong Benzinga. If someone can find that for me, by the way, that tweet or stat or article that shows that, I would love to see that. I don't know how else I could find this out other than going through quarter by quarter or month by month and finding all the different interest rate hikes or cuts. They won't pivot if you mean reducing the rate. They'll leave it up in the 4s all of next year. I think Kevin, what the tweet / stat that I'm talking about basically said was that once they slowed down, oh yeah, Bree, you told us to remind you. Oh yeah, I definitely forgot to play that yesterday. I'll play that today. But all right, without further ado, I see my a special guest here. We'll give him our special intro. Let me check out U-Haul. I'll give you a. Oh wait, U-Haul isn't even U-Haul. It's America. America. F yeah. You remember that song?
Yeah.
All right, let's give our special guest our special intro.
That's fantastic. All right, I like this. We're standing up today. Oh, my microphone's not on again.
Uh-oh.
Every time.
All right, well...
got every... Oh, there it is. I like that we're standing up today.
Yeah, I stood up kind of with like about 15, 20 minutes left of the show and was like, I like this. It gives me more energy standing up. What was I going to say? Oh, so the point I was making, and Kevin, I don't know, you're probably right that doesn't mean the rate's going to end up coming down. But I think what... The stat was that every time the Fed has slowed down the pace of interest rate hikes, so going to 50 from 75 or going to 75 from 100 in that same cycle, it's ended up like cutting from there. I'm not saying
what do you mean it's ended up cutting from there?
Okay.
So when they've slowed down, they kept slowing down?
Correct, until the point where they haven't had a time over the past 30 years where they've cut the pace of rate hikes and then ended up raising rates by going back up, essentially.
Got it. Okay, so if they go 75 to 50, they're either staying at 50 or going lower is what history tells us.
Exactly. Recent history, because in the 80s, they did a stop-and-go policy where they were raising rates, cutting rates, raising rates, cutting rates, whereas over the past 30 years, they abandoned that stop-and-go policy because it didn't really work well in the 80s and said, okay, we need to either be essentially cutting or raising. We need to be like in or out. We can't
And
just
Shelly, yes, he did just break the cartoon figure thing.
I took it apart. Well, I thought I could put it back together because some of the parts you can assemble back together, but I think I've learned that you can't assemble all the parts back together, so it might be permanently broken now.
I bought 2 stocks today.
You bought 2 stocks?
Yeah, it's been a minute. I was due.
All right, wait. Can I try to get? Can you give me hints and I can try to guess?
Try to guess first.
Okay, try to guess. Tell me if I'm hot or cold.
They're both semi-obvious, I'm going to say.
Okay. It is social media space.
No.
Okay, so not Meta.
Not Meta.
Okay. ExxonMobil.
No.
Okay, Burke B.
No.
We could do this all day. Give me a hint. Give me an industry.
All right. This is a contagion stock. One of these got hit because of FTX contagion.
Okay. A Coinbase.
Close.
Okay.
Very close. The closest.
Closest to Coinbase. What other exchanges publicly traded?
You got a couple options. You got like Backed.
Is it a miner?
Not an exchange.
Is it Mara?
It's not Mara.
Not a miner.
Starts with an H.
Starts with an H.
The symbol. Who got it?
Why am I blanking on this?
Kevin got the first one. He bought Goog. Yep, that is correct.
How'd you know that, Kevin?
That was not the one that I was describing actually either. But he did get it. Yeah. So I bought 2 stocks today. Google was one of the 2 that I purchased.
Oh, Hood.
Hood.
Hood. Robinhood.
That's 2 of 2.
Hood. Robinhood. You're trying to help out SBF because you buy Hood stock that helps his holdings, right?
I did it for the FTX community. That's why I did it. That's not true. But let's go back to Goog for a second. So yeah, Google. That was one that I bought. Already had Google. Increased my stake a little bit. Not a thesis about the company. Not a thesis about the company's valuation per se. More of just an average in. It's been quite a while since I've averaged into any stocks. I'm pretty long at this point. I'm about 70% long the market at this point, about 30% cash still. After I made a couple transactions today, big tech, Google as an example, washed out about 45% with the broader market. Still a cash flowing machine. I think that when we start to see more rotation back into the stock market, a lot of this blue chip tech, which is what I would put as Google, Meta, Microsoft, etc., is where some of that initial rotation is going to go. So again, yeah, Kevin, and he is in with me. Google long-term play, exactly. Basically, my thesis is I want to average in, get a little bit more U.S. equity exposure. I think Google is a really fair way to do that at this point. I think the valuation is fair to cheap. And I think that when we start to get a rebound, it's going to be one of those places that money concentrates first. So, question I'm going to throw out to the chat is, Google, you got to buy it. You got to hold it for 1 year from today. 1, if you would go long. 2, if you would go short. All right, GOOG or GOOGL. Put it in the chat. 1, if you'd go long. 2, if you would go short. And what up, Manny?
What up, Manny? So here's the thing, Luke. I love what you did because you bought 2 different names, but you got one that is and I'm going to consider Google, I think, to be a safer name, and I think with a very reasonable valuation when it comes to fundamentals. We'll go over here in our Benzinga Pro. Obviously, we got the chart.
Yeah, everybody's got to vote. Come on, 1 or 2 in the chat. It's not a lot of work. You don't actually have to make the trade. Let's just like crowdsource this thing. Let's get some energy going. Let's get some information going. Put it in 1 or 2 in the chat. All right.
And so with Google, like I was saying, you've got decent fundamentals and evaluation, and a name that has an incredible moat. I mean, Google doesn't have any competitors for its search engine, YouTube, like all these things. I love the Google name, but then what you did, so you bought a name like Google, which again I'm considering more safer, and then a more speculative play on Hood. And I like that way of doing it, kind of taking a more what I would consider safer, more conservative investment into Google, which it sounds kind of funny, ironic saying buying Google is like a conservative investment, but I would consider it to be one right now. And then buying Hood, which would be more of a risk play.
Yes, and look at that in the chat. A lot of ones in there. Let's go, AB. Come on now. All right, what would you be? 1 or 2? You have to buy it and you have to hold it for a year. Would you get in or would you short it? Would you go long or short?
On Google, I would go long.
I would go long too.
100%. I can.
I did.
I did too.
Yeah.
Not today.
So here's what Jay Rice is saying, which this is what makes me a little bit nervous. A lot of times when I give stock picks in here, I get a very mixed crowd, or I get a crowd that's more against me than more with me. Jay Rice's point is more ones. Consensus is usually wrong. That's what makes me a little bit nervous here.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. You guys aren't giving me a vote of confidence, but again,
I hear you, but I think this is one of those things where it's like Google's down still 30% from its highs. You said a year from now. There's honestly, Luke, there's a very good chance it's either like where it's at or even lower than it is. But you go out, you start looking out further than a year. I'd bet a lot of my personal money that Google's going to be higher 2 years from now than it is today at $93.
Yep. All right, so there's that one. Let's talk about Hood for a second. That was the other trade I make. The other position that I like is corporate debt. You can get investment grade corporate debt. Let's say AA debt. It pays 5%, 6% yield right now. I think that's like a really good play. If we look back to 2008, 2009, investment grade corporate debt did just fine. Junk bonds did not. So if you're looking at like C-rated bonds, you might be in for a little bit of trouble. But that's another theme for you. But the other hard stock trade, Hood. I thought you were gonna get that one a little bit easier.
I know. I was thinking of a crypto exchange.
Yeah, exactly. I could tell where your mind was going.
I don't think of Robin. I got it before it got put in the chat though, because I was thinking I was just off on it. But Hood is. Let's pull up that one. I mean, Hood,
so pull me up the press release on that one, or start with the chart first, and then let's go to the press release. All right, zoom it in. All right, so Hood gets smoked. FTX has issues. SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, owns a sizable portion of Hood. He owns 7% of the company. Speculation that he may have to liquidate his Hood position in order to get some liquidity.
Yeah, I think 100% he will. I don't think he has really any other. So he has two assets right now. He has his equity in FTX US, which still has value because it wasn't FTX US. Because here in the U.S., they have regulations against derivative trading for crypto, so wasn't implicated in a lot of this other issue. I've seen estimates that FTX is still worth around $1 billion, and he has about 400 million, or what was worth about $400 million worth of shares in Robinhood.
Okay, and so give me the high and the low here. What are we trading at right now?
We are trading at 917.
And what was it before this SBF sell-off?
Before the SPF sell-off, it was about $12.50.
Okay, so at the very least, the shareholder getting washed out, you got about 25% upside there. Theoretically, if we assume markets are efficient, and let's be real, this past year tells us that they aren't, right? But theoretically, there's about 25% upside there.
Just to get back to where it was before Sam Bankman-Fried's, the FTX sell-off.
Nothing changed in Robinhood's business. The only thing that changed in Robinhood's business, quite honestly, is that there's a lot less trust for an FTX right now.
Which
is a good thing for Robinhood.
Right, and not just FTX, but crypto in general. So maybe people are like, oh, maybe instead of buying Bitcoin and Ethereum, I need to start buying stocks.
There you go. There we go. Exactly. So if nothing were to change in Robinhood's business, you have 25% upside there. This is probably marginally good. This is not like a blockbuster day for Robinhood by any means, right? Bitcoin falling from 21. What's the price right now? 17, 18?
17 and a half.
17 and a half. That's not necessarily good. That's bad for Robinhood. We're in the 16s again?
No, we're just back at pretty much 17 flat.
What's the price?
17,150.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. But click over to the to the press release for a second, if you don't mind.
For Hood?
Yeah. And Kevin and in the chat saying Microsoft would be a good long. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I was between Microsoft and Google.
I was gonna pull up because it's kind of funny. Like I was gonna make a joke, but I was gonna pull up text with my uncle from this morning. But he was talking about he has all this cash to deploy, and he loves these like high growth. Like he loved like Roku, Shopify, all these things, and he's like talking about. He's like, man, I want to buy some of this, some ARK, and I basically was like, you can buy it. Like I basically was trying to urge him to look at like Google, Microsoft, saying, hey, a lot of these names actually have great valuations right now and might be a little bit safer than starting to take like speculative bets on your Rokus, on your ARKs.
Yeah. Speaking of which, stock we covered last week. Oh God, Roblox.
Yeah,
smoked.
Well, also I wanted last week. Remember on Thursday when Jason was on,
Riley called it too.
We were talking about his SQQ, and I was saying I would sell it. And now SQQ's down like 20% since then. So I hope Raz listened to me.
Yeah.
I don't see a press release on here from Hood.
Go to press releases. Look last Thursday, I want to say.
Last Thursday or
No, down. It's the third one. Third one down. Is that 2022 results?
Yeah.
Will you pop that? All right. Yeah. Just zoom way in for me. Okay. All right. Revenue is up 14% quarter over quarter. So Q2. Q3. You have a 14% revenue increase. Transaction revenue only increased 3%. It was basically flat. Net interest revenue. That's what's interesting. Okay, this is why this is the other big piece of the thesis here on Robinhood. Net interest revenue increased 73% to 128 million. So they had about $50 million or so of interest revenue. Do you know how that revenue line works, AB?
Yeah, people that have that take margin out on Robinhood pay an interest rate back to them for that margin.
No.
Okay.
Better.
All the cash that Robinhood holds, they get paid interest on.
There you go.
Okay,
that's it. Okay, so
wait, they pool together. So it's like what FTX did, but instead of sending it to Alameda for hedge funds, they send it into T-bills for a little bit extra return.
There you go.
Okay. A little bit of safer.
Structured notes, yeah.
A little bit safer than crypto hedge fund bets.
Yeah, there you go. So scroll back up. Let's look at that number again. I think it was 123 million of revenue. Sorry, 128 million of revenue from interest income. Okay, so Robinhood's revenue would have been down quarter over quarter. The only reason that it wasn't down was because of higher interest rates.
Wow.
That's the only reason why. They made, look at this. They made $361 million of revenue that quarter. 130 of 360 was from interest. Right? They take all their customer assets and they loan it out. Or they buy safe investment vehicles with it.
That's incredible. I mean,
that's more than a third of all their revenue, more than 33%.
It's ironic because the high interest rates are really crushing Robinhood, but then save the earnings at the end of the day.
It says exactly. And so that was in Q3. We're in Q4. It's a quarter where consumers are more cash heavy. All right, let's go look at our retail investor sentiment survey. I'd like to do that again if you don't mind.
It has been
and we have higher interest rates. Right, so this is a little bit of my interest rate play.
Go ahead.
You like it? Oh, I'm just saying this is my interest rate play.
Oh, buying long Robinhood.
Long Robinhood is my interest rate play. Correct.
Okay, so this is interesting. So we got a huge upticks in bears from last week to this week. 33% bears last week, 47. This is the week ending 11/9, which was yesterday. So from last Wednesday to yesterday, we saw a decrease in bulls, an increase in bears. I mean, I assume a lot of that's crypto related, you think? Or just the markets moving lower?
Both. I think both.
Both. And after today, I'm sure if they did this survey right now, this number would go probably back up higher to 30% like it was the week before. Sentiment follows price. So as the price continues to raise, more people are going to get bullish.
But we got so much bad news that came out on Monday and Tuesday. And if they were surveying somebody last Friday,
that's true. That might even it out. That's a good point.
Exactly. So that's where I think you're going to have people going more cash heavy. You have higher interest rates. And I really do believe in Robinhood as a long-term play. Without a doubt.
I think so too. I think Robinhood.
What's the market cap on the stock right now?
Let's go back to Benzinga Pro.
We're in market conditions that are as bad as they can be for the stock for a while, for 10 months now, 11 months.
$7.5 billion. So what can Robinhood do, I guess, to try and get, I guess, insulation from just because we Luke, more than most people, how cyclical trading can be, right? Trading gets really hot when the markets are hot. It comes back. How can Robinhood get some insulation from just that market, to where essentially maybe it's like people are investing more, recurring things into ETFs rather than just trading on Robinhood?
Funny you ask. Go ahead. Let's open the press release back up.
Okay.
A lot of what I'm about to talk about was actually in the conference call rather than the press release, but scroll. Here, can you give me the computer? It might be easier.
Yeah.
For me to find it.
Of course. Just don't go to the history.
Okay, so we're going to look at... so they had two big product focuses. There we go. All right. They talked about this in the conference call a lot more than the press release, but I'm going to read this sentence that I'm highlighting here. I know it's small. Looking ahead, we're excited to launch our forthcoming Robinhood retirement product to give customers even more control over their financial future. So that's there were two big product focuses that the company focused on in this most recent quarterly release. One is more advanced tooling for traders, right? It's like a retention play. So adding more depth to charts, other advanced tools. They don't want users to quote unquote graduate out of Robinhood. So that was one of the plays. The other play is that they're making a big push into their retirement products. They want to keep customer assets for the long term, not just for active trading. But hey, you are planning your financial life on Robinhood, and that's how they insulate themselves from a lot of this.
And by the way, I had no clue, and I was bringing that up because I like Robinhood more if it becomes more of a even like a SoFi type place where people can go for all their financial needs rather than a place where I just look at it as like a place to YOLO trade Dogecoin and options. I don't.
Yeah, and if you want to look at this insulation, right, here's the 1 year chart of Robinhood. Okay, so we're 36 to 9. Let's look at SCHW. SCHW, you went over the past year, you went from 80 to 77.
Wow.
Right, that's the impact of that isolation.
Yeah.
Significant.
Right. When you're not just exposed to trade it, your growth isn't just reliant on more people day trading and buying cryptos. Right, Charles Schwab has, what Robinhood is trying to do, get people to have their retirement accounts, etc. There. Which, by the way,
here's the other thing to talk about too. This is me not throwing speculation into the year. But all right, so they have a market cap. You said of $7 billion, correct?
7.5, yeah.
7.5. They have cash of
probably higher after today. Probably $8 billion after today.
Oh, but how much of this is? Wait, from receivables from users. This has got to be user cash. Is Robinhood's actual cash on the balance sheet $6 billion?
No way. I wouldn't know. Well, the other thing with Robinhood too, Luke, is there's not there's a non-zero chance it still is a buyout target from a Goldman Sachs or a bigger
That's what
name.
I'm getting at.
I mean, just from terms of like cash assets, if it's trading of that low of a market cap, it could be a buyout target.
Like restricted cash, I'm guessing, has a lot to do with customer assets.
All right, Luke's doing some deep DD right now. We'll take this time to, but yeah, I was gonna pull up. I can still do it before the end of the show. But my text with my uncle Mike, who was, talking about some speculative names that he likes. He says he recently had a windfall of cash he's looking to deploy, and we were texting yesterday about the FTX fiasco and all the thing. And he
Cash
says,
and cash equivalents totaled $6.2 billion.
I don't know, man.
Is that there? That's what we got to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way they have that much cash in them. That means the value they'll be valuing the business at only $1 billion on top. Because if you take
remember you wrote an article about some of these stocks where they were trading at less than cash recently?
Yes, specifically Rivian, I know for a fact dipped below its cash it had on hand, but it also had a lot of debt. So I don't know.
There you go. So the company's worth $7 billion. They have funded accounts of 22.9 million. Oh, what did I do wrong here? Hold on.
So I think that's what we'll need to do, Luke, because we'll need to look at what that $6 billion, where is those assets? Is it really just cash all on our balance sheet? How much debt does the company have? And figure out because.
All right, so that means that the value of the company, even if you throw out this cash question, per funded customer account is only $300.
Because they have 29 million.
Financial institutions assume somewhere around a $500 to $1,000 customer acquisition cost for getting a new customer via advertising.
Okay.
So yes, it's a takeover play, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It absolutely is.
I like it. Like I said, that was my biggest question about Hood. My biggest concern investing in it would be like, okay, if I know that the company's earnings are reliant on the market being hot and more people trading and more traders coming in, then why not just buy it the next time I think the bull market's going to start? But if it starts growing as a company that is more than just that it's someone's place they can go for their retirement account, this and that, then I do like it because it's a great technologically, it has a great interface. I still use it to this day. Even though I don't trade on it as much anymore, Robinhood still has value, I think, in its UI, in its technology, for sure.
There we go. All right, should we give it over to Money Mitch?
Let's give it over to Money Mitch, Luke. Everyone smash the like for Hot Stocks, Luke, bringing the energy today. Always a pleasure, man. I look forward to Thursday shows the most because I get to get you on.
There we go. Me too, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It's my favorite part of the week. Probably literally my favorite part of what I do at Benzinga all week.
Woo! Alrighty, y'all. Well, I'll go ahead. Let's go ahead and pull up this video, Luke. A nice video we've got for the FinTech and Future of Crypto conference we've got coming up in December. If you're anywhere near the New York City area, I don't care if you're in Philly, and you got to take an hour and a half train ride. You got to be here. Luke and I.
Yeah, Luke 20. Use the code Luke 20. Can you put the link in
Wait,
the chat?
can you use the code AB20?
Yeah, use AB20. Use AB20. It's benzinga.com/event/crypto. There it is. You guys really should come. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be there. Aaron Bree's gonna be there. We're just gonna hang out. We're gonna talk.
Buy a
crypto
couple
investing,
tickets. As a
trading.
Christmas present. Use AB20.
It's super reasonably priced.
Use AB20 for one code for 20% off. Use Luke20 for another code, 20% off, and it's gonna be a blast. I mean,
December 7th.
We'll go ahead and
Plenty of time.
play this video.
All right, traders, time for me to take control of the wheel. Let's get back into the action. Take a look at what's going on in the market. Of course, we'll talk all about CPI. I got some great guests for us today. We're going to talk to Alex Tapscott, Managing Director at Digital Asset Group. We'll definitely talk to him about the FTX situation. What are the opportunities now that are available for you in crypto? And is this a prolonged winter, or is this an opportunity right now? We'll definitely be taking a look at Alex Tapscott's perspective into the crypto space. Then at 1:45, we got Uma Maradi, Global ESG Lead at Center Square Investment Management. We'll take a look at CPI and take a look at what's going on right now. Is this rally, does it have legs? Not having a bad day in the overall today, up towards 390. That was kind of the level that I gave an outlook on the pre-market. And of course, lots of earnings stocks out today. You got NIO, Celsius, Unity, Rivian, Beyond Meat. There's a lot to talk about. Let's get right into the show. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. Let's find out what's going on in this market. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get right to this market. Let's take a look at the overall action in the SPY, and then we'll get into some CPI talk. Let's take a look at the rally. Looks like the SPY holding on here. Got up to a high there on the day towards 392.04. It's kind of crazy when you think about it that we started the day around 375. What a breakout here in the SPY. Let's talk about what's going on, really. It's all on the CPI, right? I think that you guys were probably just watching AB, and I know that he had a guest on that was looking for a 15% kind of retracement, maybe a little bit of a pullback to get into these stocks. So we'll see if we get that pullback. Will we get a pullback towards, 386 level? Right now, it looks like we're trying to get back to the VWAP. That's around the 389. Right now, I have VWAP at 388.62. We'll see if we're able to bounce off of that. But the SPY having a good day today indeed. Let's get into the CPI talk in a second. I'm going to have a fun little thing to do with you guys. I'm going to take a look at the average price data in the US, right? This is going to be about the selected items that we're going to take a look at. Let's see how inflation has been moving in different areas in the CPI report to really find out what's going on and a look underneath the hood. All right, so if we take a look at the CPI report, a lot of what we're going to find out is what? Well, the food index increasing by 0.6% in October, following a 0.8% increase in September. So food continuing on the rise. If you think about it, 4 of the 6 major grocery store food groups are actually increasing in the month. So just trying to point out different things in the CPI report. Of course, CPI report coming in at 7.7 was really good outlook for the bulls. Now we need to look inside the report to see what is important here. The electricity index increased over the month, rising 0.1%. But one thing that you need to pay attention to is how natural gas decreased in October, falling 4.6% after increasing 2.9% in September. So deflationary actually happened in natural gas. This is where we really need to kind of pay attention to it. I saw some warning signs in the report for potential spikes that we don't want to be looking for, of course, if we're looking for CPI to come down. But if you think about it, the energy index still increased 1.8% in October after falling the last 3 months. So this is one area that I think we need to keep watch, right? Well, gasoline index rose 4% over the month. One area to keep watch. We're seeing gas prices spike back up. This is one sign of concern, of course, that CPI can still be sticky here or even get a lift because of course, gasoline prices. So keep on watch. We'll see what happens here. And then now I want to take you into the kind of example here that we're going to take a look at some of the inflation. But definitely gasoline is the area where I would have concerns of inflation rearing its ugly head. Let's go into the example that I want to go ahead and get into today, which is interesting, right? Let's take a look at that gasoline, right? This is gasoline unleaded regular per gallon. And this is from 2002 to 2002 here. 2022, right? And you can see we've had spikes before to $4, but there was nothing like that spike that we got towards around $5 a gallon. And that was, of course, right before October's turnaround where we started seeing oil start coming down. So this is one area that I would keep on watch. Will this kind of spike back towards the $5? If it does do that, that's signs of concern for inflation. Let's get out of gasoline. Let's take a look at utility, pipe gas, natural gas. Well, you guys can see here how we are starting to go up in price overall. And so this is a sign of concern. Of course, natural gas we thought would rip through the roof. Of course, if we start seeing this start going towards $4, we really need to be careful. As you can see in the past, the only time this has been that expensive in the past was 2008 and, of course, in 2005. But financial crisis time towards 170. Right now, it's at 174 is the peak in September. Let's get out of gas here. Let's go towards a different area. Electricity. How's electricity doing? Well, you can see here from the spike in the tail here, we're definitely still staying high in electricity. The last 3 or 4 months, all at 17 cents per kilowatt. And this is the average price data that I'm rolling through here. Let me know if you guys are enjoying me going through this, because I feel like a lot of people talk about CPI, but they don't run you through the data here. This is why I'm doing it right here. Let's think about a little bit of difference here. Let's go towards some grocery items, right? Well, milk, fresh, whole, and fortified per gallon. You can see it here. We're spiking higher than any price has been in milk. Even in the financial crisis in 2008, we went towards $3.96. Right now, a gallon of milk costing around $4.15 a gallon. Not what you want to be seeing, right? Well, let's see gold chuck, ground chuck here. This is going to be, of course, beef. Well, you guys can see here, ever since 2002, prices just continuing on the rise. And if anything, at least we haven't gone through that spike in 2020, which was a June 2020. Of course, that was with the COVID pandemic. That went to $5.33 a pound, but we're not too far off that. We had a spike in August. We started turning around in this area, and that shows us a good turnaround. Now we just need to get this to decent pricing. Now, another area that we can look at is eggs, right? Look at the spike in eggs prices. This shows us more and more how the inflationary pressures in food haven't really gone away. So that's the area that I'd want to see. If we're really going to start turning around, we need these food prices to turn around. Look at the bread. That is up higher than it ever was, even in the pandemic. So the last one I'll take a look at is bananas, because I feel like this market is bananas. But as you can see, there's not too much inflation in the bananas. But gasoline, definitely, I think the area where we need to watch. We pulled back. We made a pullback to the resistance. If you're looking at this like a stock chart, now let's see what happens. Do we go back to $5 a gallon? Well, if that happens, that's when I would be really concerned about inflation rearing its ugly head right back up. All right, getting out of the CPI talk in a second, we're going to get into our guests, our first guest here. And like always, one of the things that we want to do at Benzinga is try to uncover the story. You know, this whole FTX Binance situation has definitely left a sour taste in investors' minds. But I think that what we really need to do is understand truly what happened in this situation, how we could protect ourselves as investors in the future. And of course, what can we learn from the situation so further down the line, we can make better investment decisions. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get right to our first interview today. All right, I got Alex Tapscott here, Managing Director of Digital Asset Group. Appreciate you coming on to talk about this crypto disaster right now.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Definitely. You know, one of the things is I've always been looking at these kind of downturns as opportunities because I feel like at the end of the day, we're finally getting towards a development in the cryptocurrency market where we actually started seeing in this recent wave some true utility, right? That's what came into play, I feel. Now, of course, with these platforms coming down and causing some uncertainties in investors, what do you feel truly happened here? And what can we look forward to in the future with different waves that we'll probably see in cryptocurrency?
Yeah, well, it's hard to deny that this is a massive setback for the industry, or at least for trust in the industry. FTX was an incredibly visible company. It was branded on the Miami Heat, arena, the Miami Heat, and the Major League Baseball, as well as a major sponsor. Giselle and Tom Brady were big spokespeople for this brand, and I think as a result, the entire industry has egg on its face. And frankly, it's just a reminder once again of the dangers of putting too much faith and confidence in any single company or any single individual. It's actually, frankly, antithetical to how crypto is supposed to work. The idea of crypto and blockchains is that people can transact and do business, they can move and store value, and they can create communities online in a way that is peer-to-peer and trustless, right? Where they don't have to rely on a third party like an exchange. And nobody needed to use FTX in order to access cryptocurrencies. But because it was, convenient and had a sleek user interface, a lot of people did. And as a result, they got severely hurt. And I think it's frankly going to take, years to recover the reputation in some of those users as a result of this catastrophic blowout.
Yeah, definitely. It leaves bad taste in investors. Now, what really is going to be the kind of after effects that we're going to see from this? Because, of course, now I think every investor needs to question kind of their platform if it's kind of going to be able to get through some liquidity issues, right? I think, what's not to think that, is it that there's no player in this space that's safe?
No, I don't think you can say that. I think that there are plenty of good actors in the crypto asset market, and there are companies that I think have a proven track record in that respect. But the key thing is that you don't need to rely on companies in order to use this asset class. In fact, one of the biggest benefits of this asset class is that it's self-custodial, meaning you can hold these assets yourself, and you can transact in these assets peer-to-peer. And frankly, some of the most exciting use cases for crypto assets and for what's now called Web3 are in that peer-to-peer world, right? So you may have heard, your listeners and viewers may have heard of decentralized finance, the idea that we can use these tools to rethink core functions of the financial industry, not just how we move money with crypto assets, but how we access credit, how we trade, how we raise growth capital, how we insure against risk, and so forth. And that's an industry within crypto that's grown to tens of billions of dollars of value. There are other really exciting areas, stable coins, ways to move value peer-to-peer using a digital asset pegged to the US dollar. You do not need to use cryptocurrency exchanges to use that kind of technology. There are other Web3 applications and areas as diverse as gaming and storytelling, metaverse, and so forth that again don't rely on centralized exchanges. But ultimately, it's a question of education, I think. For a lot of individual users, they're relatively low information. They see that this thing FTX has a well-known brand. They see a couple of celebrities behind it, and they just assume it's got to be safe. And I think, frankly, that they were reasonable. Like, it was a reasonable assumption for a lot of regular new people to the space to assume that. And I think that the actions of this firm, like I said earlier, are going to be a huge setback to that kind of broad retail adoption. I think ultimately, if you look at the way the industry works, if you want to engage in some of the more exciting areas of crypto, decentralized finance and these other things, you still need to get your money into the asset class, which means you still need to rely on some kind of an on-ramp or an off-ramp. And that is an important role that exchanges like FTX serve. What ends up happening with a lot of these people is they end up using the on-ramp, and then they stay on the on-ramp, right?
Yeah.
And going around in circles and circles on the clover leaf, and then eventually there's an accident. Instead, what they should be doing is looking at these things as a temporary solution to getting more assets into the digital asset world, so that they can explore some of these more exciting and more trustless applications. Trustless meaning you don't need to rely on some counterparty to store your assets for you, because if that counterparty goes under, then you might lose all your assets.
Definitely. I think it's definitely a learning lesson. And I feel like this is one that has been preached by many in the space, but just not listened to. And now my question would be, do you think that FTX was more like a bad egg, or is this really a call that we might need some kind of regulatory control in this space? What do you think about that?
Well, I think of FTX and firms like it functioning a lot like traditional financial intermediaries. And if they're going to act like traditional financial intermediaries, they should be regulated as such. Now, to be clear, in the United States and other countries, there are plenty of different companies that are regulated. There's Coinbase, for example, is regulated in the United States as a publicly traded company for that matter, Gemini, and others. And so there are rules and regulations in place to protect consumers. But I do think that more of these centralized companies need to fall under those kinds of rules. But the key thing that we must be careful not to do is assume that just because centralized crypto companies functioning like banks need to be regulated, that all of crypto needs to be regulated in the same way. And because the reason for that is that a lot of the applications that people have built and are using are very different. They're much more like technology and software than they are like a bank. And so we want to be very careful not to over-regulate software because it's fundamentally different from a traditional custodial financial institution that's holding your assets.
Now, how do you feel about this overall in the kind of crypto winter outlook, right? It seems like we're in a crypto winter. Is this kind of now giving that catastrophic event that some investors should maybe be looking for as opportunities? I know that, a while back, Kevin O'Leary got quoted with, the catastrophic event, looking for a large player to go bankrupt and deep trouble for that to be kind of the bottoming event in crypto. Do you feel this is kind of that bottoming event, or are we just in kind of a prolonged winter now with the issues that we're going through?
Well, I mean, we've been saying for a few months that, the risk reward for a lot of the large crypto assets is looking pretty positive. And that's true even with Bitcoin. I mean, we were making that call when Bitcoin was around 20,000. It's at around 17,500 to 18,000. So, it's down a little bit, but it's close to a number of sort of key quantitative metrics that have served it really well over time. What's called the realized price, which is basically like the break-even price for when people have acquired Bitcoin. It's close to a lot of different technical indicators. And we're seeing some really interesting metrics, like the number of Bitcoin on exchanges is declining while the stablecoin balance is increasing. So what that means basically is there's just more buying power on the sidelines, like dry powder waiting to be deployed into this asset class. So people can still get shaken out and scared even at the bottom. And, a lot of investors, retail in particular, are more lagging indicators than leading indicators. They chase the thing when it's already moving up. But my view has always been that in and around this level, the risk reward is skewed very much to the upside. I was not surprised that the market declined the way it did. If anything, I was surprised that it only declined, as much as it did. I mean, in the case of Bitcoin, the technical levels are actually a lot lower than where it ended up sort of netting out. Now, to be sure, we're still early in this. There's still potential for contagion and the risk and other shoes to drop. But we've seen a lot of different kind of dominoes fall here this year. We've seen centralized lenders. We've seen some smaller exchanges. And now we're seeing one of the 2 or 3 biggest names in the space. So if anyone bigger than FTX fails, and there aren't many, it would be Tether, the biggest stablecoin, or maybe Binance, then we've got a different kind of problem. But at least the indication so far is that's not the case. So yeah, look, I mean, you're just putting your finger in the air and, you know, trying to get a feel for the wind direction. But in the end, I think this is an interesting time to be deploying capital in the asset class.
What do you think about mining and mining stocks, maybe? Because maybe we don't have to get into a particular stock, but what do you think about that space now as they're going through this environment?
It's a bit of a tricky business at the moment because there's 2 different factors happening at the same time. The first is that the price of Bitcoin is going down, right? Or at least it's certainly much lower than it has been, you know, in the past year or so. We're actually 1 year removed from the all-time high of around 68,000. So it's declined, I don't know, whatever that is, 75%. But at the same time, the hash rate, which is the amount of computing power it takes to basically maintain the blockchain, the Bitcoin blockchain, is actually at an all-time high or close to it. And so that means that miners have to harness more computing power and use more energy to earn a reward that is actually smaller than it was, you know, 6 months ago or a year ago. So they're using more, it's like a higher cost for a lower reward. And that's why we've seen a couple of mining companies announce some pretty significant financial trouble, right? That they're facing, you know, potentially even insolvency in some cases. So I don't have a view on individual stocks. Mining is it's a business that is largely a function of the energy input costs. And I would look to any company that's got a very strong balance sheet to subsidize a period where it might not be making a lot of money, because that's going to be the case. Longer term, you know, for so long as Bitcoin remains at what's called proof of work, and I think it will, essentially using this energy intensive mining process, eventually some of these miners will go under. When that happens and computing power comes offline, that hash rate, so that measure of network difficulty and cost, will go down. It's a self-correcting mechanism. And then at that point, the break-even price for those miners is actually going to get a lot lower, right? So they may actually start to make money. So anybody who can survive the next little while is going to be in for some serious pain, but on the other end, I think it'd end up okay.
And now, what do you think is going to be needed in maybe the next, let's say, when we finally get out of this winter season, the next bull wave of cryptocurrencies? Because that's the way I feel too, that eventually this comes in waves and we might be looking at the third wave coming. What do you think is going to actually take a part of the third wave? Because it seemed like at first it was all about the trading aspects and, you know, around like, you know, 2018, 2017, and we were all trying to trade it. Then this time we had that, you know, the NFT boom, a lot of things coming out, more utility processes. Do you feel that it's kind of be more like we're everyday use of Bitcoin? Or what are we going to be looking for?
I honestly think it's going to be just a function of building useful applications that people use, right? And I think so. If you look at the areas where growth was happening in this last cycle, a lot of it was around trading and leverage, around platforms like FTX and these lending platforms. But the really exciting stuff, to your point, was happening in Web3. So in NFTs, so digital art and collectibles, you know, and other scarce digital goods, token gated communities. So communities built around NFTs where if you have one, you get to be part of something, get access to special benefits. I think that's a really interesting vector for growth in social media. DeFi, decentralized finance. So the idea that we can recreate all the functions of finance, peer-to-peer and online. I think that's really exciting too. And I think ultimately, if you want to get people to own this asset class and you want the number to go up, you want the value of these assets to go up, you got to build useful stuff that people want to use, and you got to make it sustainable. You have to make it a model that people want to use for the long term. And I'm actually very bullish about that. I'm very hopeful, more optimistic now on Web3, the idea of, you know, true peer-to-peer web native applications than I am ever before. What I'm not bullish on are centralized exchanges that take on huge risk and blow themselves up.
Boom. Couldn't have said it better myself, my friend. I appreciate you coming on. Great explanation of what's happening, what we should maybe be looking forward to in the future. So I appreciate you coming on. Alex Tapscott, Managing Director, Digital Asset Group. And where else could we find you? Do you maybe have a good social Twitter that we can follow?
Yeah, sure. You can follow me on Twitter at Alex Tapscott. I tweet regularly about crypto. I've got a podcast as well, DeFi Decoded. Check it out on YouTube or wherever you get your podcast. And always got some interesting stuff to say on the subject.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it.
Okay,
Have a
take
good
it
one.
easy.
All right, there you guys have it. Our first interview today. This is what it's all about here on Stock Market Movers, trying to truly get to the experts to give you the perspective. There you guys see it. And I think that last statement is just perfectly said. You know, one of the things is we want to be looking at what truly comes out of cryptocurrency. What's the use cases? Where are we going to be actually building forward in the future? And this is why I think, you know, a lot of people are going to be, you know, today, you know, kind of radiating that, you know, crypto's a Ponzi scheme, things like that. Well, the truth is that maybe certain aspects of it where certain, you know, platforms can be viewed that way. But the truth is there's a lot of underworking that's happening right now in the Web3 space. And I think that this truly is what gets us moving in the third wave. So if you want to learn a little bit about that, that's exactly what our event's about of the future of crypto, is looking into the underworkings, what's going to really come out of this space, especially in the next bull wave. Because I do feel, and, you know, you bears out there can maybe, you know, sound the alarm, but in my eyes, we will get into another bull wave in cryptocurrency. And I don't want to miss it, but I just want to make sure that I do my due diligence to understand the space so that I can make some great investments. We'll just have to wait and see. All right, let's get out of that talk. We can get into some of our earning stocks, and I will take a little peek into the market. Looks like the market's is hanging out here around the 390s right now. We'll get into what was hot and what was not, because I feel like that's definitely important. And at 145, we got Uma Marathi, a global ESG lead at Center Square Investment Management. We're going to talk deep into the CPI report. Stay tuned, team. We got a lot to talk about. All right, let's get into the next conversation. Let's go towards some of these earning stocks, some of the biggest movers on the day. I want to first get into, let's go to Unity, as I saw that one really have a good day today after the shakeup of the CPI report. And you guys can see it here from the 15-minute. It definitely had a nice little push, but it even was dropping yesterday after hours on this report. This goes to show us how much this shook up the markets and how maybe some growth is being played today to the upside. I'll show you guys that, of course, and we can also take a look maybe at ARK to see that growth is really taking off. Let's get into Unity here. Unity EPS came in at a loss in line with the 14-cent estimate, but sales at 322.9 million, beating the 322.32 million estimate. So not a bad estimate there. They did raise their Q4 sales outlook pretty high there, 420 million to a high end of 445 million versus the 384 million estimate. So that showed me right there that even though their report wasn't the best with the EPS still coming in at a loss, the sales outlook looked really good for Q4. Well, that really got going here. And you can see it even in before the market opened, we were already back above yesterday's close. That showed me more that this was already leaning bullish. And then when the CPI report came, there it went. Nice little day there for Unity Software. Of course, team, if you guys got stocks that made movement today and you guys want to talk about them, throw them up in the chat. It's good to see you guys out there. MD, Lau, Kevin. It's good to have you guys in the chat talking. If you guys have a big move, talk in the chat. That's what it's all about there. Urban Farms, JRP, TLO. What's going on, Detroit John? You still here? We'll take a look. All right, let's get into some other earnings stock. Let's go to Rivian here. Now, this is the next one that was actually already getting some lift here on their report, and it just continued getting the lift into the open market. Here you guys see Rivian's chart. It didn't get that nice little push. Now showing me what? Ascending triangle right here. And so I'm going to draw it out really quickly for us to take a look, and we're going to just watch to see if we can break out of this pattern. A lot of the times you break out of this pattern in the direction of the pattern, which is to the upside. So we'll see if Rivian can break through the 33.15 and really start closing towards, let's say, 33.30s and get that nice little breakout on the day. This is Rivian Auto. And if you take a look at their EPS, it beat at least the estimate of a loss of $1.82 with $1.57 loss EPS. Sales were at 536 million, missed the 551.57 million estimate, but they did reaffirm the 22 production guidance. So 25,000 units. If they can make this, maybe they can start turning this chart around. I'll tell you one thing, the daily had some bottoming around the 30s. So that's kind of the level in the sand for me for the Bulls and the Bears. If that ever cracks from there, if we crack 30 again, I'd be kind of more in that Bears tune. But right now, a little bounce back in Rivian today. All right, we'll get into some other stocks and we'll go into what was hot and what was not in just 4 minutes. Stick around for the sector and industry outlook, as there's a lot of stocks on the move. And I think it's always important to catch where the money is going. All right, let's keep going here. Let's go towards the next earnings stock to catch here. Let's go over to Celsius Holdings. This is a retail favorite. They definitely like the energy drinks here. Let's go towards the 15 minutes. As you saw this, still get the spike right towards the open, but has been kind of hanging back here as it's pulling back. Why could it be pulling back? Well, let's take a look underneath the hood. Celsius Holdings EPS came in here at a loss of $2.46. Why the loss of $2.46, you may ask? Well, this was all based on a negatively impacted expense here in sales and marketing related to termination expense of prior distributors recognized. This was a charge of $155.4 million. Of course, you guys know that Celsius started teaming up and getting more of their energy drinks with a different distribution deal. That was a good deal for them. That's what gave them their lift in the first place. Really started pushing them up. That's when they started getting kind of this gapping up action. Now, I think you really look to see, can we get back and close above the 90s? If we can do that, we'll be looking for a kind of push towards 100. We'll see if we can start getting that close. Really, especially once we get into this kind of 93, 95 handle, it'll be looking like it wants to come back. Right now, pulling back after a nice little push. So if we can close back towards that high 95, we'll be looking good. If not, it could be pulling back a little bit here. Celsius Holdings. All right, getting out of that talk, I can get into so many other earnings stocks. So if there's one that caught your attention, maybe it's Dillard, Six Flag, AstraZeneca, Neo, Dutch Bros, whichever it may be, let us know in the chat. And I'll make sure to get to it after we get towards what was hot and what was not. Let's go towards what was hot and what was not. Let's get into the sector and industry analysis here. This is where we take a look at the sectors and the industries, what's moving and where things are rotating. Well, you can clearly see it's a bullish day when you have certain stocks and industries up over 5%. That's a massive move. Overall, technology leading, but from the open, real estate, consumer cyclical, and technology in the lead. But it doesn't mean that there's some areas that were really weak, because financial services pretty much just as strong as technology. Basic materials, pretty strong there. What was in the red from the open is energy. Actually, we're starting to see XOM kind of pull back from their open, really haven't pushed up, but at least hanging in sideways after a really bad day yesterday. You guys can see it in Oxy, that big pullback, but sideways action right now and not really breaking through the high here on the 70 for Oxy for the bounce back. We'll see what happens if it eventually just breaks down and heads right back towards the low. Let's take a look there at some stocks that are doing well, real estate stocks that are doing well today. You can be looking at the home builders like Lennar. I know DHI kind of got this started going yesterday. Residential construction stocks getting some lift. Toll Brothers also getting some lift. So if you're looking for some stocks that are having a good day today, well, definitely Toll Brothers is in that book. Let's go to consumer cyclical here as we get into a different area and we can take a look at what's going on there. But definitely, let's go towards consumer cyclical. Leisure getting a nice little boost there. You guys can see leisure getting a nice little lift. That's going to be your Carnival Cruise Line, RCL getting a nice little push back. NCLH had their earnings yesterday, came in little push back. Now let's look to see if it closes towards the 18, holding the 1571 pullback, and the 200-day, which is around 16, I'll call as support. We'll see if it can continue pushing towards that 18. All right, catching up with the chat. What's going on out there? How we doing? Shanika wants to look at Amazon. I could take a look at that. I got no problem with it. We'll definitely get into Amazon. Amazon was actually my stock to watch on live trading this morning. So we'll definitely get into that. Change your lights back to purple, said Kenneth. Is it not good with the markets? I got you. Look, Kenneth, just because I'm a good friend. You think it'll work? I can't do purple, but I'll do all blue for you. Not a bad one there. All right, so definitely these kind of stocks getting a little lift there, the leisure stocks. Let's go to technology, and let's start taking a look at some of those names that you guys are mentioning in the chat. Even Amazon, big bounce back. Why did this stock bounce back? Well, a lot of it had nice little oversold theme to it, right? So a lot of what I look for, and when I use RSI, and I'm actually using it, trying to use it for edge, is on extreme moments. Well, Amazon had been coming down about, 10 out of the last 11 days to the red side. So that showed me more. This is beaten down, RSI down. Let's see if CPI can shake it. Well, it wasn't a bad day there for Amazon, as you saw it get the nice lift right out the gates there and got all the way up to a high today of 98.69. When we started the day below 87, it's a big day there for Amazon on a nice bounce back. Of course, this wasn't the only major stock that got some good lift today, right? I wanted to see, did our leadership take part in this rally, right? Well, there you guys see Apple getting a nice little lift. We'll see it eventually now really starting to show a really good bottoming around this 135 spot. Of course, if that cracks, you got to be careful on Apple, but nice little bottoming effect now there. Even Google, I traded this one today for a nice little lift there towards the 94, all out of it, full disclosure, but we'll see what happens in Alphabet. If it can close towards the green, definitely was also kind of in the oversold area. Got a little bounce back earlier in this week, pulled back yesterday, but a nice move back here for Google after really kind of falling off. And Microsoft, last one I want to take a look at. Microsoft has been falling since this kind of 250 area. Looked pretty bad here when it was down there towards the 220, started closing here towards 214. Since then, we started reversing. It's already been kind of an 11% move off of that bottom on Microsoft. And if the big boys can come back, even after bad earnings reports, well, that can definitely help keep this rally that we have right now going in the SPY. We'll see if we're able to close above the 390s. That would be a nice bullish close for me, especially on the daily. All right, in a second, we're going to get into our second interview. Like always, team, smash the like. Let me know a question that you guys may have. If you guys have a question on CPI report, Fed outlook, or maybe just overall stock market, let me know in the chat. I'll definitely throw it up to our guest that's coming up. All right, I see you guys in the chat. You guys are talking about AAL, Delta having a good day. Yes, the airlines are having a good time. Now, one area that I've been watching is industrials slowly but surely start making their way to the upside. So keep these on watch, right? I've talked about Honeywell lately, GE getting some lift. I'll keep watch on those stocks, but definitely American, not a bad day there. We saw from the kind of the airlines, the earnings weren't that bad. The only outlook that I had a little bit negative on the airlines was, of course, oil prices and the labor, labor unions that are trying to get their kind of pay up higher, right? Their pilots, get them more pay. That's the only kind of negatives that I can really kind of truly see here now. And you're really starting to get a little lift here in Delta and separate areas. Maybe we can keep our eyes on the JETS, the global JETS ETF, as this is starting to come back. We'll see if this can get towards around 20 and start making a nice little bullish turnaround on the US global JETS ETF. All right, we'll definitely take a look at more of what was hot and what was not after our guest interview, but let's get out of our sector and industry outlook. Let's get out of what was hot and what was not, and let's get towards our second interview today. Like always, this is where we give you guys the perspective to definitely take a look into the markets and bring experts on right here, Stock Market Movers. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring Uma here, Moradi, Global ESG Lead at Center Square Investment Management. Glad to have you on, and we're ready to talk about this market because it definitely shook up today. A lot of people were thinking a little bit more on the hot side of the CPI report. What was your reaction to the CPI data today?
Hey, thanks for having me. You know, it's interesting from an inflationary perspective. What the Fed is really looking for is several months of month-over-month inflation coming down. We have not seen that yet, right? So even this month, even though inflation came in a little bit lighter than what the market was expecting, we're still seeing costs increase. I think the fact that inflation didn't really rise as much as the market was expecting means that the market's expectations now in terms of Fed rate hikes coming down, and you're seeing that impact of lower rates on the market today, right? So that's what's really driving stocks up higher. But in terms of the inflation perspective, I mean, there are still a lot of things that I think will keep inflation a bit higher for longer, right? We've effectively unleashed inflation, unlike we have seen for many, many decades. And there are some structural things that are going to be headwinds from an inflationary perspective. Take deglobalization, for example. So we're never going back to the very, very low inflation that we've had for a long time. So we're starting to kind of adjust this new reality of what inflation rates will look like in the coming future.
Definitely. I think that's an important aspect to keep in mind, right? Is that the whole deglobalization movement and how that's going to have long-term effects maybe on inflation. I think that's a great thing to keep in mind. Now, let's talk about the rally today. Do you feel like this rally truly has some legs?
You know, until we really see the Fed truly pivot from a policy perspective, I don't think that the rally in equities is going to be very sustainable. And let me tell you, in terms of the types of data points the Fed is looking at, inflation, obviously one of them, the other piece really being the labor market. In terms of the latest JOLTS report that we saw, we're seeing it effectively kind of go the opposite way, right, of what the Fed is actually looking at from a data perspective. But if you think about all of the anecdotes, all of the news that we're hearing in terms of companies either doing layoffs, either pausing their hiring plans, you are starting to see some of that labor market pressure come off. So as soon as you start to see that happen in a bigger way, it's going to flow through into what consumers are doing. It will take some time for what the Fed is really doing to flow through into the real economy. And, you know, until that point, I really don't see the Fed taking their foot off the gas pedal in a meaningful way. Raising rates is one aspect. The other aspect is really what they're doing with the balance sheet, right? So we have a lot of moving pieces here in terms of trying to figure out where things actually land at the end of this.
Definitely. I think it's an important thing. Now, how high do you see recession risk into next year?
It seems fairly inevitable at this point, right? We are driving straight into a very hard landing at this point, just given how fast we have seen financial conditions change over the last couple months. It hasn't really even just the extent, but it's been the speed at which things have changed. And you're seeing that really impact corporate earnings, for example, right? Take that into consideration. The impact of these rising rates, it's just been compounding over and over. And you're starting to see the impact flow through into consumer sentiment. It's going to impact holiday shopping. It's going to impact these numbers in a bigger and bigger way. And it seems somewhat inevitable that we are headed for a recession next year.
Yeah, it seems like, one thing that we've been talking about on different shows, it seems like, the eye test doesn't really show what we're seeing in the data. And it feels like maybe it's just a prolonged lag effect. Do you feel that this is what we're seeing out there with kind of consumer demand?
Absolutely. Take something at Center Square, we are real estate experts, right? What we're seeing from a real estate perspective, something that flows through into inflation data is rents, right? You're seeing rising rents, rising home prices, all of that stuff was rising. It has since been kind of normalizing the last couple of months. That data doesn't flow into CPI for about a 6-month lag. So by the time the Fed actually sees the impact of that on the data they're monitoring, it's been happening for 6 months, right? And so then the policy implications of that from there don't have an impact on the real economy for another 6 to 12 months. And so you're seeing this massive gap in terms of what's actually happening on the ground, the data the Fed is looking at, and then the implications of their policy on the real economy.
Now, one thing that we've recently seen, of course, is technology stocks really take a hit. And of course, now we've been seeing as of lately, seems like low PE stocks are the ones that are making the moves. Cheap stocks, right? Cheap valuations. Do you feel like we're in a long, prolonged kind of downturn in technology stocks?
In terms of technology stocks, if you think about the non-profitable tech stocks, right? That bubble we've already seen burst. We've come back down to earth from those valuations. What we're really focused on here is looking at cash flows, positive cash flows, growth in those cash flows, and understanding balance sheets. Currently, balance sheets are so extremely important. Understanding where leverage is, understanding any sort of interest rate risk, understanding how all of those cash flows kind of flow through into the dividend coverage for companies. Those are the types of things that we're looking at. And even as we go into this new period, like I mentioned, we haven't seen inflation, we haven't seen rates really in this type of a regime in a long time. So we're focused on really high quality management teams that are going to be able to navigate these waters, which is unlike we've seen in a while now.
So you know a lot about the housing markets and have the insights into that. And one thing that, of course, we're seeing is it's a weird environment, right? Low supply, and now it seems like demand is coming down, but the low supply is kind of still holding the prices. What do you see happening here?
Yeah, really great point. If you think about the housing market, we divide that kind of into two different areas. One is the existing home sales market, which is about 90% of US home sales. And then 10% of the market is the new home sales. And that's really where we're seeing a little bit more of distress as it relates to supply, right? We are seeing the number of homes on the market in new homes start to kind of get back up to almost levels we saw kind of pre-GFC. But in terms of that 90% of the existing home sales market, that supply on the market is still very low. And if you think about more structurally what has happened in the last economic cycle, because of what happened in the GFC, we have just been very averse to new home construction. And so we have fundamentally undersupplied the amount of households that have increased in the last economic cycle. And so there is this supply demand mismatch in terms of single family homes that are out there in the market. And so that should provide, as you mentioned, a little bit of price stability this time around. The other thing to really consider is the fact that credit in the homes in the mortgage market today is much stronger than it was before we saw the great financial crisis.
Yeah, I definitely saw like kind of the credit readings that we were getting when, all these houses were getting bought up. My only concern is, was it kind of more of a matter of the perfect environment for buying houses, or was it more of a matter that these credit scores were really that strong? Do you feel that we're not going to run into that delinquency concern?
It doesn't seem like we are really headed for a large delinquency concern in the single family home market today. If you think about the types of mortgages that were being, given out pre-GFC, we were effectively, in order to solve this problem from an unaffordability perspective, we were effectively giving mortgages to people that were not going to be able to service those mortgages. And so the credit scores for mortgage originations pre-GFC were actually not as strong as they are today. Today, most of the mortgages that are being written for people with really, really strong 760 plus credit scores, right? So we're looking at a really strong underlying credit profile of those that hold mortgages today.
Excellent outlook there. Appreciate you going a little bit deeper into the credit outlook and delinquency concerns. Now, the last thing I'd leave off with is, what do you think investors are maybe missing here that they should definitely be paying attention to?
Like I mentioned, I think really inflation and rates, I think we're going into a completely new regime in the coming years than we have been used to for a very long time. And so being able to understand how companies, management teams, balance sheets, cash flows are going to actually function in this new regime with higher rates, with higher inflation, that's the really important thing to understand. And that's what we're focused on here today at Center Square.
Well, Uma Murati, definitely appreciate you coming on today. Center Square Investment Management, definitely take a look a little bit deeper and appreciate the insights, especially into the housing markets. Have a great day.
Thanks, Had, for me.
All right, there you guys have it. And that's what it's all about here on Stock Market Movers, getting to the expert opinions to give the perspective, right? I can point to a red flag here and there, but there's nothing truly like getting the experts on to tell us about what they're seeing. So one thing, of course, is we don't expect to see that kind of housing concern. So at least that area isn't looking too bad. Now, the burst in the tech bubble. Now, that is a little bit of concern because it could bring prolonged kind of downturns to tech. And one thing to notice there, she said, really look into the financials, right? Where's the cash flow? Is this positive company in tech, or is this a company that's burning money in tech? That's going to really distinguish whether it's a prolonged downturn or not, right? As we're seeing today, Amazon catching a little bit of a bounce. I'm just wondering, I feel like this rally has a little bit more legs than some are looking at. But the reason why I'm thinking that is that I feel like there was a lot of money on the side that was wanting to come in and was looking for almost the excuse to really start coming into the market. And I think that this CPI report really is giving them a little bit of ammo to start calling that the Fed is turning, that they think that maybe this CPI report or last CPI report really was kind of the bottoming of the bear market. Of course, like always, you got to make that investment decision. I can't make it for you. Of course, if you want to, you can reach out to financial advisors out there. But I think this is definitely a difficult decision here to determine if it's truly the bottom. Now, I do think in the short run, this does give us a little bit of a lift outlook for Q4. Now, of course, what will happen as we keep going further down the line into next year? That's one thing to keep in mind, right? Because we're going to need multiple reports showing us that inflation's truly getting hit hard on the downside and coming back to some kind of new norm. Another thing then to point to there, she stated multiple times there, pay attention to a new regime, deglobalization. What kind of effects will that have on the markets is so important because we truly don't know where things are going on the fiscal policy. We'll probably have a new president at the end of the election 2024, more than likely, but that still remains to be seen. But one thing that isn't kind of a question anymore is the mentality of the politicians and trying to get kind of more of a US-based control on certain areas, whether it be the semiconductors, whether it be the energy outlook. All this is kind of shaking things up and it's going to have a long-term effect on inflation. So all things that you got to keep in mind. Of course, we'll take a look at the market, see how we're doing right now. But I just wanted to kind of do a little bit of a deeper dive and talk today for investors out there to really be ahead of the game. 391.48 looks like we're continuing to push, getting new levels there. Google was one of my trades today. We'll see if we finally get towards the 94. I took some profits into the kind of this area around the 80s and the 70s. We'll see if we finally get through that 94. Amazon is pulling back. We'll see if it's able to hold the VWAP and make a move back towards the high, towards the close. Apple, not doing too bad there. New high there. Tesla, not doing too great. I thought Tesla would get a little bit more of a bounce. It still truly hasn't come back even towards the 200, but it has been holding the VWAP today. We'll just see if it ever takes out the low towards the 185, going back towards the 180. Right now, it's kind of just hanging in there. We'll see what happens. All right, is there any other stock that you guys want to take a look at? Looks like Balo's going to sneak one in here. We can look at Shops. I got you. All right, let's go to Shop. Shop looks like we're right towards 36.34. Not a bad looking stock, especially because this one was also beaten down. Now getting a little bit of a push back. And I like that there's a lot of kind of price patterns out here. One of the things that I would say is maybe look at a volume profile. I don't have volume profile on this charting service, but I would look at how much volume is near that 40. Is it the majority of the volume? Because you could have some overhead supply that you run into at 40. But of course, let's take a look at some shorter time frame to make sure that we're getting a nice close. I would look for a close above this body. That's 35.30s on any pullbacks. So you can see here how we were kind of holding that sideways right now on the 15-minute. You don't want that line to break. You want it to continue in the nice trend here. If it can close above the 35.30s, then we can look for it to kind of make its move back towards 40. And of course, there could be some overhead supply there. All right, that's going to do it for me, guys. Up next, you guys got some, of course, the roadmap action. I don't want you guys to miss out on the roadmap action today. So definitely check it out, guys. I'm going to be a part of the show. We'll also talk about the FTX update. So Rare World Cup. Check that out, team. We got a lot to talk about there. Huge crypto and NFT news here. Don't miss it, team. If you guys want to talk about the situation that's going on, or maybe take a look at my So Rare basketball NBA competition. If you're a big NBA fan, I've been having some true fun having some So Rare NBA cards. But if you want to hear about that, come to the next show. I'm actually going to do a little change up. Go put on a nice basketball jersey. Get ready for my appearance on, of course, the roadmap. I'll be joining up somewhere around 2:45. But stay tuned right here. You don't got to go anywhere. We still got a lot to talk about on the day. Benzinga is the place you want to be. Roadmap coming up next. After that, you got At the Close with Joel Alconin. And, of course, we'll take a look at all the market action. See you next time, team. Hit the like and let us know. Are you guys liking this all-day style stream? I definitely would appreciate the feedback. And hit the comments after the show. Who's the best show here? Is it live trading? Is it Benzinga Live? Is it Stock Market Movers? I want to hear your opinion. Throw it up in the comments after the show. I'll see you guys, like always, right here on Benzinga. Let's keep it going, team.